Hello, lovelies. Welcome to another Saturday Night Worm stream. As always, I nearly missed the end of my countdown there. I was so busy whizzing between screens and tabs and things. My loading screen for today is actually Seraphina's lovely library, which is much, much more organised than my very higgledy-piggledy library, which you're probably going to see a little bit of today at Bramblesheim. I don't have anywhere near as many books for a start. But here's a really good library for inspiration. And if they do run Mardi Gras again in October, which they have been suggesting they might, that is a great time to just hop over to Dragonwick, which is the next deed over from that Chipalong site, to go and have a nosy around Seraphina's library. So let me turn my loading screen off. I am parked up at Sloping Sands currently with a gnar that is slowly filling with toons. And we're just discussing whether we can do a summon to get a last couple of people over here. I know there's Ferry and Madoon I've just discovered already at Bramblesheim. So let me just catch up on chat. Ferry in first. Well done, Ferry. Hello, Ferry. Hi, Tan. Hi, Madoon. Hi, Massa. Hi, Mimas. Hi, Ruffle. Hi, Galandria. Hello, Bun. Bun, are you joining us on Whamma Wham, or are you staying behind and imping? And hello, anybody else who is lurking in chat.
Oh, flattery will get you everywhere.
You are planting. What happened? What happened to your imping plans? Okay, so we're just figuring out whether we've got any last ones to pick up in the boat. So far we have got almost anybody who's in local, with one exception. So we've got Culver here, we've got one of Massa's toons here, we've got Mimes, we've got Miawara, we've got Moomin, we've got Ruffle, we've got Wolfmeyer. Very shiny, my dude. Back at the deed. Other than Tan, is there anyone else that we're missing? Fairy is... I take it we're not getting Yuri, so I don't need to worry about picking up Yuri. Yeah, you should be fine, Tan. That's enough weight to carry a whole bowl. Well done. Also, thank you for... Wait, where did that just come from? Madoon and Bun, thank you for the resubs. Cool. Ruffle's doing a summon. So that's going to get us Tan. And then I think we're ready to go. So I'm going to sail us back over to Bramblesheim, which is my main deed on release, but it is not in easy reach of a portal. It's okay if you sail, but we're doing a nice little taxi run. Yeah. Happily, the wind was quite good on the way here, but I didn't check the wind direction. So, gale from the east. It's going to be a slower ride back than it was here, but that's alright. That's alright. So we're going to wait for our last passengers to arrive. Thank you for the gifted sub, Massa. It's very kind of you. choo-choo, everybody aboard. And also, I know we've done a few kind of community things on my streams in the past, but just a friendly reminder, I am really shit at remembering to watch local when I am also watching stream chat and everything else. So by all means, talk in local, but if you want my attention for something, you're probably better putting it in the stream chat, or if it's something sort of quite important or quite urgent or whatever, pop me a PM on stream. Just be aware that if I open it on stream, everybody will see it on stream. So don't send me filth. Bun. Yeah, so feel free to chat in the stream chat. I know a lot of you are also in local. But if you are capable of both watching and chatting on stream as well as doing stuff in Worm, feel free to chat in the stream chat as much as you like. That is where most of the conversation will be happening, at least from my side. Gives you time to take in the scenery. It does. Unfortunately, 50% of that scenery is a very, very long canal, which we are very grateful for. My load-up screen, by the way, was filmed literally just over there. So we're currently parked just south of Sloping Sands. And that was actually the view out over the little lake that's just hidden behind these walls and hedges here. So there's a lovely little lake right next to Sloping Sands, which is like 50% of it is covered in Sloping Sands perimeter. So you couldn't put a deed there if you like, but that's probably why it has remained a pretty little lake. Oh, I can see we've got Tan. Don't worry, Tan. Don't worry about being late. We got you here. Ruffle, that was you summoning on another toon, presumably. So there's Tan. Once we've got Tan in the boat, I think we can set sail. And I'm not going to go any faster by putting my sail down. So, right, onwards. Now, don't let me forget, when we get to Bramblehime, I need to just add perms for Culver, who was a last-minute gotcha for this stream. But I think they're set up for everybody else here. And I counted my frags in the cupboard of shame earlier today whilst I was doing some sorting. And after I turfed out a few hundred very, very poor shape frags, I've got 5,900 in there that all need chipping sometime soon. So hopefully we'll make a sizable dent in it today, maybe. Tell Ruffle she will let Crim know. Yeah, that also works, but I mean, we are, however, going to be. We're actually not close enough, I don't think, for you to see. But just if you want the scenic route, since the wind is in our favour and we're currently doing a little over 31 kilometres an hour, just over here on the right, you've got Mima's release steed. Just over here, Memes. You put a love heart on the side of your deed. Is that yours? This is your deed, right? That love heart. Yes. We're not doing the combining today, Bun. We are just doing, or rather, I might do some combining, but I'm not asking people to do sorting and combining because that is really bitty and takes ages. We're just trying to get through chipping them. So I think, I don't know if she replied in chat or not, but yes. So oh, it's actually on the ground, Memes. She replied in local. Memers, did you hear my previous note? I miss it in local. So that was Memers' deed, with a love heart, which is apparently actually on the ground, not on the slope on the side, but it's a bit of a visual glitch. See, this is what happens when I turn east. I went too far. Maybe we can just tack into the wind a little bit through this. Can you sail through unfinished bridges? Does it matter how much has been added to them? I guess we're about to find out. We might be about to bump into an unfinished bridge. But that was Memes. We're going to go past Ruffle and Madoon's deeds as well. Oh, look at that. nipped under, which are just at the south end of this lake. And just before we reach them, we're going to make a sharp turn to the left. So we're currently sailing down this lake here. This is Spawn Lake. And we're going to cut through a lovely long canal which goes from here all the way out to here and make our way down to Brambleholme, which is my home deed, just down here on the Eastern Peninsula. For those of you in my Nar, you will be happy, probably, to hear I'm going to do another Nar taxi run back at the end of the stream, but for anybody who needs to leave before then, we've got priests at portals, so we can summon people back to Sloping Sands to get you back to a portal if you need to leave earlier and can't afford to hang around and wait for the boat. So one way or another, we will get you back there. But for anybody who manages to stay for the duration, I will do a ferry service heading back as well, and try and do it at a reasonably sensible time. Yeah, Bun's got priests there, I've got priests there, Ruffle's got priests there. Between us, we can make sure that we can get you back to Start Town if you don't want to wait for the Nar bus to go. Look, if you decide to stay the night, you might have to make your own way home. But on the other hand, pretty much all you got to do is ask in the Coterie Discord if you find yourself stranded. See if there's a friendly priest about, or if you've been doing your missions, you can use a Karma teleport to get back to Start Towns now. So Pool's Closed Market is just down there, and that sort of straddles Ruffles' deed on the left and Madoon's deed on the right, hidden behind those trees. But that's as close as we're getting, because I was craftily hoping that if I went a bit further down that would let me tack into the wind, but it won't. I think we're going to be on a slow train through this tunnel. Or, yes, as Fairy says, you can move to release and Fairy can adopt you all. Yeah. You're gonna be slow. I could tack into the tunnel the whole way, but you're all then going to get your heads in the walls. You're going to get exciting views of the underside of the worm world, as if you have literally fallen through the floor. We might do that for fun anyway, but Fairy needs more slaves. Struggle? No. Ruffle. Massa has no karma because he won't help with missions. Well, then, Massa, you're either just going to have to, drop a deed and live here, or ask a friendly person for a summon back to Sloping Sands. You could try swimming off the side. No, you couldn't. Because if you didn't know this, if you haven't been in Worm long enough to have either to remember this or to ever have had to have tested it, these arrows on the maps, these are long before we had plot course. This was how you got from server to server. You had to follow the arrows, and because I'm on the east side of release, there is nothing this way. If you try and sail off this side without a course plotted, there was no other server to go to. Whereas if you sailed off the west side of release, it would take you to Pristine. You can see how they're connected if you look at this big map here. Oh, sorry, no, that would take you to Xanadu. It's up to Pristine. Which means if you were really, really desperate to get off release, don't go swimming off the east coast because it doesn't go anywhere. But if you were on the west coast of release, theoretically, you could swim over the border, but then you would find yourself on Xanadu, and the seas on the borders of Xanadu are so wide you would surely drown, so maybe don't do that. Oh, yeah, or you could make a canoe. God, they ruin things, don't they? Now you can just make a canoe to sail home. Or you could swim. And if you ever do find yourself in a pinch somewhere where you're trying to swim and you're running out of stamina, if you get to the end of your stamina, log out before you start drowning. Give it a little bit of time and your stamina will replenish. It's not fast, but I have absolutely known people find themselves stranded at sea before we had quite such readily available things like summons and karma teleports and all of that stuff, and just log in a few hours later and swim a little bit more. Those were the days. Those days were so slow in sailing fairy, yes. Oh my god. Especially when Release was first released. Release and Pristine were connected to one another, but we weren't connected to anything else. So when I started playing, Release and Pristine were their own little cluster. And then when they launched Xanadu, that was the point that they connected our cluster up with the rest of the cluster long before Northern Freedom Isles. But it meant that although we could now suddenly go visiting all of these other servers, in order to do so, first we had to sail all the way across Xanadu to get to any of them. And I did that at least once, I think possibly only once. It took me half a day to get to where I was going and back. Don't recommend it. Someone... Wait. Someone on Xanadu was asking for a summon. Yeah, Xanadu in particular is pretty nasty to get, to find yourself stranded on, because it's just so big and also really inhospitable because of the size of Xanadu. If you get stranded somewhere like Release, you don't have to go far before you'll find yourself on a highway, and then you can safely follow a highway across lots of nice guard towers safely back to a portal. But on Xanadu, it is so large, so much of it is not roaded, it's not highwayed, there are no guard towers, you would just die, and you wouldn't even know where you died. All credit to people who live there, though, and especially people who go, like, just wild exploring on Xanadu. Yeah, I bet it is a nice server to get lost on if you've got, like, the time and the skill to survive. Xanadu's probably one of the few places now where there are still big stretches of untouched terrain, which is always exciting. You remember the horrors as well, Madoon. Yeah. Yeah, Tan, yeah, that's a good shout as well. Like, when you misjudge something and you end up drowning, like, right next to shore, and you're just that bit too far that the last gasp won't save you. Logging out and coming back later can save your bacon then as well. Catching up on chat. Fairy has been talking to Bun too much. All this talk about slaves. That's exactly how Bun got so many recruits over to Deliverance. It's such an appealing offer, right? Come and on Deliverance. Be my slave. She says, carting an armful of toons to go and chip her frags for her. Thank you. Look, I crack one whip, one time, as motivation, not for anything for myself. But Ruffle was very clear, like, no sleep till Cape time. And I was just, you know, helping her along. Just this one time. Yeah, Calvert's scouts were running around, not quite naked, although often naked, given that they died quite frequently. But it was quite a nice way to explore servers. He did it on scouts, carrying, like, next to nothing, and just running around the wilderness, seeing things, seeing what you find along the way. Tan keeps trying to be somebody's slave, except people keep doing things like paying her or gifting her things, or trying to give her some kind of a fair exchange for her labour. Not me. Mm-mm. When did somebody make another tunnel? Bear with me, I'm just checking I haven't got turned around or something. When did somebody make a northern tunnel off the Tarawik? When was that added? Where does it go? Where does it go? Does anyone know? It goes to a deed. Fair enough. It's been there a while. I think that got me turned around one time, you know, because I'm used to there only being a tunnel off one side, and sometimes when I pass it, I'm fairly sure one time I passed it and the tunnel was on the wrong side, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm going the wrong way, and I turned around and I had to turn back. and I suspect that was why. Normally I AFK sail this tunnel. Right, we're almost out, not quite, but almost. We get a brief reprieve in the middle of the desert. We're just popping out here-ish at the moment. And then we're going to go back into a much shorter tunnel, and then once we get out the other side, finally we'll be able to turn out of the wind and speed our way the last bit. Do need signs in the tunnel, yes. Yes. Yeah, Calvert salts did frequently die. Even with escorts, sometimes they died. So, tell you what, whilst we're sailing about, good time for admin. So, I am not here to stream next Saturday. This is your advance notice bun, if the B-stream wants to do anything. But that also means this is the last stream before Ruffle and I go and build our streaming Glamp Camp permanent display at Rockcliffe. So you have still got time to sign up for and make something if you want to. I will pop a link in the chat, but I am not going to be here next Saturday to heckle and encourage you in the last few days before the deadline. So if you want to do that, don't forget about it. Just make something and mail it to me whenever you're ready. You don't have to imp it to the sky, just imp it as high as is easy and reasonable for you to imp. We can tick it up the last few bits if we need to, but just imp it as far as feels reasonable and mail it over. You could have brought your contributions with you and you didn't. What am I doing? I'm looking for the link, aren't I? It is at the bottom of the stream, but to save you typing it out manually, there's also a link there if you want to. Oh, Bun, you're away next Saturday as well. Oh no. Ruffle? Time to get on camera? So, the link is there. One bit of admin done. I had to have a list. There's so much admin. I did my... For those of you that were admiring my my alchemy den and my my colouration station at Brambleheim last week, I had a stroke of, I think, certifiable genius midweek. Day before yesterday, about how to tackle that problem of needing more shelving, fitting more colours in, and repainting eggs, because eggs are so much smaller and they're a nice ivory white base. So anyway, I've done it. I've also made sure that the building is accessible for you all, so if you want to go and have a look, we could pop in there briefly before we start. But also, if you're somebody who just likes going and perusing dice, feel free to go and nosy at any point tonight while we're at Brambleheim. Gremlin? Oh, you can absolutely mail them, yes. Are you talking about, yeah, Madoon could mail them, but yes, you can mail stuff to me at any point when it's ready. If I don't think there's anything in the signatures list in that channel that is not... There's nothing that requires loading. I don't know if there's anything big enough to require mailing, but I don't think so. If there's something that can't be mailed, you can cod it, by the way, put the postage on me, that's fine. If there's anything that can't be mailed, we can also just arrange a time for you to hand it to one of my portal priests at any portal near you. Hold the press, hold my beer. Why for? Right, so that was my second bit of admin. We'll go and have a quick look. But also, you're free to, feel free to go and pop your head in at any point. It is now an upgraded colouration station. As I said, we can do summons back for anybody who does not want to stay till the end of stream to catch the taxi back. I'm just going to tack into the wind a little bit if I can. Can I? You used to be able to tack as soon as you came out of the Tarawick Canal, and then somebody dropped a very, very big deed here. And a lot of dirt, which now means you have to actually come quite a bit further out. Oh, just made it. Before you can tack into the wind. But hopefully that will do us. There we go. Picking up speed. So I've called this a, you want to go see Merehaven? Yeah, I also want to go see the new dye shop that Sid has set up on Merehaven. Ruffle and I will have to figure out when we can get to go and do that on stream sometime soon. Hello, Futurism. How are you doing? Wait. Let's just turn. There we go. But I call this a competitive Chipalong. It is competitive, but only in the very kind of friendly competition way, because I'd be interested to see just how many we managed to chip at the end. And also I have asked people for, broadly speaking, their restoration skill, because some of these frags are in a very, very bad state. So I have done a lot of sorting and broken them down into lower difficulty frags, higher difficulty frags, and some in the middle, so that I can give sets to people which are hopefully not going to make them cry, although those of you with high skill, you might cry when you see the damage on some of those frags. Just believe me when I say I took out the ones that were over 80 damage, and I took out the ones that were below 5 quality. Hopefully I didn't miss any. Yeah, she is on pristine. If anybody wants to go see Sid's new place, it's actually Sid's old place, but she's now set up a merchant there. Merehaven is just up here on pristine. So if you sail off the north, about centre north of any server, the same route that you would be taking to something like the Friendalong, but when you cross through here, just carry straight on up, and Merehaven is up here. But she's put a post on the forum. I don't know if she's put a separate post on the forum, but she certainly put a post on my marketplaces thread, and I have updated it, and that's got map coordinates if you just click on the link where it says Merehaven. So you can see exactly where it is there if you're trying to get there. Award for those who gets the most skill ticks today. We are interested in any skill ticks. Some of the people who are coming to chip stuff today are starting at very low skill indeed. Some of the people here have got lots of skill. Some of you, if you have a village or if you're part of an alliance on release, you and probably your any of your alliance mates are likely to be getting pings anytime you cross a skill threshold. Alas, I'm probably not going to be crossing any skill thresholds today, but we're just coming up on Brambleheim. Also, while you're here, if you want to take a break from frag chipping or whatever, you're very welcome to go and explore. Everything to the right of the docks that we're heading towards is Brambleheim Wildlife Park, all the way down to that tree line at the bottom. So you can go and see the animals if you want to. And everything to the left of the warehouse docks is sort of Brambleheim proper, is my deed. So we're going just kind of up the hill. And we're going to do our frag chipping up there. I'm just waggling impatiently my way into the docks. Should just go in a straight line or I'm going to park wonky, aren't I? I have tested perms to make today work, and I think it all works, but if we encounter some perms issues, just bear with me. One of the reasons I had to make sure that I friended everybody who wasn't already on my list before we came here. I had most of you, but there'd be prox perms issues left, right, and centre. Mimas, what are you carrying? What is that? It's awesome, whatever it is. What is that? What is? What is? And also, although I'm not very good at watching local, bear in mind that local is up on my stream. There's that white thing in your hand.
Hello.
What? A light token? It doesn't look like light.
Hello.
It doesn't look anything like light tokens when I make them. See, it says it's a glitch. It looks, from the event window, memes appears to be yo-yoing. Anyway, this is Brambleheim. Welcome to Brambleheim, anyone who has not been here before. If you're still doing your meditation ticks for things, there are meditation rugs set at least 11 tiles apart. There's one here. There's two up on the deed as well. Who's still in the boat? Ruffle knows where she's going. Out you hop, memes, although you should know where you're going by now. But we're going just up the hill over here. It is a cool glitch. I'm sad that it's a broken thing and not an actual thing in game. I got briefly very, very excited. But we're just up the hill, just up here. So yes, I've called it competitive, but points do not relate to prizes. There will be participation gifts. regardless of how much frag chipping you do, or how much skill you have, or how much skill you gain. But I thought it would be fun just to sort of like keep track as we go as well. So one of the ways that Perms is going to work for this is you should all have access to the archaeology den on my right. Hello Fairy, who is already there, and Taro, which is Madoon's archaeologist toon, is also around here somewhere. So you should already have access to this building. You'll have access to some of the others. Hi Fairy. So if anybody wants to go and see the dye station, the feasting hall is just over there. I think you have mostly got access to that, although that has reminded me. Let me just add Culver while we're here, because Culver will not yet have access. So Culver can enter that one. I think the rest of you already can, but let me know. If you can't, you should all also be able to access the feasting hall if you want to, although I've brought food through. So you probably won't be able to eat things in the feasting hall, but sometimes people like to go and look at the big feasting table with the rare foods. And up here at the alchemy den, let's add coal to this one as well if you want to go and see the dyeing station that I was showing off that I have recently upgraded. Nowhere near as big a collection as Sid's, obviously, but so much more manageable as a way to continue adding to my array of dyes. So all of these will tell you not only what the dye is called, but also who made it. So anything that is Sid's refers to Sidereal. That's the person who owns Mere Haven on Pristine that we were just talking about. I also have some of Kazumi's dyes here. She says, there we go, there's one of Kazumi's. Kazumi runs Greenwood Market on release over the other side, just over here. I do have some Solenswith ones here. That's Tarsis Harbour Market, which is just over the mountain from Tan over on Xanadu. If you ever get a chance to pop over there, they are just here. They have a nice little dye shop there. And I feel like there's some more here. Like I've got a couple of odd bods. There's a few of mine here. There's at least one or two of Robbie's. Oh, Bastet. There's also some Bastet ones here. That is referring to a market over on Celebration, which you can run to on foot following highways, but it's a little bit further afield, easier to go by boat. That's Bastet's Bazaar, just down here. So they also have a little dye shop. I have some of theirs here as well. So this is telling me what dyes I have in my collection, and the dyes themselves are actually all in these alchemists' cupboards. I like them because I don't have to have pegs in my inventory to unseal and reseal them. I can just do it with a click. So there you go. That's my new upgraded dye station. And a nice horse market too. Yes. You are very welcome to say hi to the chickens while you're here. I don't know. Let's have a look. Who has access to the gates? Nobody on this side, but I think I set up perms on at least one of these gates. So if you want to come in and see the chickens. Memes, we're going to be in the archaeology den directly behind you. You can't start just yet, but you will be able to start soon. So, friends, fast gate, there you go. Any of you should now be able to go in and see the giant chickens in the flesh if you want to, and compare just how much taller than you they are. Like this. So big. He's so good. So good. Thankfully, all of my frag chippers for today have got their own tools, so I do have a couple of spares, but I don't think we actually need them today. But we're going to be over in the building marked Carpenter and Archaeology Den. So I've set up an LMC over here, which I am just also going to add Culver to. The only thing in this LMC is there's food on the top, so there's a pizza. Just take a little bite of that to fill up your CCFP. So it's these 4 little ones here. So if you eat and then cancel, it will fill them almost instantaneously. There is an insect meal here, which you can eat to fill up on food. If that runs out, I'll go and stick some more food on there. I've also got buckets of Kavasi. in here. So if you are full up on sleep bonus and you want to make the most of what you've got, you can have a measuring jug from here. I think you won't be able to take it out, but I can take them out and give them to you. You can drop things in here and pick up things you've dropped, but I think you can't take anything out that I've got. But I can dish out measuring jugs with silly pun names and fill them full of Kavasi. 1 kilo of Kavasi will get you up to 100 caffeine power for 59 minutes. And that will make you use your sleep bonus faster, but you will also gain skill faster. So, LMC's there. If you need water, I tell you what I didn't check. Can anybody here check whether you can drink the water in this amphora that I'm standing next to? I didn't actually test perms on that one. Yes, you can. Excellent. So there's water there if you need it. A number of the frags that we make today, in my secret passage behind, I have got a sled, a snowmobile set up. Let's just add Culver to this one too. I said a lot of the frags that we chip today are in quite poor shape, and some of them are going to get trashed frags. Like we're chipping them for skill, but I won't necessarily keep them and make them up into anything. There we go. So this vehicle here, perms are slightly easier to manage on vehicles than on other things. You should be able to both take stuff out of as well as put it in. So you don't actually have to do anything with this, but as I go through sorting frags while we're doing the chipping, for things like bricks and shards and ores and stuff, those are automatically trash frags for me, but also where we've got things that are quite low quality or that are quite damaged, I'm going to be chucking out anything that's like low quality pottery frags, and I never chuck wood, but there might be other things like that I would consider trash frags, but I'm putting them in there rather than putting them in an altar and sacking them, because I know for some of you that is sacrilege and you're like, no, all frags are good frags. Well, yeah, there you go. Brick, ore and shards, good resto skill. Combining them though, Bun? Does that really get you any resto skill? Surely it's just fragging them in the first place. So let me just have a quick look in here. I haven't set perms up on this one yet, quite deliberately. I've got 82 bowls full, all full of frags. I've sorted them into categories, and what we're going to do is I'll show you how this works in just a second, but these are the ones that we're going to be chipping, and rather than trying to chip frags on stream, because I've tried this before and I failed miserably to do it whilst also streaming, instead I'm going to try sorting frags on stream, and that might be madness. I don't know if that's going to be even worse than when I tried to chip them on stream. Maybe it'll be better. This storage unit that I'm looking in here, you haven't got perms yet, but I will set them up shortly. You can access this from the front for a start. Oh, why is Eshri still here? I definitely meant to log her out. Let's log her out. You can access this from the front. So if I just close all this up again, this is the main archaeology den, and from this side, from the nice side, you just need to hover over the paneling, the seams on this paneling. That will open the storage unit for you once I've got the perm set up. And if you're watching on stream, you won't be able to take stuff out of here, but you will be able to drop stuff in. So how do we measure Kavasi? You can't ruffle, but I will dish it out in a minute, because I don't think it'll let you take stuff out of the LMC. Alternatively, I'll tell you what I can do. If I put it in the cart, you can all access it there, and then you can help yourself. So if I pop it over here, this is why vehicles get used so much at Impalong. So you see things like NARS up on the Impalong tables. If I put that in there, prox perms shouldn't be an issue because you're all on my friends list. By all means, go and check if you can pull out a measuring jug. You just want to set the measuring jug volume to 1 kilogram before you fill it, and then open up a bucket, fill it with Kavasi. Sorry, Mr. Ruffle was giving you food. Yeah. But I've put it in there, so you can all go and grab some if you're going to want to use Kavasi. Grab it now. The only reason it was in the LMC really was to stop it decaying whilst I was doing prep. But back at this storage unit, I'm going to hand out pet bowls full of frags to people to chip. I'll put your name on it and I'll hand it to you. When you have finished it, I want you to drop it back in here in the identified shelf up here, and come and trade me, and I will hand you another. If you're somebody who has got enough strength that you can carry several pet bowls at once, I can carry 3 pet bowls full of frags at a time, I think, with all of my normal other stuff that I'm carrying. I can trade you several at a time for ease. If you want me to try and trade you more, we can try and do that. So last bits of admin, and then I'm just going to set perms on this so we can get going and I can give my voice a little bit of a break for a bit. Food and drink we've done. Madoon? Taro in local? Did you manage to bring the wagon? Points to the you are here. You are not here. No, I haven't. Speaking of liquids, no, I haven't. Okay, excellent. Madoon has also very kindly rocked up with his library of affinity booze, and I'm just going to go and get a barrel of nice high quality moonshine that he can spike for you. So if you haven't already brought or loaded up on your own restoration affinity booze, just go and talk to Taro, to Madoon. I'll let him coordinate with you separately to taste test stuff, and he can sort you out with some restoration affinity booze. You should only need 50 grams at this quality to get, like, I don't know, 10, 12 hours or something of skill. But he can set you up with a little bit more than that. If you want to have some to take home as well, it's totally fine by me. So you don't need to do a whole gulp, just use your measuring jug. Use your measuring jug on 50 grams, and that will get you 12 hours of skill. Bear in mind, when you cross a server border... Did we test whether that changed after the anniversary thing? It used to be that your affinities gained that way dropped when you crossed a server border, and I don't now know whether they do or not. Ruffles just found and she waffled away. What am I looking for? Spare. Is it going to matter? Pretty sure I've got blacksmithing down here somewhere as well. I'm just going to make sure I don't give them the wrong thing. Blacksmithing. Yeah, that'll do just fine. So, this is my barrel of blacksmithing affinity booze, but I have got more there, so I'm not going to lose the only one of those I've got. But Madoon / Taranul in your local is going to craftily turn it into other things for you. Right, where are you, Taro? Let's give you this. More affinity booze than you know what to do with, hopefully. Right, so he's going to sort you out with affinity drinks if you want them. Even if you're not using Kavasi, it's worth doing that just for the skill gain, for the restoration skill gain. Hello, Zetran, how you doing? Zetran, I popped you a message on Twitch, which I don't know if you caught up with, but as I so frequently don't notice when people message me on Twitch, I thought that was just worth mentioning. I've organised an Impalong frag-along in a day, in like 2 days. It's a chipalong, so there's no imping, just chipping. But hopefully all the things are in place. So food, drink, affinity booze. If the food on the LMC runs out and I haven't noticed, just wave. I think that's probably all of the admin done. And I know roughly what skill people are at, so I can hand you some, start handing out some pet bowls and things. But first, let me just set up perms on this for all of you. So, manage items, friends. All friends may open. And just in case any of you are in the other lists, like, say, allies, make sure allies can open as well. Hopefully, you will all now be able to open this LSU. Just make sure that you're hovering over the LSU and not the bookshelf that it's nested into. Pet bowls for all the pets, indeed. So I'm going to hand you things off the unidentified shelf. You don't need to do anything with that one, but when you finish a bowl's worth, leave your name on it. I will name them before I hand them to you, and drop it back in identified when it's done, and then you can start going on another one. And as I say, if you've got extra carrying capacity, I will try and give you a couple at a time. I know some of you won't manage that, like Tan. I know you can only carry one at a time. Culver, same's probably true of you. But those of you that have got more carrying capacity, I can hand you an extra one if you want. You can put it down if you need to, because if you've dropped it, you should be able to pick it up again, so you don't have to keep it in your inventory. But I shall hand some of those out, and then you can get chipping. Also, I apologise in advance, not all of you are going to see these, but those of you that are high skill are going to see some eye-watering things in some of these. I'm so sorry. Also, I missed one. I'm just gonna, we're not gonna hand that one out right now, because I went turfing all the ones like this out of these earlier, so I thought, but clearly I missed one, so that was the wrong one to open. Maybe some of these are not so bad? No, that's still pretty bad. I swear I sorted. Okay, this one is kind of sort of slightly better sorted. So the ones that are high damage, they are more difficult to chip, which means if you have low skill, you're going to have a very frustrating time indeed chipping them. You'll probably damage them whilst chipping them. Lower on the ones that are slightly less appalling to look at, on the mid and the lower level skilled ones, you haven't got any orange damage. On the mid and the lower ones, you'll be happy to see it's entirely possible in mid and lower skill you might still sometimes damage them when you're trying to chip them. Don't worry about it if you do, and if you damage something so much that the frag explodes, I don't care, it happens. Cheer, it's fine. There's an awful lot of frags here, and if you've not done this before, it is very, very much well worth putting your stone chisel and your metal brush into your tool belt, so that it will auto-select the correct tool to imp with, because at the moment, although these are all showing stone chisel, partway through the chipping process, it will change and it will start asking for metal brush for the final bit of chipping. So the first half of a frag basically is stone chisel, the second half is metal brush, and although you can do it with the wrong tool, you get less good results at the end. So this is one of those things where actually you really want to be using the right tool if you can, and if you use your tool belt, hopefully it should do the hard work for you. So, turfing out the good stuff. Oh, right, what I was saying about trash, the reason I've put that sled there is because I know for some people, my trash is other people's, well, if not treasure, then maybe skill or whatever else. So when I start piling trash into the trash sled, feel free to, I don't know, take those, rescue them if you want to at the end of the night, take some before you leave, sort through and take the ones that you want. I don't mind. They're going to get sacked if they don't disappear anywhere, but rather than going straight to sacking, I thought I would stick trash in the trash sled out back. Chip brush on a pile to cue actions. Yes. So Wolf, if you queue a whole setup, I haven't actually tried this one. If you queue a whole setup and it's two different tool types, but you start doing it with stone chisel, will it then chisel them all, or will it swap? I am a crazy gal memes. You should see some of the ones that are already in my trash pile. I think they're in the Ultra Vin. This is the worst stuff, and clearly there's still some in there that I need to just go and sort out. But I mean, these are like either really, really low quality frags, or in some cases really, really damaged, and if they haven't popped yet, there were definitely some 80, 90 damage ones in here. Look at these. These are not even worth chipping. But I am going to chip them down to the metal brush stage so it at least tells us what type they are, because I'm aware that there might be some statue frags in there. So I'm going to half chip these, maybe while you guys are chipping the others. But, right. Bear with me a minute. I'm going to stop waffling. I'm going to try and stop waffling, and I'm going to start trying to hand some of these out. Let me get that somewhere where I can actually see it. Let's sort it again. And the first couple of these that I opened clearly needed some work. Was this one of them? Yeah, that was one of them. So let's just hold off on those for a minute. We have got quite a few higher skill toons here, so it might be that actually we get through these ones faster and you guys can work on slightly nicer ones. But I just saw a 90. Look at that. Look at that. Somewhere here, there was a 90 damage. 10 quality, 90 damage. 97 damage. If you never knew that quality can drop below 1, by the way, have a look in that Altar of Venora, because there are absolutely some 0.0 something ones in here somewhere. They like there you go, 0.31 quality, and that's not even damaged. That one will be all right though. So let's start with sod it. You know what? There might be 1 or 2 in there that got missed. But if you go chipping an ore for 1, hello Moomin, you go chipping an ore for 1. So okay. Starting with the high ones. So actually, maybe I'll just go left to right. Don't move around the room too much, or I'm going to forget who I've already given stuff to. So, Wolf. Wolf, how many do you reckon you can carry? 2 or 3? 1 or 2? Let's try and see. I'm going to try handing you 3, and if you can't carry all of those... I saw you, Massa. Wait. No, I saw Moomin. I see Ruffle. I see... Oh my god, look at you all. Where's Massa gone? Okay, Wolf can carry all 3. Massa's at my feet, that's why. Hello, Massa. What are you doing, man? Right, okay, there's Wolf's. Now, next, Culver, let's open this one back up. Bear with me just a minute. Culver, you can probably only carry 1 at a time, unless you've been working on your body strength. We can try 2. But I can always drop 1 back in if not. 145 kilos, though. Possibly a bit much. Yeah, okay, let's take 1 back out and try again. Hey! Drop that 1 back in there for now. Can pull that 1 out for you later. Then we've got Miawara. Let's do the same for you. So when you have chipped all the frags in a pet bowl, leave them in the pet bowl and just drop them back into there in the identified shelf. Please and thank you. And then just come and open a trade window with me, and I will know that you need more pet bowls. Excellent. Miawara took 2. Tan, I'm pretty sure that you can only carry 1, but let's name a second one for you anyway. And the competitive bit is only friendly competition, so if the idea of trying to competitively chip frags is freaking you out and sapping your fun, you don't have to think of it as a competition. It doesn't matter if you are not going super fast, just go at whatever pace works for you. Tan, I think you'll only be able to carry 1, but let's just check. Yeah. So let's pull 1 back out. Try again. Excellent. Memes, you're up next. Memes. So we want these ones for memes. If I've forgotten, by the way, to name your bowls, please just name them when I give them to you. I'm trying to remember to name them. Memes can carry all of those. Super. Who we got next? People on the floor. All right, people on the floor. Massa. Massa, let's do you next. I'm going to miss some of you. Let's get you some. Try. Okay, let's try 1 less. What I might do is, now that we are all here, what I might do is I might name some extra ones, like name another 1 for each of you and just stick them in the sled out back so that you can get the next one yourself. Maybe if I keep the eye on the sled, that will make it easier than you having to get them all traded from me across the thing, but we'll do it this way just to begin with, because anything I've dropped, anything I drop in that sled, you should all be able to get. Moomin, will do you next. Because prox perms don't kick in for people on your friends list. So Moomin, do some of these. We're getting there. Try trading you 3. There's so many of you here, you never know. We might get through loads more than I expected, but I am very grateful for the help. Wolf, have I already done you? Wait, did I start? I started with Wolf and he moved. Outrageous. Taro, are you ready for them now, or do you want me to leave you until you're done doing booze stuff? Massa's upskirting me. How rude. I'm not wearing a skirt. You've already forfeited. Leave you until after the booze stuff. No problem. Ruffle, let's do you. Ruffle, 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 ruffle. And she ruffled away. Yeah. There was a little bit of admin that I missed. Let me come back to rares in a minute when we see whether or not Ruffle can carry that. 2, please. Okay. Put that one there. Who else am I missing? Fairy? Fairy? Where are you, Fairy? There you are, Fairy. Fairy, I think this one's for you. Just, if I move some of these into, if I name them and move them into the sled, promise me no shenanigans with renaming or moving other people's ones, please and thank you. Right, Fairy, see how many of those you can carry. Okay, let's try 2. Super. Wait, you cancelled. No cancel. Try again. Oh, can I put them in your cart? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. You should be able to pick them up from there, hopefully. Super, in a cart. Right, who've I missed? Who've I missed? Anyone else? Anyone else? Also, I'm sorry if anybody joined chat and I didn't see them whilst I was doing all of the admin and the announcements and the things like that. It will change, Bun. Good, good. So it does change between tools in your inventory. If you haven't, I'm just seeing in local, if you haven't keybound identify, highly recommend doing it. It's so much easier than all of the right-clicking. I have mine keybound to Shift and I think, and I have improve on Alt and I. Yeah, well worth keybinding, but it's just the identify action regardless of which tool you're using. Just happy to hang out and get skills. So I know I haven't given any to Taro yet. Talk to him about affinity boost, sort that out in local or by PM or however you want to. If you would like affinity boost, is there anybody that I have missed except for Taro? Or are we all good? Ruffle, doesn't help that some of you are below my eye line. Can you get a chopped? Of course you can. Just a chopped veg or herb. Does it matter if it's already been BSB'd? FSB'd? I can chop you one fresh, if it makes any difference. Okay. So, like a chopped onion? Probably doesn't need to be a quality 99 chopped onion, does it? Come on, Crim. Will your mules eat the pizza in front? I don't know, Fairy. I'm not sure, but would you like to... I can unhitch them and just go and put them on the grass, if you like, and we can hitch them up again when you're ready to go. I don't have any QL1 veg. How dare. Have I got... I'm not even sure I've got, like, mid-QL veg anymore. How about... There we go. You can have an onion. I am not exactly short of onions. So let's go and drop this one off. Tools. Tiny tools. Fancy knife. One chopped onion coming your way. Mules should be okay attached to the cart. I can quite happily unhitch them on some grass. If you leave your cart in here, I can go and take the mules somewhere. or take your car outside. You could probably park it in the entranceway, or I can drop some food for them if you're worried about them getting hunger ticks. Skull cup. Why have I got a skull? Ooh. You mailed yourself. Is this for the glamping thing? Oh no. Event. It's like being at an Impalong all over again. You don't think they will eat anything inside a container? Okay. Wait, but surely they will, because they'll eat from pet bowls. Is it only pet bowls? Are they special, or is it any container? Hello, Japperworm. You've had horses for 15 years in a pen sewn with garlic. Skull cup for the clamping. Super. Okay. So let's just. So that one is for Taro. Excellent. Thank you. Who's been throwing snowballs at me? I've only just noticed that. Outrageous. Outrageous. Hopefully pet bowls are special, but you know what? If your mules manage to eat that slice of pizza, Fairy, by all means park them nearby and we'll treat it as science. Because if your mules manage to eat it, then we'll know. And I have got plenty more pizza. I can go and get some more. I also, just in case there are any hiccups with the affinity stuff, I've not actually tried Yulmust yet, but I've got plenty of it, so that might be an alternative route to getting somebody restoration affinity, just if there's any problems that we're having. Right, I said I was going to move some of these over, so let's do that. It's weird, right, that there isn't a frag chipping sound. I've only just noticed, is there not even like a stone chisel sound? Because for what is... Look how fast that event text moving. It's like being at an Impalong, but just no tool sounds. It's strange. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, masticator. Okay. I did use a rare knife. Does that make a difference? I can probably find a not rare knife. Or if you've got a knife, I can give you another veg that you can chop. I thought it was only the rarity of the container something was cooked in that affected it. It does affect it. That's interesting. So what we're talking about there is about sort of what affects the affinity numbering. Have I spelt that right? Made by... Let's just back away enough from the event text to just double check. Yes. I assume that's what that was for, Massa. The rarity of the container is the one that doesn't affect it. We're learning new things all the time. Super. Thank you, Massa. Okay, so I know you can work around it, Madoon, but would you prefer to have an unchopped veg, or for me to go and see if I might own a knife that isn't rare? I do. I'm pretty sure there's gold knives on the table. In fairness, I said container. I didn't mean container. What I meant was like oven. Like the rarity of the oven, I thought affected it, but maybe the rarity of the oven does, but not the rarity of the container. See, I do own some normal cutlery that isn't rare. There's plain knives here that I haven't repaired in forever. I'm not going to get distracted doing that, though. What I was going to do was go and put you each a spare bowl or two in the sled, in case you need to refill. And Fairy, don't feel like you have to go and park outside when everybody else is inside. You are very welcome to bring your cart back in here and frag chip in here. And as I say, if one of your mules manages to eat something on the LMC, then for science, at least we'll know that they can do that, and I can replace it and we can sort something else out. It's not the end of the world if a mule one bites and consumes a slice of pizza, we'll get past it. Okay, so I'm going to leave the ones that are called trash frags in there, but I'm just going to sort out some... Whoop, not that one. Sort out some extras, and please don't feel pressured by there being extra ones in here. It doesn't matter if I've named ones for you that you actually don't get to them. You can't vessel frags. No, you definitely can't vessel frags. Oven is a tool, not a container. So I'm trying to think in terms of like my recipe spreadsheets. So the tool affects it, and therefore both ovens and knives do. Is that what you're saying? But the container, like a sausage skin or a frying
Time for
pan or whatever,
science.
doesn't. The wagon, where I'm going to be dropping things, there's a sled behind the false wall. So just behind the fireplace, there is a bright red sled. That is where I'm going to put trash frags when I sort them, if I manage to sort them. And this is also where I'm going to put extra pet bowls full of frags, so that when you finish yours, you can pick up new ones. And I'll try and keep this topped up. So let's just sort that one again to make it a little bit easier, so I don't have to trade them to you each time. Hopefully there won't be perms issues here. But when you're finished, don't drop them back in the sled. Please drop them back into the LSU, into the identified shelf. So we can use that to keep track of how we're doing, how far we've got. So let's go back through my list. Already got some pre-done just there into the snowmobile. But let's do some extras as well. So another one for Tan, another one for Culver. I mean, Bun, for the purposes of affinities, it will matter because the rarity of the tool, I guess, rather than the container, affects the affinity number when you're calculating affinities. I always thought a rare oven threw things off, but I haven't. It's not something that I have ever tested. So ruffle, let's do some more ruffle ones. Some in there for ruffle. Let's do some more massa ones. My window is going to need to be longer. Hello, Bugsy. Adds +1 for the rare oven. Okay, that's what I thought, Bugsy. But Madoon's saying that the... Oh, no, that is what Madoon's saying. But what Madoon's saying is that the oven is basically functions like a tool. And so tools do make a difference, which is also why, therefore, the rarity of the knife that I chopped it with made a difference. Okay. So the oven adds for rarity, but so does the tool that you use to process something. So presumably, like, the rarity of your cheese drill or your knife for chopping and things. So interestingly then, that should mean that if I took a chopped herb out of my FSB, it will have forgotten the tool I chopped it with, right? So that wouldn't have any extras. But freshly chopping the herb, the onion made a difference. Do you know, Madoon, does it also make a difference if it's a herb, if it's got the fresh... like the fresh thing? If you freshly pick herbs, then it's like fresh parsley or whatever instead of just parsley. Is parsley even in this game? But you know what I mean. Does the fresh appendage on the front, does that affect affinity? Do we know? You think so? Interesting. So much science to be done here. Tan, Ruffle, Massa, Culver. Who else do I need to do? Miawara, let's do some extras for you. A couple of those in there. Some fairy. Let's put a couple of fairy ones in there. Couple of memes. By the way, if you're using Kavasi, it is much, much more efficient if you top your caffeine back up before you run out of time, before the power starts dropping. So when that timer runs out, the power will start to tick down, and you then have to drink more Kavasi to top it back up. But all the time the power is at 100, if you're able to keep a close eye on it, or if you set an alarm or something, when you get down to like those last few minutes, all you need is another one sip of Kavasi, and it will bump you back up to 59 minutes and keep you at 100 power. So if you didn't know that, or if you've not used Kavasi much before, it's not the end of the world if you forget it and it runs down. It just means you need to drink another kilo of Kavasi, whereas if the power hasn't started dropping, you can just drink one sip, which is 200 grams, and that will just bump your timer back up without you having to take the 5 sips to get you back up to 100 power. I'm not aware of any ingredients requiring fresh, of any recipes requiring fresh ingredients, but they will, if they accept not fresh ingredients, they will also accept the fresh versions. But Madoon might know different as another collector of recipes. Conscious that I haven't done any for taro yet, so let's just... in fact, I should have done more than that. Let's pop those ones in there. Plus the ones that I haven't yet handed to him. You think the freshness just adds to longevity, Ruffle? In terms of... So it will in terms of... I don't know if it adds anything to complexity either, actually. I was going to say presumably not, but actually, you know what? I don't know. So freshness adds to the longevity of moonshine. Appendage on the front. I don't... Appendage? Yes. That thing. I'm not rising to that. No pun intended. Moomin. I need to do some extra ones for Moomin. Have I already done extra ones for Wolf? No, I have not. So let's do a couple of extra ones for Moomin. If we manage to get through all of these, we're going to be well away. And I'm going to need to close that list. One there. One there. Okay. Who have I missed in the list? I think that's everyone. What I should have done... What were we streaming where I had to keep counting heads? It was the epic streams, wasn't it? When we were out on epic adventures, I had to count how many people were in my party. Like herding children like a teacher, because when we were travelling in hostile territory, the fastest way to check whether we'd missed anybody was, instead of checking names, was just to see how many we had in local and if we'd dropped any. We've got people who want me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've got 11 people here fragging. You guys are wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Clearly I have missed some people. Who have I missed? Oh, it's because we've got Madoon in local as well. That threw me. So there's 10. Madoon being Tara Newell's other character, or in reverse, memes. Have I not done memes once? Oh, memes! I haven't done memes once. Well done. Good spot. Memes ones. Let's do some extra memes ones. Thanks, memes. Save me counting my way through. 10. There's 2 memes. Is there 2 memes? You have put a finished bowl in... Yes. Not in the snowmobile, please. Okay, so finished bowls. go back in this one. Or is that what you mean? You've put it in the large oakwood storage unit. There's an identified shelf here which is empty, so I can see it hasn't gone in there. So anytime you finish some in the storage unit, can you put them on the identified shelf here? And when you want to get fresh bowls, take them out of the snowmobile, and they should already be there with your name on it. But it'll be easy enough for me to find Ruffles one, because it will be the one that is a different weight, I guess. Unless you put it back in the large storage container. Is there a Ruffle one in here? Where did you put it, Ruffle? Oh, you've put it... Have you now moved it? Did I miss it? If you dropped it in the sled, you should be able to take it back out. The sled, you can take and drop stuff as you please. And anything that you drop in the large storage unit, you should be able to take back out, but you probably won't be able to take any of the ones in there. You can't. If the event tab is scrolling too fast for you, by the way, to do stuff, if you just step like halfway across the chicken pen, it will all stop so you can go and look at something. You didn't move it, you can't find it. Okay, first mystery of the night. Ruffle has dropped a pet bowl, which presumably had your name on it. Did you drop it in there to sort to finish one? Where did it go? Where did it... You found... Well, she's found it, but I haven't. So just pop it on the... There we go, now it's on the identified shelf. Well done, Ruffle. First one to finish a whole bowl while I was waffling.
Ooh.
Good lass.
What is?
Now... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, minus 1, 10. So 10 people here. 1, 2, 3, 4, oh my god, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I could tell this is going to be an admin-heavy stream for me. Everybody's got spare bowls in there when you're ready. I had high hopes, of trying to sort my way through some of these really, really trashy ones down here, or possibly sorting some of the stuff on this other shelf here, which is my to sort and finish shelf. Like, I've got a whole bunch of stuff here that needs, oh my god, sorting away. Look at it, just decaying. We don't look at it. You'll be happy to know if all those damage ticks there are freaking you out, that, okay, other than the ones that I haven't yet sorted here, which probably doesn't include statue frags, I probably did pull those out first. All the frags that I have sorted that are important live safely in LMCs over here. So this is where all of my statue frags live. They are not all decaying in this chest, but... Hello, Pasnos. The sorting, I don't find the sorting that bad, but I know a lot of people do find the sorting really difficult. It is bitty. It's very difficult to do when you're trying to do other things, and I think a lot of people play Worm, doing one thing in Worm and then watching something on the TV or listening to Spotify or having conversations with people in the background. And I think that the sorting can be really hard to do if you're trying to do it whilst doing something else. The things that make sorting usually less stressy for me are, it's actually not going to apply to these because these are mixed bowls, but usually what I do when I'm chipping here by myself is, instead of chipping all the way through a pile, I will do all of the stone chisel chipping, and at that point it will have identified them into things like unidentified container, unidentified tool, stuff like that, and at that point I sort them into bowls. So tucked in here, tucked in this one, I've got currently out of the way because I'm not using them right now. I've got a bunch of named pet bowls like this, so when I get them down to the metal brush level, that will have already broken them into categories for me, and I drop those categories wholesale. I do like a sort halfway through. That then makes it much easier when I have chipped everything in this bowl to go and sort the finished frags into very similar categories in my actual storage. So if I'm chipping a bowl, doing the kind of the metal brush chipping of a bowl of just tools and weapons, it's much easier then when I'm finished to sort them alphabetically and put them in, I'll show you what my storage looks like in here. If I can hover over the right bit, because I've actually got several nested here together. That one. When I've then chipped all of my tools and weapons, I just have to sort them alphabetically, and then I can drag and drop whole bunches of them into the requisite buckets. Now, this works for a way, but it only works if you are also being quite disciplined about semi-regularly going and combining sets, because obviously this only works until those buckets are full. And this kind of system breaks down if you're not also very good at going and doing the combining, even if you don't finish them, but combining up to, say, one shy of finished, because then your buckets will fill up quite fast. But if I'm being quite disciplined about it, these are mostly less than half full. Where I have clearly been going and creating finished items. And also it helps having quite a lot of buckets and having quite small increments, so there's only like a couple of letters in most of these, and where there's a lot of tools and weapons between SC and SH, which is why it's got its own little like sub bucket. So that makes the sorting a bit easier for me, because that's the method that I use, and it means that half the sorting happens at the point I'm doing the initial chip. Then they're already sorted into their categories, which makes the final sort much easier. But yeah, the sorting is kind of finicky and taking time. So is the combining. Even though you can combine a stack. And actually what I meant to do, I don't keep statuettes in here, because statuettes, at the point that you're collecting statue frags, statuettes become so plentiful that actually my statuettes now live not in LMCs. So there should be one in here. There we go. Identified statuette frags. So it will start to divvy up some of them, like you might end up with moon metal or alloy frags. Those will be the minority, though the vast majority of them will just be metal ones. And then for things like this, I will start to combine them, not necessarily up to a full one, because then they are only, although they're heavier, they're only one item in your stack, and a pet bowl, for example, can hold 72 items. So as long as I'm pretty good at going and doing my combining from time to time, they don't tend to fill up too fast. Can I queue you up some more pet bowls? I can. How fast are we getting through them, Ruffle? Oh, fast is the answer. Right, let's do Ruffle some extra ones. Ruffle's already got 2 down. Massacrum's dropped 1. The competitive ones, they're at it. Now, I've already divvied up, I think, 3 or 4 of the... You've got a statue frag in your bowl. Yeah, there will be some statue frags in there. Whatever, by the way, whatever quality stuff you're doing, let's just queue Ruffle up some normal ones. Ruffle, I'm calling them Ruffle 2, because the one that's still in there is one that has to be you, whereas these are ones that could be anybody, so do that other one first. Whatever skill level you're chipping at, the frags that you have in your bowls might still be statue frags, because an awful lot of these, almost all of these frags are ones that I have done and my archaeology skill is high. So even though sometimes the quality comes out low, or they've accrued a lot of damage or whatever, because my archaeology skill is where is my archaeology skill? 97-ish? My archaeology skill is 97.69. So almost all of these frags are going to have been dug up by me, which means there is a very high chance, a higher than normal chance, that there will be good frags in there. But Bun might know, because I feel like Bun and I have talked about this before. Did we talk about at what point the game decides what a frag's going to be? Is it the person digging it up, or is it the person chipping it? Because I actually don't know. It might be that it's only at the point that you do the restoration that the game decides what the likelihood is of it being different things. You think it's digging? Okay, good. That's what I was hoping. So because I dug all of these up with really high archaeology skill, regardless of the quality, there is a very decent chance that many of them will be statue frags, armour frags, weapon frags, stuff like that, the good ones. because my archaeology skill is high and because I tend to be doing archaeology on really good archaeology sites. Those of you that are higher skilled toons, you're going to be dealing with a lot more damaged frags, and that means that more of them are likely to be low quality. That doesn't make them any less likely to be statues. It just means that obviously the lower quality ones are going to take damage faster, so they might be the ones that got there. But there you go. As Bun says, the runes that you get on a finished item are down to the person doing the chipping and combining. And the lower your skill, the more likely it is that an item will take damage. Like if you fail a skill check, you might damage the frag a little bit, which is also why the very high-skilled toons here have got the most damaged frags, because they are the ones that are least likely to continue damage them to the point that they go poof, but some of them may well go poof anyway. Those of you with kind of like middling skill or lower skill, you will have less damage and 0 damage things, because you will then have the best chance of actually chipping them to the end without them exploding. That's the theory anyway. But I said most of these are dug up by me. There are probably a few, I'm not going to lie, maybe a couple of hundred in the mix, which have been dug up by my cattle and my sheep. So... and I have known them to dig up quite interesting things sometimes, but because I have quite a lot of pets in places. In fairness, the ones in the park don't tend to be digging up things because those are GM spawns. They don't have any traits. But I do also have bred, traded, sort of like sheep and cattle and things, and those of them that have got the production traits also have a tendency to dig up frags sometimes. And every so often, particularly when I'm doing animal husbandry in other flocks and things, I will come hoovering up archaeology frags that the sheep have dug up and bring those home too. So those will be in a minority, but they might be there. Hello, Auntie Sid. Wait, they're defragging my deed. Look how good they are. Oh, Sid, we have to show you what I did earlier, because I was running out of room for dyes in my colouration station, which is just no good. Because as we know, I always want more dyes. And instead of installing extra shelves, which was going to mess up my whole setup, I came up with a genius idea. And I have swapped out all of my my lovely dyed jars for, wait for it, lovely dyed egg. Look at it, Sid. Look. We were talking about your lovely new Merehaven shop earlier. I pointed it out to people so they know where it is. Many of these, as you will see, are Sid's dyes. So this is Sidereal, who makes so many of the dyes in my collection. But eggs, so much smaller. I can fit so many more on a shelf, and they have an ivory base, which means that's about as pure a colour as I can get, short of putting them on cotton. But cotton decays and takes up more space. These eggs will never decay because they're on deed. I don't have to deal with like decaying pottery anymore. Look at it. I'm in love. I love it. So this is my new way of displaying all of the dyes that I have in stock here. And I think it's pretty good. Of course, I still have the same problem that I have with jars, which, in order to continue to keep it in these lovely kind of colour arrays, anytime I add new dyes to my collection, I have to go painstakingly inserting them and, like, shuffling everything up. But there's enough space with these that I could expand forwards. I've got options. So yeah, I did this literally a couple of days ago to save me having to put more shelves in here, which I didn't really have room to do. And this is where all of my small amounts of dyes, anything up to sort of, 5 to 10 kilos, live. So I can unseal and seal at will without using a billion pegs. But yeah, I thought you might enjoy that, Sid. So we showed that off briefly because that is my shiny new thing. It's also a really nice way to compare where you've got dyes that are quite similar to one another and just kind of like see what the tonal differences are. And because you're looking at it on a white background, it means that whatever you're putting it on, obviously it will look different on things like, for teaching Sid to suck eggs here, but for everybody else. Because if you're dyeing over something that is coloured, obviously that's going to affect things, and there's no way to really display how all of your dyes work on all of those things without a whole lot of space. But if you compare them on a white background, at least you can see what the variations between 2 or 3 different dyes are, and that might give you a little bit more guidance about sort of which one you want to pick, depending on what you're dyeing over the top of, whether it's wood or whether it's pottery or whether it's something else. I did. We're going to come visit you sometime soon, Sid. Some of us off stream, but I was also hopefully Ruffle and I would like to come on stream and have a look, come back and have a look, because we came by before, but now you've got a fancy shop. And we haven't done a shopping stream in ages. Ages. It is. Yeah, and I have so many Easter eggs. Also, anybody who saw the stream last week, I hope you've noticed, I got rid of all of those Easter baskets. I showed you my baskets of shame, where I had several hundred eggs that I had not yet sorted. I sorted them in aid of then, I mean, tidying up my archaeology den so you could all come and chip stuff here, but also halfway through sorting all of my eggs, that's when I had that brainwave. And so I finished sorting them in aid of sorting out my colouration station. So now they are all beautifully, neatly sorted over here. These are the large ones, but look at them. Look at them. Yeah. Eggs for days. Eggs for days. But I digress. I used the eggy ones incidentally because it's my least favourite egg pattern, and I was like, well, if I'm gonna sacrifice any eggs to the great dye experiment, let's do my least favourite. But I started to run out halfway through. I was using medium ones, and within the size category, within the medium size category, I haven't checked all the others, they come in like 5 or 6 sizes even within this size category. So I was trying to pick ones that were all a similar-ish size. It was a whole heap of work, but it was good fun. Eggs for days. I mean, I like it and I don't like it. I wish they'd kept it to like 3. Like, I could settle for like standard size, one bigger, one smaller. But it's almost... I thought it might be like runes, where you get smallest... like normal size, small size, and smaller size. Like, if anybody who's done archaeology, when you start getting runes, you might realise that some of the runes that they can give change the size. So this is a standard. Hang on. Are there 3 sizes? Reduces damage, reduce decay taken. Yeah, okay. So I think there's 5 sizes, basically, because there's 2 different... You can get things that make stuff a little bit bigger or a lot bigger, or a little bit smaller or a lot smaller in terms of runes. And when you create things, finished things with archaeology, it will get a random number of runes. It has a chance to get a random number of runes, and the higher your skill, the higher the chance of it getting several runes. So you can get, like, standard size, small Yule goats, but if it's runed, you can get one that's a little bit smaller and one that's even smaller than that. And at that size, it is a very small difference, but if I stand back, you can actually see there is a difference. And I wondered if it was kind of like that with eggs, if effectively, although they're not runed, if they made that kind of variation, that sort of array in sizes. But I swear I counted at least 6 different sizes within just one size category of eggs, so that blew that one out the window. Here you go, there's a normal reindeer figurine and a slightly smaller one. A miniature. Yeah. So there is a larger rune and a much larger rune, and a smaller rune and a much smaller rune. You'll also see it on things like, it doesn't affect when you're wearing them, but if you look at them on a table, it will affect things like this, although actually I don't think I've got these in size order. So that goat head necklace is a smaller than normal one. Probably got a normal one that I can compare it to somewhere here. Let's have a look. Goats. So I haven't checked the runes on this one, but let's assume this is probably going to be a normal sized one. There should be, there you go, that's a normal sized one, and you can see it is slightly bigger. So that does not have a size rune. So it does also affect things like those, but once you actually wear them, it doesn't make a difference. You can see it in these skulls as well, things like that. That's one that's bigger than normal, that's one that's smaller than normal, and so on. But even that doesn't explain what's going on with the eggs, and it does make them quite difficult to sort, because until you actually put the egg down, you don't know what size it is. So these shelves are within each size category an array of sizes, but you can see, like there, even within the tiny category, you've got all sorts of different different size ones there. The height changes slightly, and it does make it difficult for those of us who like to slightly OCD, just, you know, have things looking all nice and neat. Did we test how different materials affect... What do you mean how they affect the necklaces, Massa? Affect them in what way? Egg stream. I saw that pun bun. I so nearly missed it. And tan. Look at you all punning. Oh, fairy eggs to die for. Oh, no. No. Madoon, by the way, sorry if I've missed something here. Hello, PJK, just seeing you there as well. A library, very good. But I have put your ones here directly into the sled, so whenever you're ready, Madoon, we've got some pet bowls with your name on in here. And as people start to run out, I can also start topping these up. Just give me a nudge if you're running low or running out and you need me to just throw some extra ones in there. A copper necklace has a different mod. Yes, it does. It does. It's got like with a little 3. It's like a little. It's gold still, I think. It looks gold, but it's got like 3 little dangly things. I don't think I have a copper necklace here. I don't. Is a copper necklace one you can make, or is it one that you can only get through archaeology or botany and foraging? Easy way to find out, isn't there? So if we look up necklace. Yeah, you can't make it in copper. You can only forage or archaeology it, piece it together to make copper. So, so for science, we either need to do a lot of foraging and botany to get necklaces in different materials to see what other materials they have, and if those look any different model-wise, or you need to be sat at a lot of fissures, Magranon fissures, because those are the only ones, the holy sites, that spit out necklace frags. You can't dig up necklace frags unless something has changed. Yeah, Massa, I saw it. So we learned that the copper one is different, but we don't know about the rest. But you know what? I mentioned this bugbear last time, but I'm going to show you my great frustration. I think it's up here with another necklace model. Now, if I were a rare pearl necklace, where would Crim have put me? In here, maybe? Rare pearl necklace. So frustrating. So frustrating. If you put it down, it just looks like a gold necklace. If you put it on, currently wearing a ruby one, if you put it on, it looks like a pearl necklace, but it does not have its rare shine. So I can either have the rare shine on it looking not like a pearl necklace, or I can have a pearl necklace with no rare shine. Makes me so sad. So frustrating. Took me all that work to get it, and you just mistake it for any old necklace. We do need a book called Great Frustrations, yes. But I'm getting waylaid. Cerul is a large diamond thing. A cerul necklace. Is that also something that can only be archaeologied up? Or can you make from moon metals anyway? I feel like I've made one from Empyrean. I don't think Empyrean is anything unusual. A silver necklace is just like a chain, and quite a thick one. The gold one looks like that model that we just looked at for the pearl necklace. Electrum? Is Electrum the same? Not sure. Oh! Calvert! He knows I'm on stream. Calvert has also made a streamer stool to add to the campfire. At our glamp camp, I have reached out to a few streamers besides Bun and Ruffle, and for the glamp camp display that we're going to create at the Rockcliffe Museum in 2 weeks. For anybody who's a streamer, I've asked them if they would like to make a stool so that we can have a growing collection of stools around the campfire to represent streamers. in Worm, and I've obviously started with streamers like of our acquaintance, like ones that we've interacted with, the ones that we know. So Calvert, Ruffle, Bun, and I will all have one there, but we've also reached out to some others, including some streamers who are here, and some who are not, and some who are in chat. Hello, Trilnil. I am a fan of deco. So my place is a good place to come and look for design ideas. But so many of these, many of these I have also got by looking at other people's places. This one is a Crim original as far as I'm aware. Although Calvert did do some really cool stuff with like pushing bookcases backwards into walls to get like paneling. So I can half credit him with this one. But we're currently in my archaeology den, and this is how I hide LSUs in a secret passage behind my fireplace. But you can still access them from the front via these sort of panel seams, and it just looks like pretty wood paneling around the fireplace. This is built into a timber arch, for example. But yes, there's all sorts. There's all sorts here. Like most things that I have liked elsewhere, I've tried them out here. These are T-arches with bookcases pushed in. They don't quite come to the top, and if I was patient enough, what I could do is I could size rune these up 5%, and I think that would close that little gap at the top. But at the point that I set this den up, I did not, like, I had not yet started experimenting with size runes on furniture. But yes, I love this stuff. Unfortunately, because this is also my main home base, this is also quite chaotic looking at the moment. I tidied up my tables a little bit, but not a whole lot, I have to say. So it's also quite a chaotic mess, and I love that you guys are now sat around the tables. That's so nice. I see most people have found seats. But yes, there's quite a lot to take in here, for good or for ill. Tedious, yes, but if you like deco, and particularly if it's like your main deed, this is my main lounge where I spend time. I wanted somewhere nice that I could sit and watch a crackling fire whilst I was doing frag chipping, because you spend many hours frag chipping if you get into archaeology. So I kind of set this whole room up to have somewhere to display my statues with enough height, with enough headroom. And this is the tallest of them, so that's why that one got built first, just to check. So I've got this gallery level above where I can display my statues, and I've got a nice spot to sit in down here where when the sun goes down I can watch my crackly fire while I do my frag chipping, and all the ugly stuff is hidden back here. What is Fairy sending me? What have we got? Ooh, Fairy's just sent me a pretty picture of... Is that the Serral one, Fairy? Put that in the Coterie Discord if you haven't already. Yeah, I haven't been to Little Venice in a long time on stream because, to be honest, I'm also quite behind on updating Little Venice. Little Venice is my market on release, but I built it literally like the design idea was it was literally I wanted to build a Little Venice where you could shop any of the shops, both from boat as well as on foot. So it's built with canals that run right along the edge of the shop fronts, and all the merchants are in the windows and things. I did do a stream talking about how to run marketplaces a while back. It'll be in the YouTube archives. But also Calvert visited Little Venice on one of his streams a couple of years ago before I started streaming, and he showed it off beautifully as well when I first went and built it all and set it up. There's some nice kind of building ideas there. I'm from the UK, obviously, and here we have a lot of terraced houses, and you also get a lot of towns where you get things like sort of Tudor rubbing shoulders with Victorian and Edwardian and more modern builds side by side in towns. And so Little Venice was also a little bit of a reflection of like those different building styles all like nudged up against one another, just with canals, so you could literally sail up in your nar and shop through the window if you wanted to, or hop out and do stuff on foot. Yes, as Bun says, the other metal necklaces come from one of two places, either from very patiently sitting at Mag Fishers, the holy sites, which spit out archaeology frags, the best of the holy sites, or from, as Bun says, foraging and botanising with very high skill. Certain nodes have a small chance to give you a jewellery item, but only if you are high enough skill to get them. I think things like birds' nests and animal burrows and stuff like that are good places to find stuff like that. I would have to go look it up and check. The protection one for rift points. Oh, so Are we talking about Fairy's necklace? We think that that might be a rift necklace? I do not know. Serral of Protection. I see. So yes, presumably. I don't think I've got rift points to speak of at the moment, although actually it's a mailbox, isn't it? I always think rift points is a settlement token and it's not. But let's just have a look what our necklace options are. Yes, there you go. So actually, Fairy's one that she's hopefully posted in the Coterie channel on Discord, although I haven't just checked, a picture of that's actually a rift necklace, which kind of makes me wonder what these other ones look like. I don't think I have any rift necklaces. I've got several bracelets of inspiration and a couple of rings, but I don't think I've got any of the necklaces to show off, but it would be interesting to see. There are also ones from Chaos. Those are called medallions. So if you ever come across an item called a medallion, that is a medallion necklace. And it's sort of like it's a little, I think it's gold, might be copper, necklace, and it'll have the head of whatever creature it says on it. So it might be like a bear medallion or a dog medallion or stuff like that. For a while I had a couple of those for sale in Little Venice, but they might have long gone by now. Bun, you're playing with a necklace of focus. Put it on, see if it looks any different. Post it in the Coterie Discord if you do. For anybody that is not in the Coterie Discord, anybody is welcome to join. My stream notifications go there, but I'll just drop a link in if you want to go and see those, or indeed just see these various pictures that we're posting of different kinds of necklace models in Worm. And the one that I'm wearing is one from Treasure Hunts specifically, so this is not a craftable one, this is one that you can find through doing treasure hunts. There's about 4 or 5 models of treasure hunt necklaces. I've probably got most of them here. I'm getting so distracted. I'm meant to be doing frag stuff and I'm not. But I think I've got some more here probably. The maple leaf one was a gift that we got. I don't even remember when that gift was for. There you go, that's the maple leaf one that I'm wearing there. So that's not an archaeology one. Fang one, that's archaeology, so that one can be recreated from frags. That's an event archaeology frag, so you get those from spooky frags around Halloween time. Same with the arachnid. Aquamarine, that's another treasure hunt one. So that's what the aquamarine necklace looks like. I have got a full set here, but I think some of them might be upstairs. I don't want to get too distracted. I've got all kinds of weird shit in here, guys. Like I've got these simulacrum teeth and glands, for example. All kinds of random tat, but let's put that one back on before I end up running around with the wrong one. Let's find... Where's Rufflegun? Where's that? Where is she? There she is! Let's give her that back. I like how throwing snowballs gives you the bow animation. Don't need to have a bow to do it, just a snowball. Yes, yeah, medallion are the ones that come from Chaos. Those are the... I think they're Hota ones, aren't they, basically? You're in the cupboard. Yes, I found you. You saw me drawing my snowball and loosing it. Thanks, Tan. I wasn't going to try and do the same frags as you guys, but I was at least going to try and start sorting stuff. Let's see how you guys are doing. So, for anybody that joined us partway through, I'm going to just check my notes again. I'm quite a prolific archaeologist. I am not as prolific a restorer, and I had over 6,000 frags that were decaying here, and it was making me mad because I just hadn't had the time to go and do them. They were just slowly accruing decay tips. I turfed the worst of them out and got us down to 5,900 frags, stored in 82 pet bowls in one shelf of a large storage unit, and we have divvied them up based on skill around the room with these lovely 10 toons who are here chipping frags for me. So I have got more in here to top them up with when they run out, but they've got pet bowls of frags each, and I've got extra spare ones for them here. We've got many of them loaded up with Kavasi and with affinity booze to try and get them as much skill as possible, which reminds me, don't forget to repair your tools often. All of my Chipalongers, chippers. So we've got extra pet bowls here, including some empty ones, which I'm going to be putting trash frags into if I manage to get that far. But in here we are collecting bowls that are identified, so this is how we're doing thus far. We've got 12 bowls of 72 frags already identified and counting.
Hello.
Ruffle's in the lead with 4 bowls identified. She's going at a wild pace. Well done, Ruffle. 24 more to ID before you go back through the partials. It's okay. The thing is, right, the speed at which you chip stuff is affected by so many things. Your tool, the enchants on your tool, like the quality of your tool and the enchants that you have on your tool make a massive difference to how fast it is. So does the skill that you've got. And then you add in things like real life concentration, ADHD, neurospicy brains, all of that stuff on top. If you're trying to do multiple things at once, which is why I have learned not to try and chip frags in earnest on stream. I tried before, I got fuck all done, I was so bad at it. Ruffle unruffled in this fragment kerfuffle. She is unruffled, she's doing so well. You're all doing well. So we've got people here, everything from like, I think that like we had people at starting skill of 2 and we've got people up to skills of 90 plus restoration. And it is restoration that is getting tested at this point. Okay, Taro, are you trading me for some bowls? Because if so, I have put all of your bowls in the sled. Okay, so I've put all of yours here, so you should be able to just pick them up. Pick up as many as you want. So if you open up the stack of pet bowls here and sort by name, I have put the ones that I would have given you initially and some extras when you finish those here. So just grab as many of those. And when you are finished chipping them, Terranul's being a bit slower to start than most because he was setting everybody up with affinity boos. When you have completed chipping a bowl, can you drop it back into this LSU here? There is a shelf called identified. Please drop them in there as and when they're done. Yeah, that's true. You will gain archaeology skill, but it's using your restoration skill for the skill checks, right? Although actually I don't know if we know that or if that's just assumed. Like you get incidental archaeology ticks along the way, but mostly what it's taking here is restoration skill. Predominantly your archaeology skill is used for digging things up. Your restoration skill is used for cleaning the frags. And you're also getting some stone chisel skill as well. Yeah, there'll be some characteristic skills in there as well. Archaeology is great for mind logic. Yeah, there you go. Ruffles just almost beat me to it. And body control. There is a reason why my characteristics are not huge, but there's a reason why my mind logic is higher than most and why I have so many affinities in it. Because so many of the skills that I have spent time doing in Worm have been ones that give you mind logic. So I'm up to 4 mind logic affinities. Yeah. You've been getting more archaeology than restoration so far, Massa. That's unusual. And Massey, you're starting with like mid-level skill, right? You're in like what? Kind of 50 to 70s bracket? 4. Yes, 4, Sid. I know. If it makes you feel any better, I have also managed to accrue 3 affinities in miscellaneous items, and I am not a compass maker. So those are never going to get used. But a lot of the things I've spent a lot of time doing, like forestry and archaeology and building, and I'm sure there's some other things in there as well, are all things that gets me some mind logic. So I've been especially lucky in that one. Ruffle's got 3 body affinities. Wow. Like, as in, like, the parent stat body. That's wild. Now, what I did want to do was I was going to make some nice little mementos for people. I was not going to make them in here. These are the frags that I turfed out that I decided that people should not be subjected to. A few, as we noticed when I was first handing out bowls, might have slipped through the radar, so a couple of you might have some 90 damage ones in there. And these are all like the really, really shit ones, or the really, really low quality ones, like 0.76 quality, that I turfed out before I even started handing out bowls. You've got 2 affinities on your Mind Logic memes. Nice. So, Massa, you're 52, restoration 6. Okay, so that's why you're getting more Wait, no, that's wrong. So your archaeology is higher, Massa, but you've also thus far gotten more skill gain in archaeology than restoration. That feels like the wrong way round. Your resto is lower, so you should be getting more resto, and you should be getting more frequent restoration ticks than you do archaeology. It does feel wrong. It doesn't tally with everybody else. Is anybody else keeping track of their skills? So Tan's gained 3 points of restoration so far. Culver's got from 2 to 20. Restoration skill is that. Trillnil, you're pretty even in so my restoration is lagging behind my archaeology, but as we have discussed, there's a reason for that. That's because I get very, very excited digging up the frags, but I am less good at consistently also chipping them. So it would make sense. But the reason that you get both for when you're doing frag chipping, the reason you get both is because archaeology is the parent skill. So in the same way that, when you're doing fine carpentry, you'll also get carpentry ticks. When you're doing restoration, you will also get archaeology ticks, but when you're doing archaeology, you won't also get restoration ticks. So your archaeology is likely to always be a little bit ahead. But if I had been better at restoring so many of these frags, my restoration wouldn't be quite so far behind as it is. Archaeology from 6 to 16, Culver. Nice. So Moomin has got slightly more in restoration so far than in archaeology. Nice, nice. You seem to be an outlier, Massa. You're broken. Can't fix you. Soz. But I got distracted. What I was looking for was not in there. That's the sacking altar of shame. What I actually wanted was... Can I do it in statuettes? Let's have a look. Looks like I might have, sensibly, I think, made up and offloaded a load of statuettes. I'm not going to say I sack statuette frags, because I don't. But when you get up to 90 plus archaeology, you've dug up so many frags at that point that you have more statuettes than you honestly know what to do with. I think I might have made a load up and given them away at Christmas. I've got a few kind of scattered around here, but I reach a point where, like, I don't know what to do with all of those frags. And, like, my fancy frags that we do not let decay in LSUs are in a set of, I want to say 3, but there might be 4 LMCs here. So we've got 1 for Cash and Fisher frags, we've got 1 for armor tools and statues, not statuettes. We've got 1 for seasonal and rare things. Is that all of them? I feel like there might be a second seasonal one somewhere, but sometimes I have to actually turn them around to find them all. This could be it. So there you go. I've got spookies and I've got Christmas ones, which I still haven't identified them all. Whoops. Yeah, you gave out statuettes in the goodie bag because you just end up with so many of them, and because it only takes, like, 13 to combine one, you can actually make quite a lot of statuettes. And, like, you got to find places to give them away. So I think I've been good and sort of gotten rid of a lot of the statuette frags that were sitting around. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find some of these. How are we doing numbers wise? Let's find some that I've got some excess ones of. So we've got we've got 10 people here, right? So I was coming up with, you know how much I disapprove of puns? Well, I subjected myself at your expense to some careful thinking about some pun-like titles for frag chippers, and I thought I might make you, like, a commemorative thing, or in this case rename you a commemorative rare egg, and assign some titles. to our frag chippers towards the end of the night. So I've got a lovely list for inspiration, but more inspiration might come as I go. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What have I not got? What am I missing? Starry ones. Oh, I don't have so many starry ones though. Got any extras of these? Of course, when I put them down, they're all going to be different sizes, but what can you do? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's have a starry one. So I'm going to put these down somewhere nice so I can look at them. Some surface that I haven't already filled up with too much stuff. Let's put them here. Let's just move some stuff. Move some stuff about. Maybe, kind of, sort of. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there. Let's just see what we got. So these are some of my rare eggs because I do Easter like a fiend. See my earlier exploration of egg re-dyeing for my dyeing stations. A chip off the old block. Yeah, puns like that. That one is not on my list, but certainly puns like that. Yes. So I'm in two minds about whether to select a set of 10 names and then give them out, or whether I should wait to choose those names and see how the night progresses. But ones that I had on my inspiration list, those of you that like puns are going to like this, but I'm going to cringe throughout. I apologise for anybody else who finds puns cringy like I do. My options are, I've got Chipalong Chad, I've got Brushes with Abandon, I've got Renaissance Restorator, Gleeful Restoration Gremlin, which has got Ruffles' name all over it, Sir or Lady Chips-a-lot, Conservation Queen or Conservation King could be one of them, Artful Archaeomancer, Booze-Fueled Brush Wizard, Fiercest Frag Masher. One I was particularly proud of, I've got Kintsugi King or Queen. For anybody that doesn't know, kintsugi is the Japanese art of, you might have seen it in sort of like, on your social media, where they piece together pottery, broken things, basically, by using gold to fill the seams to make them newly beautiful in a different way, to restore broken items. And so I thought Kintsugi King or Queen was actually quite a nice one for archaeology-themed stuff. Yeah, I know, right, Sid? Right? Apprentice Frag Magnet? Maybe. Devilishly Clever Defragger, Frag Flinging Champion, Fervent Frag Duster Extraordinaire, although that might be too many letters for an egg, we'd have to test. Flagrant Frag Whisperer, or the Frag Prince. And if I'm putting them on eggs, I've got other options, because we could also have things like Excellent Fragamuffin, or Eccentric Archaeologist, or Chiseled to Perfection. I'm so sorry. I hate myself. Frag Prince and Bramblehead. I know, Tan. Chipalong Chad, so cringy. All puns are so cringy. But look, I did all of that work. I cringed the whole way through it. Just for you lot. They're not even animal puns. They're not even the exception to my no puns rule. Egging you on. Eccentric Fragamuffin. I thought it was pretty good. You liked chisels to perfection, did you, Massa? See? All these options. So before anybody leaves, make sure that I have given you one. If somehow somebody manages to leave without me giving you one, I'll mail you one instead. But I want to make sure that everybody has one. You can have it as a memento. You can put it in pride of place. I won't hate you if you rename it, but you know what? I really like when I go to things like Impalongs and things like the Rockcliffe Museum Gala. I like coming home with like those little mementos You might have noticed on me mousing around on previous things, like I collect those. I've got statues from every gala I've been to. I collect the commemorative cups and mugs and things from all of the Impalongs that I go to. So I figured a collection of commemorative, either statuettes or apparently not, but rare eggs from Crim's competitive Chipalong 2026. But you had a choice between me just calling them all Chipalong 2026, which seemed naff, or assigning you all restoration-themed titles, and I went for the latter. I thought that sounded like more fun.
Hello.
Oh, wake up, Crim! Another pet bowl. You could, Wolf, but let me pull some more out for you. Have you started on any? Like, say, the way to check is the weight, because as you chip frags, their weight drops. So if you're ever trying to look at a glance to see if you've got some that are partially filled or that you started chipping, just look at the weight. So let's just pull some more out for Wolf, and I shall put them in the sled for you. There you go. Some extra ones in there. I know. Yammering on so much memes. However, do we manage it? And let's see how everybody else is doing, because I might need to top up some others as well. Let's do some extras for Massa. The reason that we're doing it this way, for anybody that has never tried to work their way around the perms system before, is because in a vehicle, I'm putting these in a sled, in a vehicle, when you set perms for people, you can set them perms so that they can both pick up and drop, even if that sled is on a deed where they don't have pick-up perms. But in a building, if you set up building perms, it extends to the whole building. So if I show you the permission system here, I will go back and finish chopping those up in a minute. I can set it so that people can pick up items, but then they can pick up everything in the building, which just gets a bit much. But if I set up perms on a locked container, they can access it. So I'll show you what the perms look like on this one. The only ones you get are manage item, manage the whole item, or may open. And if they can open it, they can drop stuff in it, even if they don't have drop permissions on your deed, but they can't take stuff out that they haven't dropped. So that is why, although they're currently stored in here, they can't take them back out of here, but they can drop them into the identified shelf when they're finished. Look how that list is growing. But if I move them into the sled over here, they can both take and drop from the sled. I'm in tickle range. We might have to come up with a new title, especially for Tan. Yeah, you can chip them. That's the thing. You can open the chest. You can open this and chip them in there. You just can't take them out. Whereas if I put them in a vehicle, you can pick them up and drop them as you please. Also, if anybody gets diseased, I know there's a few of us in quite a small space. I have got Eshri here. I can come and drizzle us if I have to. So, you lost the inkwell from the Shrimpalong and the shrimp purple dye. I've got a Shrimpalong orange dye in my dye den. I don't think I brought any of the purple dye home. You're very restrained, Tantail. Well done. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Somebody else is out. Oh, is it because Wolf's just taken them back out? All right. So let's put some more ruffle ones in there because she's going through them at a pace. We'll put some wolf ones in there as well because he is also cracking through these at a pace. You guys are doing amazing work. Okay, I'm not getting any of my trash frag sorting done, but I tell you what I will do. You know what, I don't want to go sorting these. I don't care if any of them are statue frags. I really don't. They're in such poor shape, but if anybody else does care, that there's probably statue and armor frags in there, albeit at very, very low quality. If, for example, you're trying to put together a statue that's like 60 or 100 pieces, it might actually still be useful to you, even if they're low quality frags, to have a few in there, particularly since those are finished items that you can imp up if you care to. But let's just wholesale rename these trash frags. And those can go in the sled. I don't want those. I can't be bothered to do those. What I am going to do is I'm not going to rename the bowls in here because I wanted these to keep track of how many frags people have chipped, but I am going to start nosing through them and pulling out some more that can maybe go into the trash pile. And leave the ones that can then get sorted into something else. Tan the Tickler. Yeah, but that's not a restoration or an archaeology themed. It's got to be related to the event as well, Bun. I need something that cleverly puts together something archaeology or frag or restoration themed with tickling, and that is also a title you can assign someone, fits within the character limit for worm renaming. Like, I'm not asking for much, you know? You need to know what colour Tan. Do you have to ask? It's not aquaphobia, which actually is your armour. Do you mean you need to know what dye colour I picked for it? Because it's got to be somewhere around here, right? These are sort of in alphabetical order, but not perfectly. Tantail tickles the unwary. I feel like this might be Sid's Dodger Blue, but you know what? We could go check. I'll go find out for you. Totally not getting distracted. Fragtastic frag tickler. Maybe something around like you tickle trout, although I don't really like the idea of associating with... I'm not a trout. I take that back. Never mind. I like how Ruffle turned that into an announcement, though, just to make sure that I did not miss it. So I thought this one might be Dodger Blue, but let's just check. 38, 143, 240. Unless Sid knows her stuff well enough to beat me to it. What I did mean to do, and I may yet do, is actually also rename these with the RGB numbers so that I don't have to examine them. You think it's Dodger Blue as well? Look at that. 38, 143, 240. Tan. It's Sid's Dodger Blue. It's one of my favourite blues. So now you know. That's true, they do. And Ruffle has moderation powers, so Ruffle, unlike everybody else, can pin whatever the fuck she wants to. Good question, Bun. Why is it Dodger Blue? Let's just... There we go. Oh no! Do you know what? These are not lined up at all. Originally, I had all my shelves beautifully lined up, but then because I take them all off the shelves and take them to Impalongs and expand them at every Impalong, I got tired of lining them all up perfectly. But I do now appreciate, which I hadn't previously, that small patch notes change they made a few months ago, where when you place items on furnishings, you can now choose between, it's something in settings, about whether their placement start position is global, i.e. as it was originally, most things face north or south, chairs face south, or whether it is based on the orientation of the bookshelf. It used to be that in order to perfectly place all of your books facing the same direction, if you... the ones on this side would all start with their spine facing this way, but the ones on this side would start in that orientation. But since this change, they now face the direction of the shelf if you have that setting turned on, and that's amazing. The way I used to get around this was turning the shelf around to that same orientation, placing all the books, and then rotating the shelf with them on. But this is really nice for things like libraries, where you just spend forever otherwise with your mouse wheel turning all of the books around to the same orientation, or turning your bookcases around, and I no longer have to, and I just think that's great. Tickleologist Tan, with their tickle and trowel. I'm not sure that ologist is enough of a reference to this event, though. You've got a variety of blues. Is that you own, or is that just represented on your armour and clothing, Tan? Ruffle, unlike anyone else, yes. Can pin whatever the fuck she wants to. One of your favourites too, Sid. The baseball team. You can yell loudly like that, Madoon, you're quite right. But I have to scroll back up to see it if I missed it at the time. Your Nar is Dodger Blue. I think my pirate Crim outfit might be Dodger Blue. Crim's party gear. Let's, you know what, I'm not going to do it with the event moving that fast, but let's just go over here and have a look. Crim's Pirate Party Gear. 2475-169? Was that Dodger Blue? Or was that a different one? There's a few of Sid's blues around that mid-range that I like. I've used Blue by You on several of mine in Kablooey as well. You just got your Aquaphobia. Let's go check it against Tan's one. Because I was using Dodger Blue for a lot of things like that were all like matchy for a while, and I thought my armor was one of them, but it's not. Look at that. The armor is actually not Dodger Blue. But, small but, this might be a misnomer because I have chain armor and sleeves on white cotton. I've got like the puffy sleeves, like pirate sleeves that go with it, and I might have picked a different color for the sleeves than for the chain to make them tone in. So let's just double check the chain. See if we can. Isn't one of yours? Which begs the question, was that me mixing something to make it match the chain? Or is it a not Sid one? 2475-169. Okay, we're gonna have to find out. We discovered that I used, I think, one of Kazumi's blues on the barding on my draft horses. So if that's not one of Sid's, we at least know that we can eliminate all of the Sid eggs here, and there are a lot of them. The Pugboat blue is one that I mixed when I was doing Calvert's Pugboat. Look at these. So we've got, it's not going to be a Tarsus blue. It's not a royal blue. What could it be? What could it be? Because these are all Sid's ones. Don't think it's going to be a smoky blue. Nope. Beach blue? It's not beach blue either, and beach blue was, I think, what we figured out was on the horses. Oh no. I don't even know what I've painted that armor in. You think it's more of a teal? I don't think so. Like, if I put it on,
Hello?
I don't think the armor... Wait, we're waving at me. What do we need? Sacrilege. Wait, what are we waving at me for? Oh, Seraphina Twilight. Wait, is it? Culver's going and coming back. Okay. $24.75, $169. So what you're saying is, Sid, you led me astray when you said it wasn't one of yours. Culver, if you're still in chat, do you know roughly how long you will be? It's fine if you come back and we're not here. Obviously, we can still get you back to the starter portal. But just so we know when we might expect you back, if we're likely to expect you back before the end. Okay, so there you go. Apparently my chain armor and my puffy sleeves. You were hasty. You were like, that's not one of mine. But it was. She fibbed. Okay, so Culver's going and we'll come back. I think I finished doing these, didn't I? Kind of, maybe, sort of. Let's just double check. People have still got enough left. Some emails. Yes. I think we're doing okay there. Specialist Ruffles got some extra ones down here. Sid has a lot of dies. That is a lot to keep track of, in fairness. Even though I'm sure she's got some fancy spreadsheet or something. You know, it is proper like magic and witchcraft, managing to keep your die numbers so consistent. Let's put Tantail back on the shelf as well. So to speak. If you see me flexing my headset a lot, I'm sorry if my audio goes a bit funny. If I move this too far away from my mouth, give me a wave or something if you can't hear me properly. I have to have a wisdom tooth out. I've never had a wisdom tooth out, but I've got one that needs to go. It's not going to go for a month because I love the NHS, but dental waiting times are a long time. But so I've had quite consistent tooth pain on this side of my face, and my headset has started putting pressure on where that toothache comes from. So you might find me like flexing it a little bit more as it starts to, as the ache starts to set in. But I also have painkillers here, and I'm going to take some. But if you see me pulling faces or doing this, that's why. It flares up and then it dies down again. But in particular, I noticed this yesterday, like my headset puts pressure on just like the point of the jaw, where the pain kind of radiates to. So I'm sorry if I'm wriggling. Ow! I also failed to swallow one of those pills. Ugh. 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 Yeah. So, middle of September. Hopefully it's not going to be a general anaesthetic jobby. They've booked me into a dentist, not a hospital. So I think it's just going to be local anaesthetic. But wisdom teeth be tricksy. They are potentially quite complex procedures. And my wisdom teeth have always behaved till now. This one's going to be quite hard to get at, so I'm going to be feeling quite sorry for myself mid-September. Don't forget, those of you that are using Kavasi, top it up before the power starts dropping. If you remember to, just take another sip and it will bump it back up to a full hour. Let's turn that back up because I can't hear myself. There we go, that's better. Now, I was going to start sorting ones that we have completed. Ones that you guys have completed to see what we can start pulling out into the trash frags pile. This is the bit, though, which people often find overwhelming, and I totally get why. Like, it is a lot. So part of what I'm going to do to reduce the amount of clicking, she says, having just clicked load, is I'm going to expand all. That's going to be kind of overwhelming, but I'm going to close the other shelves. So let's get rid of those. They are all now open all at once, which makes for a very, 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 very long list. But at least within their pet bowls, if I sort them by name, it's going to sort the pet bowls as well. But importantly, it's also going to sort the stuff inside, and that makes it much, much easier to turf out stuff that I don't want. And identify which things can go and which things can stay for now. So although I do also have in here shelves and bowls for things, I'm not going to do any sorting into those. I'm literally just going to look at what we can take out now and put in the trash piles here. And they're going in trash frag pet bowls so that if anybody wants to rescue them before they get sacked, they can do. Yeah, and I could go private. In fact, I was in so much pain yesterday and the day before that, like, I don't know, 2 a.m. this morning or something, I was like, right, tomorrow I'm going to phone up my dentist and I'm going to be like, okay, if I went private, how soon could you do it? But also, could I not have the dentist that saw me last time? But by this morning, it had dulled enough that I was like, in my hubris, I was like, oh, maybe this is not so bad. Maybe I'm okay. Unfortunately, this dentist also took 3 weeks to do the referral that they should have done the same day, so that has further delayed it. It was already a 6-week waiting list. I could have been having it done end of August, but no. You have the Chipalong coughs. Right, let's just log Eshri in and administer some medicine. And then I shall do some bulk sorting. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Ashri, Ashri, Ashri. Here she comes. Thanks, fairy. I've been quite lucky, to be honest, with my teeth. Considering, like, my teeth are not dead straight. Like, I think they look okay, but if you look at my, like, if I bite something, my bite is super weird, but I never had, like, braces or whatever those things are, like, people who don't have braces, like retainers and stuff. I never had to have any of that when I was a kid. Maybe I should have. Maybe my teeth would be straighter if I did. Like, my lower bite's kind of wonky, but I've been quite lucky. Like, I've never had to have a tooth out before, and I've had a couple of fillings and things, but like this will be the first extraction, and kind of terrified. But you know what? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Right. Ashri's just going to do a drizzle for anybody who has got some cooties. Spells, humid drizzle, and then on Crim. What I'm looking for is these trash frags pet bowls, and I'm just going to pick up any that are out of sync with the others and drop them so they all go back to the bottom of the pile. It'll make it easier to just drop them in en masse. So if I pick those up and then drop them again, they're all now at the bottom. I can then shorten this window. So these are the pet bowls I'm dropping them into. I have a profusion of pet bowls here, so I can certainly add to this if there's more. I'm just going to clear out some of these. Culver will be back in an hour or two. Okay, cool. We might catch Culver. Might catch Culver again before the end of stream. See how we get on, how she gets on. So I always keep wood because archaeology woods. Yes, please. I keep all tools and weapons, although I still end up with more tools and weapons than I know what to do with, but also they come out in a variety of metals. Don't make me, like, start ranting about that supreme halberd that came out in zinc again. Or the 2 rare halberds that came out in zinc and tin after it. Clearly, Worm does not want me to learn how to use a halberd. But crude stuff, that can go straight in there. Arrows can go in there. I'm probably going to keep amphora, actually, but there's some pottery things which often end up going there. Bricks, those go straight in there. Bricks and ore. Let's, hang on, is that my top one? I think that one is. I'll open it out just so it makes it slightly easier to drop stuff in there. So all of the ores, they can go. Pottery, like the pottery stuff, to be honest, I'm always like in two minds with pottery stuff. Like I always do end up using pottery stuff, but there's only so many pottery planters and jars that a girl can use. So unless they're higher quality ones, I tend to just scrap them. So other people could do restoration with these. But things like shingles and bricks, like I don't. It just takes so many items for like one brick. And yes, it's skill, but I'm not short of things to skill on here. So I'm going to take anything that is below 50 in the pottery category, excluding amphora, because you can never have enough of those, and those can all go. Shards. Now, what I should have done, I tell you what, there is going to be one exception here. In one of these, I have that one. That's the one I wanted. I've got rare frags. And I think I have a couple of rare frags where normally I would trash all of those frags, like some shards and things. And those I might as well finish. Rares and ready to complete. So somewhere in here, there we go. I've got a zinc ore fragment, stone shards, some silver ore. What do I even do with silver lumps? Do I care? I don't know. But since we're going to have a profusion of shards and ore here, we might as well finish off those bitty ones that have just been sat in my rares bucket, never getting finished because I just auto trash those frags. So what are we looking for? Zinc ore, stone shards. I could look at the end. It feels like it's going to be so bitty if I try and do them now. So silver lumps can be used for transmutation. Yeah, but why would you want a rare one? Because rare transmutation liquid, if it can even transfer, the rarity doesn't do anything for you, right? Like, I mean, you can use a rare silver lump to try and imp something rare, but as we talked about, like last week, imping something rare with a rare material is very, very low chance. I didn't say I trash rare frags, but I'm not quite sure what I'm hanging on to these for, really. Like, some of them, theoretically, I can make use of, but not the rare marble ones. That's the most useful one for me. So marble shards, rare marble shards are responsible for, and I was very lucky with this, for the 3 rare chessboards that I have made, 2 of which are here, just over there. I've got a blueberry wood and a lingonberry wood one here, and I've made a thorn rare chessboard over at Calvert's. So marble shards are worth doing. But anything else? Any of these? Not really convinced. However, I also think trying to complete those whilst I'm also picking apart bits and pieces is not a good way to do it. So maybe I'll look back through the trash frags when we're done and just see if we can finish off any of those. Rare copper can. Yeah, I use rare copper to make the green common wool hats that you can then attach those bird nest skins to. You've got 5 marble at the moment, Tan. So it's marble shards. I'll check through. Once I've dropped all the trash, what I'm then going to do is I'm going to open those bowls, sort them all, just see if there's any marble shards in there. If I try and do it as I go, it's really, really going to slow me down, so I would rather not do that. But I have got a few there. Look at all those tasty statues. We've got some more statuette ones. I might have been able to recreate statuettes from all of the frags we come up with, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know that I'm going to be on the ball enough to notice that. Stone shards. Okay, I think I might miss some as we go, but I think that that's probably it. Except there's a measuring jug one there, that can go. So, what stays, what goes? Anything crude goes. I have occasionally come up with a rare crude frag, and I'll complete it, and then I will just sit there being like, I can put this on an LMZ, or I can just slowly watch it decay and not do shit about it. You could make one and name it the Coterie Chipalong. Make one what? What, a statuette? We could do. We might have enough to make one of the little statues. Like, I don't know. I'll have to go and have a look at what I've got, but it might be that I've got enough frags tucked away, and then of the statue frags we get, that we might be able to make one of the little ones, like a goblin or something. We'll see how we get on. All the time I'm waffling, though, I am not sorting. And you know what? I do combine the lumps, but I really resent then having to sort them into my blacksmithing things. So although I don't normally trash lumps, for the purposes of today, let's make a lumps one. Trash frags, lumps. So they don't just get auto-sacked if they don't get taken. But I'll think about it. So we don't want bricks. We don't want ores. We don't want any of thems. We don't want shingles. Rounded stones. You got a supreme silver sword. Nice. Did you get... You have had a few transfer. Okay, so you've had in roughly how many, Bun, do you reckon? Yeah, chance is 1 in 100. So it's not 0 chance. It's just often an exercise in frustration. Pick those ones up as well. If I see the marble shards, I'll pick them up as I go, but if I end up chucking some over, might be able to dig some more out later. Statues, we don't want the bricks, we don't want the shards. Have I missed any? Obviously we keep the wood stuff. That might be it, but that'll do at a glance. Beer steins. I'm inclined to hang on to those, and I don't really know why, except that sometimes it's quite nice to use them as commemorative things with my signature on, and I'm lazy. I'll hang on to those for now, but we'll see. We keep the amphora, the lumps. The lumps can go in the special lumps one for now. But we don't want no marble bricks. We don't want pottery that's below 50. We don't want any of the ores. We don't want bricks and flasks. Those can go. The pie dish can go. This is just me doing like... Oh, those ones are marble. Just doing a cull down because, as people have said, the sorting, but also the combining takes time. And when you're dealing with frags in their thousands, I'd like to say, well, I'll get all around to all of them eventually, but as the damage on these attests, sometimes I just don't, which is why over the years I have gotten more and more brutal with which ones I just won't finish. Right, that one's full. Let's start working on that one. So I get more and more brutal in my culling. The further along I get with archaeology and the less real life time I have to put into it. Because although I could not sack them and I could just sit there letting them decay, they take up space in my head. You know, like when you have a really cluttered environment, sometimes that can sort of like sap your mental health a bit. I feel that way about some things in Worm as well. Like if there's too much clutter accruing, knowing there's hundreds and hundreds of frags decaying there kind of starts to niggle at me. Whereas if I have wound it down to a much smaller number, but a number that I know I give a shit about, I'm more inclined to actually go and chip them. Whereas when I've got loads there and I haven't sorted them properly, it's just, it feels like more weighing on me somehow. So I tend to just, whoops. So I tend to do this bit of culling, both with respect to the actual time that I'm conscious that I have to do this, like as one of only many things that I like to do in Worm. Like I already have limited Worm time, and of that Worm time, even less of it I get to spend doing archaeology. So I would rather spend that time on the bits that I enjoy the most or that I find the most rewarding. And in Worm, as in life, if things are just hanging around making me feel guilty because I'm not giving them my attention, I prefer to send them packing than just sit there and continue to feel guilty about them. Poor frags. Poor frags. You keep a BSB next to your frag storage and shove creation QL stuff in there. And then sort it into bulk later. Okay. Hi, you boy. Just joined Worm yesterday. Where would you recommend living? It depends what you want from Worm. I'm sure other people have noticed, have started responding because I'm only just catching up on chat. First of all, welcome to chat and welcome to Worm. If you're after a more populated area, if you're more interested in running into more people, then yes, NFI is possibly the better place to go. The Northern Freedom Isles cluster hasn't been around as long as the Southern Freedom Isles, so you've got a lot more seasoned players, long-term players, and long-standing communities on the Southern Freedom Isles. That divide is less so than it used to be. Actually, there's a lot of those on the Northern Freedom Isles now, but on the NFI cluster, it's smaller, so all of the players on it are concentrated onto fewer servers, and those servers tend to be better populated. So if you want somewhere where there's going to be more people to talk to or more communities to potentially join, the Northern Freedom Isles is as good a place as any. But also, when you start playing Worm, in your first days, weeks, arguably even months, unless you play really intensively, there is very little which you will accrue on your character, which is so irreplaceable that if you later wanted to change cluster and start again, you know, you couldn't afford to do so. So you can travel between those two clusters, but you can't take items with you. But it means that if you pick a cluster and you feel like, you know, a few weeks into Worm or something, or even later, you've picked the wrong cluster, it's not the end of the world. You can take your toon, you just can't take your stuff with you. And in the early game stuff, that kind of stuff that you will have accrued is quite easy to replace again. People are also very generous with their time and their stuff, and always very happy to help out new players with, you know, replacing things like lost tools or armor if they transfer servers, or even if they've just lost their body, like died in the wild and couldn't get their corpse back or something. But as these lovely people in chat are also doing, they will also give you plenty of good advice. We have people here from both clusters. Although we're currently playing on the Southern Freedom Isles, some of these are NFI toons, and some of them are SFI toons. So you get a good range of experience from people with different server homes in the chat here. As Mima says, though, guidance is a solid place to start and learn it all. So, what were we doing? Right, turfing stuff out. Let's go back to turfing. Also, whilst I'm doing this, I realise I'm not keeping an eye on how fast these ones are disappearing. I might need to just put some extra ones in here. Fairies down to 1, masses down to 1. I'll top up your bowls in a minute. You lovely lot. But at the moment, we are doing a very, very subset of a skill. We are doing the restoration part of archaeology with some thousands of archaeology fragments that I have dug up in this game, and haven't got around to chipping. Keep shards, statues, bricks and shards and arrowheads can go. I think that'll do for that one. You also have a variety of very, very experienced players in chat, some of whom who have been playing this game for 2 decades. So, and some for less time. But good folks here with a lot of experience in Worm, so they'll give you good advice. Lumps. They go over here. Don't want you. Nope. Don't want any of you. And all of you can go as well. Brutal. Worm is great for making cool underground shenanigans. Yeah, Ruffle was only 7. There are legitimately people who've been playing Worm since they were like 11 or 12, though. Albeit Ruffle not being one of them. We had some early adopters. Many very late adopters. Small. Slate bricks. I've definitely missed some like bricks and things along the way, but it's not the end of the world. As long as I pull out the most of them. Waiting for those painkillers to kick in. Worm was one of your first MMOs after RuneScape, Tan. I never played RuneScape. And I always feel like maybe I missed something there, because people talk about it so much, particularly Worm players. Yeah, documenting your journey as a new player. It's a nice way to do it. Reach out to other people kind of on a similar journey, or pick up advice from people who've been doing it longer. I'm sure I missed some in these piles. There's a very real risk when I look at these long enough and I'm also trying to do other things that I start becoming kind of like text blind, like where I'm looking at them but I'm struggling to actually pass what's in front of me. You'll find as I get more tired though, as the stream goes on, that'll happen more as well. So we might reach a point where I'm like, I need to stop looking at text. None of it's going in anymore. But for now I'm still alright. I'm just being slow and distractible. I know you're in good hands there, though, so... Oh, let's just concentrate on this for a bit. I can do it. More marble shards. By the way, I forgot to say, guys, if any of you, while you're chipping frags, if you get a moment of inspiration and you manage to get a rare frag, let us know what it is and we'll try and complete it for you. Obviously, if it's a statue, I'm not going to be able to do that because they are lots and lots of frags, or if it's something really big and unwieldy, like the marble tables and planters. But for, things like tools and weapons, armor pieces, masks, stuff like that, if you get an MOI and you get something rare, shout about it, let us know, and we'll see if it complete it for you and you can keep it. If we get a rare statue frag, maybe we could turn that into the Chipalong statue. I guess it depends how many frag pieces it would need. hear something attacking a cow nearby. Unlikely for you to get a rare. It's unlikely for any of us to get a rare, but it's possible, particularly with 10 of us. 10 of you doing restoration consistently over a few hours. I'd be surprised if nobody gets an MOI, and thankfully when you're chipping frags, you tend to get... I don't know, I feel like archaeology is much, much kinder in terms of rares than most other things in Worm. That one's full. And archaeology, the archaeology system is the reason why we have the 2-part rares thing at all, like that if you get a rare weapon head, you can attach it to a handle or whatever and it will stay rare. That was introduced because of archaeology. There's nothing more frustrating than getting the moment of inspiration to get a rare frag and then having to have that again in order to turn it into a rare item, which is why they introduced that. So we have archaeology to thank for that being a thing, even outside of archaeology in the game. For it now being slightly easier to create certain kinds of rares. There's a shingle there, there's a brick. Poor Ruffle. Ruffle's invisible. Crim will never see your chats. Chats. Wait. What chats? You posted your rare in local. Well, that's what you get for posting it in local. Right, okay. Ruffle's got a ribbon fragment. Nice. So, as long as I don't move far enough away that those all close, I should be alright. So, let me just find you some other ribbon bits. We've probably got some in those pet bowls, in fairness, but actually maybe I can do it in the pet bowls. But before I do that, I'm also conscious that some of you are also about to run out of extra pet bowls, so let me just top that one up first. So and then I will get Ruffle some. Has anybody else got a rare yet? Nice, Mooin! You've just hit 80 archaeology. Congrats. Lovely. Let's just look directly at the snowmobile. There we are. I can see a bit of a snowmobile there. A couple more for fairy. Just check these are in order. Wolf's still got a couple. Tara's got a couple. Tan's got a couple. Ruffle's got a couple. Let's do... maybe a couple more for Massa. And just looking at the names here, who else is getting through them at a pace? I can't tell because, of course, I opened them all out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Somebody, I feel like somebody has run out entirely. Hello, Pasnos. Fairy got a rare frag as well. What did Fairy get? Marble brick. Ah! What can you do with a marble brick? Is that something you can usefully do? Like, there will be marble brick frags. They're all going in the trash. Feel free to rummage through and find pieces, but because I won't have any high quality marble brick frags saved up because I trashed them. But as I'm sorting the trash into these trash frag pet bowls, feel free to start rummaging through. Maybe wait till I've sorted some more and then rummage through and pull out whatever the highest quality ones you can are, and you should be able to do it. Wolf, you've got 3 pet bowls. You've got another 2 in here already. Just done masses. Did I do some more for Ruffle? Ruffle's also going to need some more, isn't she? Because Ruffle is also doing them at a pace. Wolf also got a rare. Wolf, what's your rare? Have you posted it in local? If not, post it in local. That will be the one thing, as long as I know to look at local, that I can see it for. Fireplace altar, yeah, that's a good shot. That's true. Did he? Why am I not seeing more blue? Blue. How far back was it, Wolf? Way before ruffle. Okay, further back. Ooh, a scythe. Nice. Nice. Okay, that I've definitely got pieces for. It was your first chip. Right at the start. Wow, okay. Wait, is that a scythe or a scythe blade? Because Bun's just thrown me. Let's just double check, because Bun's right, there are two types. It is a scythe, not a scythe blade. Scythe fragment. Which is good. Potentially. It's good because you don't then have to make and imp up the finished thing. If we can find high enough quality ones. Unfortunately, that's a very low quality frag, but if I can find some high quality ones to put with it, at least it will pop out at a higher quality to start from, so it doesn't take so much imping. No, I wasn't Tan, I was scrolled up, but in fairness, I do sometimes also, particularly where people have the same colours in chat, I respond to somebody and it's completely the wrong person. I know I've done that a few times on stream. Okay, right, I think I've topped up these. Let me just see if am I missing anybody? I feel like someone was missing from this list. Tara could do with a few more as well. It's a lot for me to keep up with. Yeah, sometimes the letter starts the same, sometimes it's just you're the same colour and I'm responding to one of you, and then as I see that colour pop up more, I think I'm still responding to the same person until like my brain kicks in, or sometimes my brain doesn't kick in, let's be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm still missing someone here, I'm sure. 9. Oh, Miawara. I don't see any Miawara ones in here. So I need to do you some more. It's you. Okay, hi. Hi. Okay. Let's put you some more in there as well. Right, okay, so I want 2 high quality as possible scythe fragments. Let's see if I already have some or if I need to go hunting. And I want 3 ribbon fragments. At least for rare mats, the quality doesn't matter quite so much. Like, the chance is the same. But when you're making a finished item like a tool or a weapon, I try and go as high as possible when you get a rare. So, scythe fragments. I didn't check, but I assume it's a metal one, Wolf, not an alloy or something.
Hello.
Wake up, Crim. Wake, what? Wait. What? Memes has to go soon to make dinner. Okay. Memes is soon like in a couple of minutes. Because I also need to give you an egg. But Memes, do you need a summon back to the start town now? Because that's something that we can do for you. Okay. Right, Memes. Can I mail you your commemorative egg once we've picked names and titles later? And let me just log on Aramis to do you. You don't need a summon. Okay. And we'll mail you an egg. All right. Super. In that case, I will... Where's Aramis? Let's just close that startup. But thanks. Thank you, Memes. I suppose you don't need to summon because you live on release. Have you got a priest here that can summon you? Because we can just bounce you back, but obviously you're welcome to get yourself back at another point as well if you want to. If you want to log here, and if you want to log out here and accrue some sleep bonus, there is a guest cottage. I don't want to walk too far because I'll close all of my windows, but the portcullis that we came through up onto the deed, if you turn just right where all the tents are, there's a little guest cottage there with a couple of beds if you want to. You can use Karma to teleport. Cool. Right, scythes. Well, those are appalling quality, so not those ones. We might have to go hunting for scythe fragments. And I know I asked, but I then failed to notice if there was an answer. Wolf, it's just normal metal, right? It's not an alloy. Yeah, I need to go hunting for some high quality scythe ones, because we don't really want to finish it at low quality. Unless you have a lot of weaponsmithing and you don't mind going and imping it up. But clearly the ones that I've got there are not in great shape. Particularly because we're starting with such a low quality one. Let's just have a look for ribbon frags while I've got this one open. Ribbons, 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 ribbons be... Ribbons be in this one. Ribbon frags I do have. Some of them are appalling quality. Quality doesn't matter too much, but since the quality doesn't matter too much, we might as well have some of the higher ones I've got. So, Ruffle, finish off your ribbon with these. You have enough weaponsmithing for QL not to be a problem. Okay. Well, if you're sure, then let's just give you some scythe frags so that you can finish it off, and at least we can see what metal type it comes out at and whether it is therefore worth imping. Archaeology giveth and sometimes archaeology taketh away. Like, it is quite generous with rares, but also it can be quite generous with rares given enough time, but also then it will make stuff in like trashy metals that you can't do stuff with sometimes. So it is always a bit of a gamble. Right, where were those frags? That one. Let's just go back and grab those. So we wanted this one, and it's a 3-part item, so we only need a couple. I'm gonna try just doing that so I don't have to reopen it every time. Wolf, try recreating that scythe, see how it does. It's probably the local wildlife attacking passives does happen around here. When I'm at Brambleheimm and I hear passives getting attacked, my anxiety always briefly spikes, because like, this is a park full of precious cared for GM named spawns, but also those uh-oh. Phew, I'm back. I just put everything into sleep mode briefly. Are you all still here? But then I remember that all my gates are locked. So I did, however, I saw a lava fiend walk through
No!
what I thought was a locked gate somewhere the other day. Maybe it's not a locked gate. It was at Calvert's Deed, and I'm wondering if either he hasn't locked it or if he's locked it but he's not set up his perms right. It didn't affect you. Good. Okay. Okay, Tantail, the bowls, when you're finished, yeah. So if you open up that LSU, there is a shelf there called Identified. Please just drop them in there when you're finished, and then you can pick up fresh bowls with your name on from the sled, which is just behind the fireplace in the secret passage. Do it. Okay, it's an iron scythe. Look at that, and you've got 2 runes on it. I don't think... Can you tell the runes from an examine like that? What do those 2 runes do? At least it came out in a useful metal. Ruffle, what did your ribbon come out as? Because sometimes you get ribbons that and it doesn't matter. You can add a ribbon of any type, but sometimes you create them in weird metals, I think. I feel like I've got some copper ribbons and things tucked away. Did someone say thrash metal? Hello, Dereki. Ruffle's ribbon came out in lead. Still, you can try and make a rare thing with it. What's good to make? If you don't know, by the way, anyone who's tried making rares, if you don't know, if you open up the crafting recipes window from here, You click on those little buttons down there. That'll open crafting recipes. The default is set to search for items, but across the bottom here, you've got buttons. And if you switch to search material, for example, you can then look and see if you've got something like a rare ribbon. You can look and see all of the items that use a that use a ribbon in it. And you might have a particular thing that you're gunning for, but if you're just looking to see what's what, obviously we can exclude like bridges, you can exclude any kind of house walls and stuff. But if there isn't a particular item that you're gunning for, then what you might then want to do is look at how many items go into different things. So for example, a chance at a rare washing bowl is actually pretty good for a ribbon, except it requires a brass one specifically. So you'd have to be quite lucky to get a brass one out in archaeology, but you know, it can happen. But for example, a high chair, that requires 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 items, which means with a rare ribbon, there would be a 1 in 7 chance of creating a rare high chair. Whereas if you look at shields, a 1 in 4 chance to make a rare medium shield with a ribbon. Whereas if you're trying to go for something bigger, like an FSB, you got 24 planks in that, 28, 29, a 1 in 30 chance to make a rare FSB. So if you're not sure what you want to make with a rare material, you can use this, switch over to the search material, and you can use that to browse all of the recipes that use that item. And looking at how many items go into that recipe will give you a sense of how likely, what your odds are of making that thing rare. So you can use it to try and find like whichever ones have the lowest number of ingredients. It has to be a minimum of 3. So any item which requires 3 different parts or more, you can transfer rarity. You have a chance to transfer rarity by using a rare item. It doesn't apply to 2-part items, but 2-part items work differently. So if you have a rare weapon head, it will always transfer rarity. But if you have a rare piece of paper, you can't use that to make a rare book with a piece of string, even though it's a 2-part item. So that rarity process doesn't work. It has to be a minimum of 3, unless it's one of the archaeology originated exceptions, like weapon heads, tool heads, that kind of stuff. Do I have a link to that list? To which list? Oh, to the glamping stream list. Do you mean Zetron? Or to a different list? 10 days until the auction house. Is it really, Rock Lobster? Wow. Also, hello and welcome to stream. To the rarity item list. I don't. This is in-game. I don't know if it also exists outside of game. But what I'm talking about is using the in-game crafting menu. So somebody might have made one out of game as well. I don't know. There might be a list somewhere that somebody has painstakingly put together on a spreadsheet or something like that. I tend to just peruse in-game. So Samul has literally just posted like 10 minutes ago. We shall see. Bee smokers, you reckon? So if we switch back to normal search, a bee smoker also uses a ribbon. Yeah, it's a 4-part item, so there's a 1 in 4 chance. Obviously, your best ones are if you can find 3-part items; those are your best chance. But to be honest, anything like I've had lots of success with like some rare deco and furnishings and things in those lower areas. The reason that I have been so lucky, the reason that I say I've been so lucky with those chessboards is obviously chessboards are actually quite a lot of pieces, and I've been using rare marble shards when I get them, and I have been very lucky, given the number of shards I've tried, that I've made 3 rare chessboards in that, which was very poor odds. So Worm has been quite kind to me in those. That's what, 16, 24, 28, 30, 42, 43, 44. There's a 1 in 44 chance with rare marble shards that you make a rare chessboard, and I have made 3. And I certainly did not use 120 odd shards to do it. Right. Where was we? They'll now take a cut on sending cod. Oh, I don't want to go read that right now, do I? Let's just go and find the forum post, and I'll pop a link in if nobody has yet. Help us test an upcoming minor client update. Is that the one that we're talking about? 16 minutes ago? Or is that not the one that we're talking about? So that's about test server. Testing stuff for the auction house. Is that the one that we're talking about, Rock? Okay, there we go. There's a link there for anybody who hasn't yet found it and isn't sure what we're talking about. Trying to find all the places to make silver go away. Yeah. So let's just everybody still doing okay for frags? If I sort those by name, am I gonna regret it?
Goodbye.
Maybe. Is that you saying goodbye, memes? Thank you, memes. Have lovely dinner. Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
I think everybody's still got more pet bowls if they want them, but if anybody has used all of theirs, just shout. Yeah, it just kind of got... Martha, I can't. Not whilst I am also on stream. Okay, Bun, you were asking the question, will they? And actually, Massa, I mean, like, normally I do try and go and digest those things, but the auction house I have been so uninterested in since they announced it. To be honest, I've only even skim read the initial stuff. I don't know what it is. It's just not sparking my interest. And I say that as somebody who, you know, loves in-game markets and has at different times been a more active trader. I haven't been an active trader in a while, but, you know, but yeah, I've been so disconnected from that whole set. I know that there's a lot of fears that how it will affect prices, particularly of things that are already kind of a race to the bottom. But this is one of those things that rarely, for me, I know, as such a waffler, I don't have strong opinions about because I just haven't really digested it or had enough interest to properly absorb and think about the ramifications of it. So I have no insights. I have no insights on this one. Right. Did you ribbon frags? Did you scythe frags? Marble brick frags will be in the trash piles. Has anybody else got a rare while I wasn't looking? If not, hello, Moomin. If not, I can go back to sorting. Oh, okay. There's a lot of ifs and buts there. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Rock Lobster leading us astray. You got a wagon frag, Wolf. That would have been a good one to have rare, wouldn't it? And after all that, it would still end up being a freedom wagon. You just know it would. Fairy's just got to 50 stone chisel. Nice, Fairy. What was I doing? I was trying to hoof out stuff that I do not want. I think that one is readily hoofed. Moomin, are you standing here trying to get my attention for something? Or are you just coming to hang out or to do something else? You're welcome to either way. While we've got some extra people in the stream who weren't here earlier, there's a link at the bottom for a glamp camp, but I'll post the link in there again. Nirav, who runs the Rockcliffe Museum on Independence, has invited me and people I stream with and to come and recreate one of Ruffle and my glamp camps that we create when we go on our glamping adventures, which has been a series that we have been doing for like a year and a half, with a couple of short breaks. So we do on-stream camping in Worm. Nirav has invited us to come and create one of those as a permanent exhibit at the Rockcliffe Museum, and so there is a list in the Discord of items which can have signatures on, which might be appropriate for creating like a campsite themed area. And anybody who watches Worm streams, whether they're mine or whether they're other people's or whatever, it would be really nice to have an item with your signature on there, even if you already have a signature of yours represented elsewhere at the museum. We just wanted to create a bit of a display that kind of represents that streaming and stream watching side of Worm. And I've reached out to a number of streamers of my acquaintance as well to ask if they will make something particular for that, so we can have a variety of streamers represented around the campfire. But if you would like to create an item, imp it as high as you're reasonably able to do so that the signature starts to show. If it's a dyeable item, feel free to dye it or make it in a fancy colour or a fancy metal or whatever works for you. If you can do that and mail it to me in the next week and a half, Ruffle and I on the 29th of August are going to go and build that display at the Rockcliffe Museum a couple of weeks ahead of the upcoming Rockcliffe Museum Gala, when we get to show it off. So come and contribute an item if you haven't already, and that link will take you to a special channel in the Coterie Discord where there's a list of items, and you can just give me a thumbs up emote react to the one that you're going to make, and I'll put your name next to it so I know that that one's spoken for. So yeah, Zetron, if you hadn't seen it, I've popped you a message on Twitch, but if you don't read your Twitch notes, whatever, I can pop you one elsewhere. Yeah, so the museum itself is on the Southern Freedom Isles, but it has signatures from toons from both NFI and SFI there. So even if people are on NFI toons, if they can cross to the Southern Freedom Isles to make an item, if you don't have the means to make one, I'm sure we can arrange something where we can like meet you with a nearly finished item so that you can just create it over this side, so that you have an item with your signature on. So that we can get people from both clusters represented there. The museum itself is on SFI, but we can absolutely have people from both sides. Did I get Moomin a bowl? Oh, is that why Moomin's standing? Sorry, Moomin. I was like, why are you standing in front of me, Moomin? I will do you one now, Moomin. Soz. I knew someone was missing from that list. Whoops. Right. Moomin, 3 more bowls coming your way. I have dropped them. I will drop them in the sled for you, in the snowmobile. Soz. Thanks, Ruffle. See, I do see your messages sometimes, Ruffle. Sometimes. I was on a roll. You would actually prefer a rare freedom wagon. Can you not apply the skin to a I mean, you wouldn't want to apply the skin to a PMK, would you? Imagine putting that skin on a rare PMK wagon. But I don't even know if you can. I don't know if Worm considers them the same item renamed or a different item entirely. If you announce them. Wait, they're hungry? We're hungry for frags, or have we eaten all the food hungry? Oh, there's loads of food left. Just hungry for frags, but that reminds me I should also eat. And if anybody missed it earlier, there is also water in this big amphora, so make sure that you drink, both in real life and in Worm. You did, Rock. You put it on a rare panda wagon. What, you put the skin that removes the wagon, that essentially removes the cover? Well, there you go. That answers my question then. Apparently all wagons are valid. It's just a renamed and reskinned wagon rather than a different item. Therefore, the skins apply to any of them. I mean, Massa, Rock could probably tell you that. Is the rolled up cover on theme, or does it look generic when you put it on a PMK wagon? You know, save Massa the trouble. Right, that can close. Oh, I moved too far away. Oh no. Oh no. I moved away to eat. I lodged... Or did I? Or did I? No, I didn't. I'm safe. I'm alright. I'm okay. 80... Oh, so it is themed. Panda cover in the back. Interesting. That's why you're stood in the cupboard. I mean, Bun, about the time you joined, it was already getting mad. The sweet spot, and it was not a very big sweet spot, for getting PMK wagons was when they announced the end of RMT. And there was a brief window when a lot of long-standing players were shifting an awful lot of their stuff for silver while they could, so they could turn the silver into real world money. And at that time, the market was suddenly flooded with a lot of things, including PMK items. And you're gonna hate this, but some of those very nice PMK wagons that I've got in my garage, I bought for like 4 to 8 silver, which was dirt cheap even then. It's just we suddenly had a time where there was all of this stuff on the market, and also people who were just looking to cut and run. Like around that time, those wagons would normally have been like maybe 20-25 silver, and sometimes they were going for much much less. Obviously now those wagons go for way more than they did even before that, but there was that very brief window where for a few lucky people, and I am one of those people, suddenly PMK stuff could be gotten super cheap if you were lucky and you spoke to the right people. And of course, there have been periods where, when with long-standing PMKs, where they've been selling their original gear much cheaper, whereas now the PMKs tend to sell their stuff for a lot more. So that is also a price that has gone up generally. I was specifically talking about the resale market, but there is, of course, also the original sale market. Okay. This is what's throwing me. I've scrolled down too far. Stop waffling, Crim. Do useful stuff. I don't know who's kissing who because my event's moving too fast, but if you're not kissing me, Ruffle, you better. Statues, statuettes. That can go. Yeah. I'm going to assume that one was aimed at me, because I can't check. Trash frags. Oh, I sorted the trash frags. What a fool. I'm just going to briefly pick these up. Those two are finished. Those two are finished. Going to pick up the empties to put them back down the bottom of the list, basically, and that's the one I was partway through. Except, oh no. Was it not the one I was partway through? Maybe that's the one I was partway through. Let's find out. The weights were throwing me off. I'm so used to relying on the weights of pet bowls, but of course once chipped, they are all kinds of weights. Okay, so that one's full. And I think maybe that other one I picked up was full. That is also a full one. Okay, so that can go. And then we've got a bunch of empties. And then we've got one for lumps and one for general trash. That's better. Now it's going to be easy to put things where they belong. Hello back. Hello, Culver. Welcome back. That was very much a dad joke, Dereki. Yes. I don't know that you need to be a dad for dad jokes, though, any more than you need to be a dad for a dad bod. Bun joining in earnest, though. So, crude stuff can get in the sea. Really, I kind of wish they would take it out of the pool. I know why it's there, but as anybody who has been a new player since archaeology came into the game, like, a crude tool's something that you have actually used. Like, I know what they were intended for, to help, like, new players early on, but actually, have they done that, or are they just trash filling up the archaeology, the ever bloated archaeology trash frag pool? Answers on a postcard. Or can go. Bye-bye, or we don't like you. We definitely don't like you. Still hanging on to shards. None of these are very high quality shards, but I will have a look. Just trash. Just trash. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know anybody that has used them, and it feels like the window in which you would be better as a new player using them when you can't yet access enough stuff to just make yourself a basic tool that you could then imp. Yeah, because you can make tools right from the start, you can get iron right from the start. It just feels like bloat, and to be honest, it always felt like bloat to me. Slate bricks can go. How are folks doing out there? Look at them all busy being. I'm sorry, I'm not paying you guys enough attention. Look at them all chipping frags for me. You guys are awesome. Also, it's really weird standing inside my fireplace. Just like all of these feet came into view. You used crude when you were investigating and didn't want to risk your gear. Yeah, guidance. In fairness, guidance I can sort of see, but then on guidance, you can... archaeology is one of those weird things, right, where you can do it on guidance, but because there are no deeds, you only get trash frags anyway, but strictly speaking, it is a thing you can do. Also, I still got Estuary locked in. I should log her back out, unless anybody needs Drizzling again. She's back up full on favour, so you know what, just in case anybody is itchy scratching and not noticed. Let's just do a drizzle before she logs. Also, dare I close this? I'm not sure I do dare. 44 pet bowls of 72 frags each. You guys have chipped thus far. You know what, we might actually finish the whole lot. I still forgot the number despite saying it how many times. Whatever I started with, 6,900? 5,900. The whole 5,900 is entirely possible. You never know. 44 bowls of 72 frags is your 3,168 frags in thus far, not including all of the ones in your inventories. Excellent work. Well done. You're so good. Yeah, lacking the flint and steel. I've seen a few Iron Man streams where that has been a real bugger. Like, starting with nothing is brutal, especially because of the steel and flint. And you just spend all that time rummaging for it. Directly, you transferred clusters, went with nothing. Statues, obviously, we keep. Stone shards can fuck off. More tired Crim gets, the swearier she gets. I think that one's done. You guys are dropping these faster than I'm able to sort through them, though, so I really better speed up. Maybe I need somebody cracking a whip. Yeah, that's it. And even if you don't have very high skill, you can make those, you're better. It's the same with starter tools, right? With access to a forge, which you can get on every server. There's free forges on, I think, every server at Start Towns, or at least most of them. You know, once you've got access to a forge, you're better scrapping your starter tools almost immediately for tools that you can imp. And so given that there's already starter tools, like crude tools on top of that, just feels wasteful. Like it's just designed to frustrate us further than archaeology already does. Have I yet got enough? Have I yet got enough? For anybody who has who is more invested in taking some trash frags home, I mean, you're welcome to take any with you when we go. But also, you know, if you've got enough karma to portal ping or whatever, or if you're on release or anything else, like you don't have to come back with us when we do the run back to the start town. You're welcome to lurk here, and I'm not going to take perms away after stream. So if you want a bit of time to go and rummage through stuff tonight or tomorrow. I'll do some more sorting tomorrow of all of the stuff. You're welcome to stick around to come and do a rummage, or indeed just to travel home in your own time if you prefer to. Totally fine by me. There's only 2 beds in the guest house, but for people who need more sleep bonus, I can give you access to other buildings where there are also beds that you can sleep in. That is a thing I can do. You can't use the forges in do you mean where the perms haven't been set up right? Like, I know there's a bunch of them. You can... Why is that? Because I noticed the other day that you can light lanterns and campfires on someone's deed regardless of perms, because there's no perm that prevents it. And in most buildings you can drop items but you can't pick them up, which is why we sometimes find items just like left lying around in start town buildings where people have dropped them and nobody else can pick them up to do anything with them. But because you can drop items into forges, you can pick up your own items generally. Okay, so they put them in buildings where the perms then don't actually allow them to interact. I think some of the best ones tend to be where they put the forges in an open public mine, so it's actually not in a building at all, no perms apply, it's just, you know, out in a mine somewhere. But that's interesting. I wonder, has anybody ever kind of, I don't know, officially flagged that and been like, can we fix this thing? Or if it's just one of those things that a bunch of players notice and go, ugh, find an alternative and then don't ever have to think about it again. So many of these pottery frags are going. What was the cow noise? You were supposed to make a public mine forge at the market on Harmony. Yeah, you've got a very long list, a to-do list, Bun. You and me both.
Meh.
JK on a motorbike. Were you hearing an actual noise down my mic? Because that might have been somebody razzing past on the road outside on a dirt bike. But if it was an in-game noise, I do not know. Oh no, it's full. Also, like I said, I'm not watching local, but please do shout out in the stream chat if I have missed somebody else getting a rare that we can help them complete. Trash frags. Sounds better when you whisper it like Batman. It did say, yeah, okay, that was a dirt bike on the road outside. Soz. I have my window open because it has not really dropped below 27 degrees in this room all week. And I am so ready for the rain that we've been promised next week. That's not a dirt bike, that's just a motorbike. You get all the fun stuff down my mic, Soz. Clearly there's some people razzing around there having fun though. Oh, bricks and ore, and I'm being so slow at this. Oh my god. I think I'm just going to have to stop doing this and do something slightly more interesting at some point. Not that most people watch Worm streams to actually see Worm. Some of my streams they do though. Shards. I must have enough shards by now to do that marble shards frag. Shields, statuettes, bricks can get in the sea, shards can get in the sea. Okay, this is what I'm going to use as the can Crim stop sorting now. Can we finish off some of these with the stuff that I have put in trash frags? And save me from this misery. Let's find out. I've got 27 marble shards there. And I don't need anywhere near that many. So, let's cheat. Let's put all of them in here. Not that it matters hugely, but I'm going to put them in here. The reason I'm putting them in a bowl in my inventory is because then if you right-click open, you can open it in a whole new window. I wish you could also do this for containers that are not in your inventory, but it is very useful. When you want to sort stuff, but you don't want to sort your whole inventory to do it, put it in a container, right-click, open the container separately, and then sort that. So what we're looking for is just whatever the highest quality ones are. How many do we need? 10. I'm not paying close enough attention to sort out the high damage ones, but actually none of these are super high. That'll do, because it might as well be the highest ones we've got. So let's combine those. Bun, there's a very, very poor chance of this making you a rare chessboard, but would you like it to try and make a rare chessboard? Because I know that you tend to chip away trying to make those for things like DRF prizes. I don't think I need any more rare chessboards, tempted as I am to attempt them. JK on a motorbike. Oh, I see. So Miawara, I'm just seeing. So that perm's actually changed. So you could use sloping sands, and now you can't. Weird. Rare marble shards. Coming your way, Bun. As soon as I can see my mailbox past all of these many windows. One for you. Right, what else have we got here? Rare tin ore. What do we even use a rare lump for? If you've never tried, by the way, if you get rare ore, it always transfers into a rare lump when you smelt it. There's no roll on that. It just does. There's a few things like that where you don't then have to re-gamble it. But tin, what do we use tin lumps for? Rare tin lumps, that is. So Bun reckons it's probably worth putting a ticket in for shit like that, is what I'm gleaning. Or tin ore. What have we got? No tin ore there. No tin ore there. Maybe I can't finish this one. Oh no, there is some. It's just tucked away. Is that somebody having Kavasi? All I can hear is that water pouring sound over and over. Speaking of which, don't forget to top up your Kavasi. Tin, 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 tin. There's some more tin. How many do we need? Oh, not much. I only need another 3. Try for a rare torch lamp. Would that... But that's not then guaranteed to make like a lamp, is it? Wouldn't that just make you a torch lamp head? But then because it's a 2-part item, the rarity doesn't necessarily transfer to make a torch lamp, or have I got that wrong? Shiny clay tile. Yeah, you wouldn't want to use it for an alloy either, like, no. Rare torch lamps. Yeah, I suppose you could just... Yeah, but what is made out of tin that you could imp? Even my even my tackle boxes are not made from tin because it's actually not the best thing to make them from. Lunchbox, I guess, yeah. Except I use picnic baskets. So we need 3. Let's have those 2, and fuck it, that one, that'll do. Would anybody like some rare tin ore that you can go and smelt yourself? I do not want it. I do not want it. Yay. We then got silver to do. Silver, silver, silver. I could have been looking for silver at the same time if I were paying attention. Silver and zinc. I also need to name it, go smelt yourself. Tell you what. There you go. It can live in there with all of the other trash frags. Okay, stone shards, silver and zinc ores. Those are the things that I need. So let's open up any trash frags that I can find in here. I'll sort them all at once, and then I will go and top up if anybody needs more bowls coming their way. Oh no, wait, those are the wrong kinds of trash frags. Those are unchipped, trashy trash frags. So those can fuck off. Just these 3? Surely I filled more than just these 3. Maybe I didn't. Oh no, there's some. No, there isn't some. I'm not sure I trash fragged for long enough, guys. Yeah, perms do seem to vary a lot from town to town, don't they? And it doesn't take, when you're brand new to a game, it doesn't take much frustration, particularly frustration that you don't know why it doesn't work. And particularly for something like that, if you reach out in something like the help channel, you're also likely to get answers from people for whom in their start town it does work. Frustrations like that can make or break your early game experience. That is the kind of stuff that people will rage quit over before they've had any chance to get invested. So I think that is something that would be well worth them fixing as part of that new player experience drive that they were doing so much of for so long. Zinc or silver or stone shards. So, zinc. Stone shards. Silver. Zinc. Stone shards. Silver. Zinc. I don't think I've got enough here. Stone shards. Silver. Zinc. And stone shards. What have we got? Unfortunately, the stone shards one is one that you kind of do want higher quality because you're probably going to use that to imp something that doesn't really have any other use. The lumps, depends if it's something you can create with, but if it's going to be something that you imp with, which those probably are, you probably don't want really trashy quality either. Where is Willow when we need her? I know, but you know what? I also feel kind of bad when Willow comes to watch the streams and we're like, right, Willow, here's the things on our shit list today. Like, I know that staff come and watch streams sometimes as another way to pick up on some of these things, but sometimes I'm also like, maybe they're just here trying to enjoy a bit of worm without their staff hat on, and then we're like, pile on while you're here. Which reminds me, I didn't do the bug reports from last week's stream, and I really should have, about the wonky fences next to roofs. There was at least one other. I know we found 3, and then one we decided probably wasn't one. But yeah, maybe if they're here just to have a good time, though, they just stay quiet. That was something I had quite a lot of questions about when they were recruiting for a community manager. Like, I was like, because some of them have chosen to have like a separate toon and some of them do it on their main toon, and I'm like, I think for a role like that, it's probably actually really important that they have a separate toon so that you can be like, this is me with my staff hat on, and this is me just getting to be a player. And you can draw a much clearer distinction between, like, this is me on staff time, this is me not. And we're really bad at that with Willow, because she tends to be on Willow when she's also on Pom. You know, poor Willow gets treated like she's always in Pom mode, whether or not she is. And we should really be better about that as a community, but maybe also have some more rigid things in place to give people that separation. Like, GMs get it. It tends to be the staff roles in particular, where either both their toons are well known, or where staff just use, like, whatever toon they're known by also becomes their staff name. Yeah. Right, what's it doing? Silver. Don't think that's enough to finish. I'm 1 short to finish the silver, but also the quality of these is pretty atrocious. I don't want to use those. I don't really want to use that one. I will go nosing around through the others that I haven't yet sorted into trash frags to see if I can Let's not have that one either. Find a few higher quality ones that will do. Those ones are all right. Stone shards. God, I need 16 of those. So those can just go. Because all of these we want to be, it doesn't have to be super high quality, but we don't want it to be shit quality if you're going to have to try and imp something rare with them. You put 2 more bowls. Yeah, I think that's, that's a good shout. Ruffle and bun, and like sometimes I manage to do that and sometimes I just don't. And I know particularly when we run into them on stream, I don't mean when she's here doing like pom shenanigans on stream, but I mean like when she's in chat on stream, sometimes we forget to do that. I tend to be much better at doing that when I see Willow in person, like at Impalongs and things. I absolutely won't bother her as a GM or staff, but 32,000 sprouts planted, very well done, Bun. But I guess you muddy the lines a little bit when it's something like Twitch, because she doesn't have a Pomona persona as a Twitch watcher that she uses. It's always just Willow, and sometimes she's in chat as Willow, but she's in game here doing stuff as Pom, so that kind of muddies it a little bit, I think. Sometimes it is much easier to maintain that distinction actually in person, in game. I know I'm much better at doing it there. So these can bugger off, those can stay, and then for zinc, we need shitloads of zinc. Why am I even doing this? Why do we care? Not going to do anything with these anyway. I'm hoping somebody's going to adopt these rare or lumps once I go to all of that work. Olafus has been at it with you as well. She made you a dragon on Culver's stream. Were you with us, Massa? I'm sorry, I can't remember, at the Friend Along stream where Pom very, very kindly and patiently for us turned a series of toons and alts for me into all of the dragons so we could line them all up and compare and contrast, and then she did it for the rest of the uniques as well. Like, it was really nice to be able to get to see them all lined up like that. You just never get to do that in the actual game without a helpful GM, and she was clearly feeling patient and generous that day. Full-on science mode, lining up all of the dragons side by side, measuring them, comparing all of the different features, looking at them from all angles, lined them all up on a lovely slope and stuff. So we've got wonderful stream footage of all of them like doing their wing flexes side by side with the purple dragon as well. So we got to see just how much bigger the purple dragon is compared to all of the others as they sat side by side. That was good fun. If anybody missed that, that's it's probably now no longer on Twitch because they only stay on my Twitch channel for like 6 weeks or something, but there is a YouTube repository of all of my past streams, and it was just this year's Friend Along. About 2/3 of the way through, we got a really, really good lineup of all of the unique models with the help of a very friendly Pomona. And it was good fun and also good science. Don't know why I shouldn't be surprised at getting NAF quality stuff when we had so many frags that I had left to go to ruin. Yeah, absolutely. Best luck we ever had at Uniques, and also the opportunity to get to do it on stream means it's not just like one look and then you have to go back and remember or rely on screenies. Like, we can go back and actually look at it again, because I spent quite a bit of time walking around them, all looking at them quite closely for that compare and contrast. I heard that, Ruffle. I heard that. Right, first of all, let me just see if I close these back up again, how people are doing. Watching this stream while you cook makes the time fly by. Hi, memes. Oh, Fairy Shines put some identified ones in there. Fairy, for what it's worth, you should be able to drop them into the lodge storage unit, but I will move these ones over. What am I after? I'm after that one. But you have drop perms, you just don't have pick-up perms for anything that you have dropped in a locked container, whereas the cart, you can pick up and drop as you please. So those go in the identified one. 56 bowls, now full unidentified. You've made it to 25 archaeology and restoration. What did you start on, Tantail? Memes is now gone, so I can redo memes' extra ones here for someone else. Starts with S, but not statues. What? What these? What? Is somebody started sorting for me? Who needs more things to sort? Because I did some extra ones for memes here, but because memes has gone, these ones include some of the damaged ones. Not you, Ruffle. I can put these into someone's pile, whoever needs them next, because those are a higher priority in a way than the lower ones that we've got left. Roughly, you still chipping, or are you taking a break to do other things? Who else needs more? Culver's still got one there. Yeah, throwing off my lists. Can also give away yours. Are you done, Massa? Meow's got plenty. Massa's got a few. Wolf, okay, so you're wrapping up and finishing soon. Do any of you need summons back to start town? I know we are getting a bit late. Massa, you're barely hanging on. All right, so is there anybody who is champing for more? Let's pull out those ones that I can redistribute. It is 1 AM. Yes, it is. It is. It hasn't helped, but because these are not all the same wood type, the downside of sorting containers like this by sorting them by name is they'll sort themselves into wood type first. So Massa's going to turn into a pumpkin. Memes has already wrapped up and gone. Wolf's about to wrap up and go. Okay, maybe rather than reassigning, I will just drop them back in here, and if anybody does need more than they've currently got, I can reassign these ones specifically. So why have I got trash frags? Oh, that's why. Because I pulled a load of marble out. What I am going to do is I'm going to put these down, then I'm going to go and name some eggs and try and foist them on some people before they all go. Enjoy your dinner, memes. So those go back in there. Let's do those. Trying to drop into an open space. Let's hang on to those for a minute. Wait, what? Ruffle, you can do more frags. Okay, let me pull out the ones that you've already... There's a Ruffle 2 in there. If I pull that one out for a minute. Obviously, you don't have to do all of these, Ruffle. I'm just sticking your name on them so that I know that they're ones that need a more skilled toon. So I'll just pop those in there and you can pop away at any of those. Culvert Tan, we still got Tan Taro. Madoon, you must be... You got Mads to drop off the wine barrel. Super. Super, super, super. Have you just dropped it somewhere for me to pick up? Or do you want to trade it to me? Whatever works. We've got 2 more Massa ones there. It's in the gnar. Brilliant. Thank you. And thanks for letting me know, because otherwise I would not have noticed for a while. All your things are now Ruffles. Says Ruffle. You don't have to do all of those. I've just renamed them all Ruffle for ease right now. However, identified 57 bowls. 57 bowls is insane. Right. Rare eggs. I'm going to pick some names. So let's close this one. close that one for now. Ruffle's got another rare ore fragment. It's copper. Well, I don't collect the copper fragments, but feel free to root through the trash rares. I might also have to go rooting through this one, but at least that will turn into a copper lump, which has a deco use, if nothing else. I can go and try turfing out some of the copper ore fragments from the from this container if needed. It can also be made into green clothes, and in fact, Eshri's gear is rare green stuff. And I forgot she was meant to be logging off. And I keep forgetting. So, where's my list? Where's my list? Pun names. Now we find out how many of these are within the character limit. That one apparently is. So, we didn't like Chipalong Chad, did we? Ruffle, what's your favourite egg pattern? I think my ones are the starry ones, you know. Copper chain. No, I know, but which pattern do you like? Obviously, you can have the gremlin one that was made for you. But do you have a preference on egg pattern? You've got all frags at home. Okay, great. Take it home with you. Saves me rooting through all of the trash piles. Gremlins for Ruffle. What was my gremlin one? You know what? I'm going to pick these up because renaming them down here is just, I need to be able to see them. So we're going to call that one Gleeful Restoration Gremlin. Is it going to let me put the year? Yes, it is. So that's got Ruffle's name on it. Massa wanted chiseled to perfection. So we've got one there for Massa. Defragmenting in the dark rooms. Oh, in the back rooms. Another not rare stool. No rare chessboard. Calvert managed to make a rare stool when he was making his. He imped it rare, I think. So we might manage to get like all 4 of ours rare stools if we're very, very lucky. I know we're still working on the last one, and I haven't gone and looked to see whether the couple of rare stools I already have made have my signature on or not yet. I need to. I'm sure we had some other ones here we liked. I like Kintsugi King or Queen. I feel like that needs to stay. But until we decide who gets what. Okay, I'm going to read these out to you. And if there is one that particularly speaks to you, speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm not making duplicates. So this is the full list. Excellent Fragamuffin, because we did do some egg-themed ones. Eccentric Archaeologist. Chiseled to Perfection, I've already given to Massa. Brushes with Abandon. Renaissance Restorator. Gleeful Restoration Gremlin goes to Ruffle. Fairy, do you want Kintsugi Queen? Is that for you? Okay. Sir or Lady Chipsalot. Conservation King, Queen, something like that. Artful Archaeomancer. Booze-fueled Brush Wizard. Fiercest Frag Masher. Apprentice Frag Magnet. That feels like that should go to one of the lower skilled toons who's been gaining loads. Devilishly Clever Defragger. Keep your stinky chips. Oh, I'm being good. I'm not going to do my Gollum voice. Frag Flinging Champion. Fervent Frag Duster Extraordinaire, although I don't know if it will let me get all of those letters in. Okay, we're going to Apprentice Culver. Flagrant Frag Whisperer. Frag Prince. That's the only one that I can't gender swap because, of course, it's a play on the frog prints, but most of them can. Right, let's do the apprentice one. So, apprentice, frag magnet, 2026. So that one's Culver's. Let's have Kintsugi Queen for fairy. Whoop. That's not how we drop things. You're welcome to repaint these. I won't hold it against you if you want to put them in colours that are more you. Gone but not forgotten. I will hand these to you. You just won't be able to pick them up. I'm just putting them down because I need to make sure that I've got everybody done before I hand them out. Otherwise, I will just so lose track. Tan, do you actually want one of those as your title? I mean, I was trying to go for like a title, kind of more like a worm title, rather than just a fragging pun. But you know, I'm open to suggestions. Right, I'm going to start picking them for you. If you haven't spoken up and waved, you're just going to get them. You're just going to get them. So, what have we got? We've got Culver, we've got Massa, we've got Fairy, we've got Ruffle. Let me go through my list. Did anybody manage to get to drunk? Is it going to let me do it? Yes. Yes. Right. That one's Madoon. We've got Meowara. What should we have for Meowara? We've done the apprentice frag magnet. You almost got Culver drunk. Sorry, I am not a cheap date. I should be putting these in name order or something, but it's fine. I will remember. I will remember. It's all good. Tan, I feel like you need a particularly punny one. Why are none of the Fraggle Rock puns? That reminds me, I said I was going to do an excellent Fragamuffin. Let's do that. That one can be Tan's. She who liketh the puns. Chip and Dale. Okay, so we've got... I'm going to try and put them in name order so I can fill the gap. So this one is Ruffle, which doesn't help with the fact that there's no actual names on them. This one is Culver. This one is Massa. This one is fairy. This one is taro. This one is Meowara. Now I've got to remember where things are. Ruffle, Massa. Meow goes there. This one, Moomin, which goes there. And let's just move Ruffle up. This one, Tan, which needs to go in between. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I haven't done memes yet. And I haven't done... I'm missing somebody else. Who else am I missing? Wolf? Because Wolf's already left and he's not in local. Okay, so I still need to do memes and I still need to do Wolf. Of my ones that are left. Right, Wolf can be Sir Chips a lot because Wolf did chip a lot. So that's Wolf on the tail end. And then we've got memes. Memes can be an artful archaeomancer. Why are so many of you having names beginning with M? How dare. I need to shuffle all of them up just to fit more M's in. Meowara. Massa, so memes goes in between the two of you. There we go. There we go. Yeah, he was his first, it was his first, like his first action or something was a rare. Did anybody notice, because I did not, I was too distracted at the time, did Wolf log out here? Or has Wolf pinged back home? Can see him saying good night there. Let me just have a look. 129, you did not. Well, let me just go. In fact, if I go away from where event is pinging through, I can just go and see whether he logged here. Because what I don't want to do is if someone has logged here and unlike memes doesn't live here, I'm wary of mailing them something which they might then not pick up before they leave the server. So it was about 1 minute past. And oh my god, we've done so much in event that I actually can't go back that far. Okay, we think he logged here. So what I might do is I might hang on to Wolf's till tomorrow so I can see where he's logged, or wait till he's definitely back on Zan to send his, just so I don't send it to him on the wrong server. Which means... Where? I can see people in local, but I don't know where you are. Are you back here? Are you doing a hide? Okay, so there's Fairy, there's Ruffle. Don't know where Culver is right now. There's Moomin. Taro, Tan. Oh, everybody but Culver. Oh, you're on the chaise. You round the corner. I'm amazed none of you, other than Fairy, who was posting pictures of herself earlier, have gone and spent some time in my hot tub. But if you haven't seen my hot tub or you haven't had a go, feel free. I'll go and show you where it is for those of you that didn't. You didn't realise Fairy was in the cupboard with you. She's been in the cupboard with you like this whole time, though. Right, where's that Ruffle? Let's go and do theirs, as they're in the cupboard together anyway. So, one for Fairy. Thank you, Fairy. One for Ruffle. What's your stone chisel like, Ruffle? The one that you use for frag chipping?
Mwah.
Yeah, kisses. Don't know where Massa's hiding right now either. Has Massa left? I think Massa's logged, or at least logged out of local. if they've not gone home already. Massa, I see you in chat here, but not in local. Did you go home, or have you logged here? Give yours to Culver to give to you. I can do that. Nice. That Blessings of the Dark is pulling its weight, isn't it? Culver, would you please pass this one to Massa when you see them? Thank you. Memes, you're back! Awesome. I can give you your one in person then. So that one's Miawara. Hang on. Let's do you. One for you. Wolves. That one there. Let's do one for Taro. And thank you, Taro, for bringing your affinity booze here and sorting everybody out. I know it meant that you didn't get to start as early as everybody else. That one's a Moomin one. Or Moomin just vanished somewhere. Where's he? Where did Moomin go? Where did you go, Moomin?
Hello.
Math hurt your head. Where are your pet bowls? Memes, I took them out because I thought you weren't coming back, but that's okay because we can do you some more. I also, I think, just renamed them all Ruffle. So let's just have a look and see how many Ruffles got left. Ruffle has still got a few left. Right, memes, I'm going to rename a couple of these to Memes ones. Grab those, get going. If you need more, you can. We're not going to go for too much longer, though, as we are gone past midnight, and some people at least presumably going to want ferrying back. There you go, memes. So in the sled, you should now find a couple. Now I forgot. Artful Archaeomancer, that's memes. Where did you go, memes? One for you. Commemorative rare egg. And Moomin got up and walked out just as I was going to hand him something. Where's Moomin gone? Where did Moomin go? Is he in the hot tub? There he is! Where were you hiding? I swear I went back there and looked for you already. I so did. Good night, Moomin. Do you need a summon back to start, Moomin? I've got a priest there. I can get you back there quite easy. Save you getting yourself back there tomorrow. Okay. Well, it might be that we don't actually need to take the ferry back. We can just do summons for the last two. Right, give me a second, Moomin. I'm just going to log on Aramis and I'll start summoning for you. If you would like any of the trash frags, grab a bowl or two before you go. I think it's mostly Madoon. And Ruffle, to an extent, who are like, oh, not the frags. Right. Just kicking off a summon for you. Good night, memes. Stop screaming. Right, that's Wolf. Who... Wait, who have I not done? Oh, Tan. We haven't done Tan. There she is. And one for you. You could store your frags. You could, yes. I thought I had reached my pet bowl limit, but I got up to 83 pet bowls and there was still room. I suspect you probably can actually store 100 pet bowls on each shelf of an LSU, but I didn't quite test it that far. Okay, Moomin, your summon is coming now. Have you got everything that you need? Because if you summon somebody and then they do actions before they accept, it can go a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, by all means, Massa. Apart from anything else, I think I chucked most of those into the trash. You're good? Okay. One summon incoming for you. Yeah, exactly like that, Madoon. I don't know. I just, I haven't. This is not something I've done science on because it would get quite expensive. But I know that sometimes people manage to accidentally cancel it. Cancel a summon action, and it might be kind of in the same way that, you know, like when you have two renaming windows open, the second one actually cancels out the first even though it's up. I feel like it's some weird little bit of code, a little bit like that, where certain things that you do in game. Okay, so once as if you drop or take items, and it effectively, I think what happens is then when you try and accept the summon, it says something like, I don't know, whatever it says when you try and rename things twice, you get like an error message basically instead of taking stuff. And that one I will mail to Wolf. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to be able to finish these, but I'm going to put some more stuff on them, and then I'm going to drop them part finished into the trash can / sled. I'll see if I can find some last bits before I do that. So if anybody would like to take these to try and imp something with them, or if I don't manage to finish attaching stuff to them, to try and find and add last few bits to imp something with them, you're very welcome to. I do not want them. Still miffed you can't imp things after they're fired. Yeah. And that's the downside of archaeology pottery. That's why I end up trashing all of the low quality ones. Because, like, archaeology can be great for making high quality pottery, but it does mean that all those low quality ones just kind of trash. I mean, if you're using it to just make loads and loads of flower pots, for example, to decorate with, those are fine. But for like jars and flasks and things that will just sit there slowly accruing decay, good if you need to fill a lot of space with them, but they won't last forever. Why do I keep trying to rename? Miffed is such a British, like, word. It's a good one, though. Huh. So coating the dragon didn't cancel it, but picking up an item will. Jars are useful, but usually they're useful for things where you don't want them to decay. If you're just using them for decoration, it doesn't matter so much if one pops. If you're using them for storage, like in your kitchen, you kind of want those to not be really low quality and just decaying and spilling your stuff everywhere, all over the place. Now up to 62 frags identified. There were only 62 bowls of frags. There were only 82 bowls total. You've got through a phenomenal amount between you. Yeah, that's true, actually. If you sell moonshine or if you sell dyes, so your jars are just getting sealed and going on merchants. I mean, if it's at all helpful, feel free to rummage through, because I've been throwing all of the jar frags out. Feel free to rummage through those trash piles and pull out, I mean, any and all of them that you like, but you can also go pulling out the jar frags or something if you don't want to take them all, but just want to pull out specific ones. And thanks, Moomin, if you haven't now left the stream. I suspect Moomin's left the chat as well, but I didn't say, and I should have said thank you. You wait, you love what? It is a fantastic word. What do you mean you got a bit of heat? Who told you take after me? It's a great word. One of the lovely things about the English language and getting to share so much of it with all of you is we get to rub off on you. No, like, not in a rude way. I love it. Like, trying to trace the origins of, like, words that I pick up into my language and who I got them from. Like pants. I never really said pants as a kind of, you know, soft expletive. And that's definitely one that I picked up off Calvert. But I pick them up off all of you. It's nice when you pick them up off me too. Moomin is still in chat. Okay. Where though? I haven't seen Moom in chat since I did him a summon, but if you are still there, Moomin, thank you very much for your help. The accents one's weird, right, Tan? Like, I do as well. Like, if you talk to someone with an accent, you find you start picking up some of their intonations and stuff, and it's totally subconscious. You wouldn't object if someone nice rubbed off on you. I don't know if I count as someone nice. What was I looking for? Okay, I need to look through those last identified things and see if I can finish these ones off. Oh, you do it as well, Culver. Yeah, you just kind of pick up bits of them. And the thing is, like, it is a subconscious thing, but sometimes people feel like you're mocking their accent. And obviously sometimes people do mock accents. But I feel I sometimes I realise after the fact, and I'm like, I sort of I get that kind of retrospective kind of, oh my god, I hope they didn't think I was taking the piss, because I wasn't. But yeah, much the same. Sometimes I don't even realise at the time. Taking over accents easily is a sign of empathy, Duraki. I mean, I suspect there could be a number of things. Like, I've often wondered if, for example, like if you're neurospicy, I don't know if that means you are more likely to do that. You tend to pick up on slightly different social cues that way, and you tend to be listening much more closely as well to what people say, because for people who are autistic or have ADHD or both, and possibly other things in that spectrum as well, actually understanding people is harder. We have to work harder at it to pass language. I wonder also if you're somebody who has quite a musical ear. Often if you have a musical ear, you are quite good at accents, and you are often quite good at languages. So if you're somebody who is quite good at music, you'll often have more of an aptitude for languages and things and accents. Maybe because, I don't know, something to do with like you hearing the shape of sounds. And I always wonder if people for whom that comes more naturally, they are also more likely to pick up on those things. I don't know. But yeah, Tan, I think that's it as well. I think maybe that's part of the reason why it tends to happen a lot in neurospicy folks, and I don't know how much it happens elsewhere, but you learn very, very early on a whole load of stuff around like social masking and how to fit in and blend, and a lot of that is also subconscious, not conscious. But it gets adopted with all of the other subconscious things which you learn to do from a very early age to socially conform or fit in with a group. You speak differently to each animal you encounter. That's an interesting one. That's not one I've thought about. But I suspect I do too, but I would need to pay kind of closer attention. That's going to bug me now. I'm going to start noticing it. Because if I think about it, I think I do as well. And I wonder how many people that is true for. Just buy your bed on celebration. Good night, Moomin. Goldfinch says poop. Mifty is very specific, isn't it? It's just a really nice word. It's a nice sounding word as well. There was what was the word? There was a word earlier that somebody used, and I was like, I do not like this word. And I can't now remember because I'm getting tired brain, whether it was on stream or whether it was before stream. Might have been at the dinner I was at with my family earlier today. It'll come back to me. So I am on the search for... I mean, no, moist is a horrible word. It wasn't that. It was a word that I only just realised I don't like. Mingle. Mingle. I do not like the word mingle. it sounds kind of... it was Calvert. I was talking to Calvert earlier, and he used the word mingle. We were talking about me down the pub, and he said, and like, you get to mingle. And I was like, no, I do not mingle. I lurk. And also, what is it about mingle? It's got kind of slightly... And I know this makes no sense. This is entirely some like weird shit that my brain is doing. But mingle has some kind of slightly creepy, weird associations in my head when I think about the shape of the word, and I couldn't even tell you why. I don't have a problem with tingle. It's a bit weird, but like, I talk about my toes tingling. It's not a problem with the sound in that way. It's mingle specifically that I have decided is a word I do not like. You don't like the word peg? Fairy, Zatran, you hate kudos. Tell us the words you hate most, folks. I love stuff like this. I'm always interested to hear what words people have seized upon that for no apparent reason they just really don't like. On the flip side, words I really do like toast. Toast. What is it about toast? It's got a great... I don't know. I just like it. And miffed is one of those as well. You begged you hater. Oh no. Yeah, like, it rhymes with tingle, but I don't have a problem with tingle. But it isn't about what the word means either. Like, it is something about, I don't know, maybe it's just too close to like minging or something, but like mingle, it has sort of, I hear it in my head in like a Kenneth Williams voice, or possibly in a like Tim Curry Frankenfurter voice, I don't know, but it sounds, in my head, it's always delivered in a voice that I'm like, I don't even know where that comes from. I don't know what that is. Get it all out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You just don't like it because it's so blah. What? Like, you just... You hate how uninteresting the word is. Certain sounds are nice, I agree. And for me, the words I don't like moist, the problem with moist is absolutely to do with the sound, but also the association of the word. And, you know, there's a few words like that that you can string together, all of which are, like, I might kind of balk so much I turn inside out. Like, I can't even bring myself to say it. You know what? I can't do it. I can't do it. I might vomit. Yeah, susurrus is a nice one. Nice one. The trash frags, Madoon, are all in the sled behind here, the red sled. I've been dropping them in there. There's actually many, many more trash frags, which I haven't yet had a chance to sort. If you're not driving home today, tomorrow I'm probably going to come and try and sort a load more of them out. It was just taking me forever to do it whilst I'm on stream. So I'm going to do a load more of sorting and shoveling stuff out there. What I was just going to try and do before I got distracted by nice words and horrible words was try and finish off these three, so anybody that wants those can take them. Okay, Fairy, so it is partly about that combination of sounds for you. The S makes moist. Yeah, but I don't have a problem with S in other things. Like, you're right, it's an onomatopoeic word, right? Moist. When you say it, it kind of sounds like the word, and it's not a very nice word. The kinds of things that people call moist, other than cake, it's generally not a positive connotation, so that's maybe part of it. It's the particular sound of the S in moist as well is particularly kind of bleh. Yeah, and the T, moist. Moist. I wonder if in different accents I wouldn't mind it as much. There might be specific words that I don't like in my accent or the accents that I tend to hear them saying, but that just don't bother me elsewhere. Yeah, but that's a bad word. Like, I don't want to be moist. I don't want things to be moist. Moist just sounds kind of sweaty and gross, and things being slightly wet that shouldn't be slightly wet. That's what moist sounds like to me. Everything is acceptable in an Aussie accent. I love and respect my Aussie friends, so I am not going to attempt to do you an Aussie accent. Yeah, it's like tepid, only it sounds worse. Because tepid is a word I have no problem with. I just can't think of many things that I would describe as moist, and it would be a compliment. Moist. Oh. Mound is another one of those ones which I don't hate like moist, but I don't like it, and sometimes I really don't like it. And I think it's the vowel sounds, but I don't have the same problem with round. And I think it's because I say them differently. Like round is just round, but mound is always a little bit longer, and I think it's the extension of the vowel, like mound. I'm meant to be looking for stuff, and I'm not looking for stuff. I gotta look for stuff. Okay. I got this. Let's close that. Close that. Right. Silver and zinc or stone shards. Oh. Moist mingle mound. Then just add in something horrible like clunge on top of that. Oh god. Why did I just do that? Ugh. Humidity. It didn't censor it for me. Only for you. I think we discovered this before. You just got like naughty word filters on your Twitch that we don't. No, Massa, I'm not even reading that. I'm not. I so nearly got lulled into that, and I'm just going to look at this screen until people talk enough that that goes away. Right, Ruffle? Ew! Why? Well, this has turned into a delightful stream. Silver, zinc, I am concentrating. I am trying to not... I know you did Master, and that's exactly what you're meant to not do.
That makes me all quivery.
No! Quivery is good. Don't spoil Quivery. That makes bad Quivery. Wait, the mingle word your brain thought of. Okay, but Ruffle, you've got to tell me by PM. Maybe not on stream. I need to know what it is, and I won't use it against you. But Massa will, so definitely don't use it on stream. Oh, Dan! I'm not getting... one time I got my whip out. Just once. And Fairy's never going to let me forget it. One whip crack. That's all I got. Never live it down. Also, now I think about it, I don't like crack either, and I think we might be on a theme here. What have I done? Why can't I find any of the things? Where is Frags? 63 pet bowls of Frags. Where is Frags, precious? Shards. Nothing in there. These might be because I sorted them alphabetically, and then these are the ones I've already kind of sorted through. You reckon you know... How do you know Ruffles word? Okay, she's discorded me. I must know. I do not even know what this word is. And now I must ask Google. Am I going to regret typing this into Google? Unless you've had conversations, Tan, with Ruffle that I haven't, I'm not sure that you... I should not have Googled that word! You have added a new word to my vocabulary today, and I do not like you for it. Regret. Yep. No, it's too late. I Googled. Absolutely not, Madine. You are not missing anything at all. Nope. Right. Zinc ore and silver ore. I can do this. I can do this thing. Everybody else, tell us your favourite words. Hello, Parson. How you doing? I know. I have such an eclectic range of words at my disposal. No. Now I don't like that word. Science. Okay, but if I can't Google it and she won't say it on stream, how else am I meant to learn what it means? Only the description of what it means on Google.
Time for science.
Yay! Zinc. Yay, zinc. I know that these are silver, but they're crap quality silver, and I'm specifically looking for ones that are not crap quality. Stone shards, we also need not crap quality, and those are not super. We've got such an eclectic set of words, which is partly what makes our language so very difficult to learn. I'm so sorry, anybody for whom English is not your native language. We are not helpful.
That makes me all quivery.
Stop spoiling quivery. Quivery is good, and we're talking about bad words, and now you are spoiling my nice quivery associations. Like, quivery's good. That's quivery. Whereas that word that Ruffle just sent me is... No.
Oh, you shush your face.
Ruffle, definitely don't PM Massa.
You shush your
You cannot be
face.
trusted, Massa. As you have proven by stringing all of my least favourite words together and nearly making me say them on stream. I did. No. We've already said moist. I've said it more times this evening than I have in the past several years, and already I regret it. Yeah. Quivery is a bit naughty. It's a bit naughty and a bit nice, but it's definitely not a bad association either way. It's just like, ugh. Quivery. It's good. It's good, and it's a little bit... I don't want to say cheeky, because I feel like cheeky gets used for lots of things that, like, I don't mean cheeky. But you know what I mean. And there's a bunch of words like that. Like, I like wriggly as well. Even though anytime I say wriggly, I then get in my head Gollum being like, you know, I'm not going to do my Gollum voice. I'm not going to do it. Doing that quote. And wiggly. Wiggly and wriggly. I like those. Quivery. It's good. Titillating. I could take or leave titillating. It's a bit of a faff to say. Titillating. There's a lot of t in there. Piggly. Exactly, Culver. Exactly that one. Taters is a great word. Doesn't make me quivery, but it's a good word. Not as good as miffed, though. Miffed wins. Suppose that one will do. That one will do. We like taters. We do. We do. Slithers. Do you know what? Slithers is a nice word. I like slithers. Even though it's not particularly comfortable to say. But I don't like slithering. No, I'm not sure why. I wonder how much of the words I do and do not like is like what things I associate them with, like words that I would attribute to certain, like, I don't know, animals or movements or stuff like that. A lot of the words that we really don't like are, for example, words that are used as derogatory terms, particularly for people's body parts. Those tend to be quite high on the list of things that people don't like the C word I said earlier, which we shall not repeat. Not the big bad C word, the one that sounds like plunge. I think maybe it's also kind of part of my issue with moist. Like, it gets used in a sexual setting sometimes, and it just shouldn't be. Like, nope. Just nope. Ugh. Nope. You know, Massa, I nearly had a story for you there. And then I remembered that you can't be trusted with stories because you'll just haunt me with them for months. Potato. Now it's just all Gollum quotes all the time. It's a good way to go, in fairness. You bloody will! Stone shards. Right, that one's pants. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. We can close that one entirely. Close that one entirely. I have got fuck all silver here so far. Yeah, master. Spoil sport. Not even in the... Wait, not even in the garden what? Later taters. No, I don't like later taters. Lumps, or silver. Oh, that's a nice high one. That's two nice high ones. Let's have those. I can hear fighting. By the way, if any of you need to go and need a summon, do let me know. Pants, don't want that one. just reminded you there's leftover. That is, in fact, surely the very definition of laters taters. I think it's somebody fighting that cow again, and by somebody I do mean a scorpion nearby or something. Silver, naff. Zinc. That's a good one. Naff. Stone shards. Yeah, that's all right. How am I doing? Am I there yet? Stone shards. No, not even close. You don't understand how fucking left up with... Do you know what? I mean, I don't cook potatoes all that often, but at Christmas, there's almost always some leftover roast potatoes. Like, that's been a Christmas tradition for years. And then just the past couple of years, we've tried cooking lesser amounts of potatoes, and so there aren't any potatoes left over at the end. And I'm always a little bit sad, despite the fact I don't like cold roast potatoes. But it just, like, Christmas tradition, those leftover taters. Oh, they're lumps, fairy. I need ore. Alas, not lumps. But thank you. Assuming that's what you were trying to help with. I'm just trying to finish off these rare ore fragments so that I can dump them in the trash pile for anybody else who can actually use them for stuff. But thank you. Sorry, I've only just seen your message in chat. Lovely lumpy lumps. Ugh, lumpy. Lumpy's a horrible word, but then again, it's almost never used, like, for positives. I can't use those either, fairy, I'm sorry. Basically, because this is going to have to be something that is used to imp an item rare, I'm trying to just pick out the high quality ones, which is why I have, like, there's a whole bunch in here that I have, that I've been like, nope. So I couldn't even tell you what the threshold is. I'm just trying to get ones that will kind of increase the quality rather than reduce it. But it's not an exact science. Thank you, though, for trying. I will get there. I'm nearly there on most. I'm nearly there on some of these. Slowly but surely. I'm doing it. You had sweet and sour rice. I had red pepper and lentil bolognese, and they said it would come with tagliatelle, and they lied, it came with linguine. And don't get me wrong, I like linguine too, but tagliatelle is not slippery, and linguine is, and it makes for a very different sort of a dinner in front of people. I deliberately went for the not slippery pasta, and that is not what I got. I love tagliatelle. But, like, it's grippy, it grips onto stuff, whereas linguine and spaghetti, they just slither all over the fucking place. Which, when you've got a wet sauce with them, means I eat really slowly, because I hate, like, getting food mess on me. It just, like, makes me really self-conscious, splishy, splashy kind of, like, foods. So if I'm eating something like ramen or, like, spaghetti, I just end up eating so much slower, because I'm eating really carefully. And then, like, I'm trying to, like, I'm eating slower, my dinner's cooling before I finish it, and I do not want to clean up on aisle, Crim. No. Especially not in front of people. No. That one's pants. Okay. Also, I hate that turn of phrase. Now that I mean, I don't hate that turn of phrase generally, but now I've got clean up on aisle Crim in my head, and I think that that's going to be living rent-free in my head for a little while. Thank you for that, Tan. It's not the people. Nobody does the cleaning. Oi, nobody does the cleaning. I had a very, very nice young man tentatively attempt to try and, I don't know, bring out some subbiness in me the other week, and it did not go well. And I am definitely not entering my cougar era. I went on a date with somebody a bit younger than me. Two somebodies a bit younger than me, actually, and no. I am not built for that shit.
Whoops.
One for the quote book. Wait,
right?
which one? Which one for the quote book? Which one for the quote book? You like them older too. Do you know what? It's. I think it's not even a maturity thing. Like, it's not that these people were immature. It's not even that cultural. I think sometimes when you have quite different cultural references that you're pulling from because of where you sat in two different generations, I think it's specifically actually to do with where I was born, because I was born at a time where, like, in my teens, the cusp of domestically available internet just became available. It feels like there is a much bigger gap between me and somebody 5 to 10 years younger than me who just does not remember a time without the internet than there is with me and somebody who's maybe 10 or 15 years older than me, because that actually had such a big impact on so many of the things that go into, I think, building your, like, psychology and your views of the world and stuff like that. And, like, so even I'm not going to say it's always the case, but even with people with whom, like, we share lots of values and we share lots of interests and stuff, there's just something, like, it feels like there is a gap there in terms of experience that I just can't bridge. And I don't know why it feels so strange, but it does. It was really quite palpable. I'm also very, very conscious of the fact that this young lad who tried and failed to get a bit spicy with me, he was 29, which feels too young, but it feels even more too young when I think that in a couple of months I'm going to turn 40, and there was going to be a very brief window of time in which he was in his 20s and I was in my 40s, and I was like, no, that's me just noping, right? right out, I think. Even though it shouldn't make any difference, those couple of months, that gap just feels like, no. So, flattered. Flattered. Apparently I have reached the age where men in their late 20s like to hit on me. I'm not quite old enough to be their mother, but I'm old enough to be an interesting older woman. But no, not on my side. I don't think I'm gonna like that. You remember when the internet was all kids these days. I know. In fairness, even like when I was in my late 20s, I would have really struggled with someone who was even like 24, 23, 24. Like for different reasons. I think also women tend to mature earlier than men. Like you reach different stages of maturity at different times, so it doesn't often feel as strange for a woman dating an older man as it does for a woman dating a younger man. But some of that is probably also just deeply ingrained, like the ways that we're socialized to consider the age gap more acceptable in one direction than the other. So some of that is just psychology, I think, and not actually being like that, but you know, it was strange. Like I've dated people younger than me and a few years younger than me is fine, but that was just too big of a gap. No. You've stopped bleeding, Tan. Oh, good. Oh, you're very kind. I'm 39. But thank you. And in fairness, like sometimes I'm like, they just think I'm younger than I am, and people often do, but these people had no excuse. They know exactly how old I am. They were not just mistaking me for somebody in like my late 20s or early 30s. Oh, I don't know, Culver. I mean, certainly in some ways we're wired to do that, but me, I think actually the problem for me is it's not about consistency or stability in what I find attractive in a potential partner. But if we're talking a potentially romantic or sexual relationship, one of the things that's quite important for me, I think, is... I'm going to sound like such an old lady saying this. Like... like, my dignity is quite important to me. And feeling like I am interacting with somebody who feels like my peer and who will be respectful in the ways that it's actually quite important to me that they are respectful of, like, I don't know, the things that I've been through and the body that I am in and the kind of person that I am. And it's not that when I meet younger people it feels like they are disrespectful. I don't mean it in that way at all. That's not been my experience, but I find it harder, I think, to I don't know. I don't like... I think I don't like feeling like the more grounded, more responsible one in a relationship by default, because I do not feel like that in my head. I think part of it is somewhere deep back there ingrained. I want somebody to take care of me, and it feels weird having somebody who is much younger than me to be in a position to take care of me. They need to, I think, reach so much further than somebody my age or older would need to do to make me feel taken care of. If that makes any sense at all. I don't know if it does. It's like it sort of... I find it harder to take somebody seriously, maybe in a... not in a caregiving role, but in a making me feel safe and protected and loved. And, you know, sometimes I just want to be just feel looked after. And as somebody who feels older than my partner, I am more likely to slip into that taking care of them and doing all of the emotional labour and being the person who does the majority of the caring and looking after. And in a romantic relationship, I really need to not have to be that person all the time. I think that's a big part of it. I don't want to feel like the one doing all of the heavy lifting and all of the bringing all of the experience and all of the taking care of someone and stuff to a relationship. It has to go both ways, and it feels a lot less like it will go both ways if there's enough of an age gap that I will always feel like the older and the wiser and the more emotionally mature and the more experienced one for whatever reason, and also the one more willing to do the emotional labour because, you know, women are socialised to do that in ways that men just often aren't. I don't know if I'm articulating myself well at all here, but I've been needling over it, like what this particular thing is, and I'm struggling, even in my own head, to explain some of it and put it into words, but I think part of it is at least something along those lines. There's some part of me, whether I'm dating a woman or a man or a non-binary person or whatever, that needs to feel like the one being taken care of and looked after, both in terms of like physically how we are with one another, like loved and protected and taken care of sometimes, but also emotionally. And that's harder to do when I'm on the fence to feeling close to someone's, like more like someone's mother than like, or even like their big sister than like their peer. I think that's kind of sort of it. Okay, good. Well, it's making sense. It's making sense to some of you. Sorry, I was waffling so long there as well. I know that I'm way behind on chat stuff, so I'm just seeing what you guys said. You the same as well, memes. Yeah, and women are so socialised to be the ones looking after the people around them and taking care of the people around them. Like, we have a whole thing as a society about expecting women to do the social and the emotional labour and be those caregivers, but it's a very different feeling when you are taking care of someone who is your equal or who is like a parent figure or an older sibling or whatever. I think maybe this is part of the way that we're socialized, that it's very easy for that caregiving feeling to slip more into a maternal kind of feeling. And for some people, that is not at all at odds with romance or sexual chemistry or anything else. Like, not in a weird way, just in a... But for me, it is. Like, maternal is not something that feels harmonious with those feelings for me. It just feels at odds with them. And so somebody who makes me feel sort of too much like I'm doing all the taking care of them, or like they're bringing out maternal things in me, like that's kind of somehow feels a bit like anathema to me, also feeling like sexually attracted to them or romantically attracted to them, and the two just don't sit comfortably together for me, but I know they do for a lot of people. Maybe because I'm not a mother. An old and cultured soul. Oh, I don't know, Fairy. I also don't, like, old souls are lovely, but it's funny, isn't it? The older you get, the more you realise the type that you thought was your type is maybe not actually your type at all. Like, just through time and experience and trends, you start getting a better sense, maybe, if you've had a few relationships, of what your type actually is, and it is not necessarily the same as what you think your type is, or the kinds of people that you think you go for. Like, I could tell you what I thought my type on paper was for years, but if I actually look at the people that I find I am most drawn to, or the people that I have the deepest and most complex relationships with, or the most interesting relationships with, those two don't necessarily marry up. Yeah, Dureki, I mean, also, it isn't fixed. It isn't fixed, of course. But there's often trends. Sometimes it takes a while and some hindsight to see those trends, see what they are. Everything with the benefit of hind legs, right? And I still have failed miserably to finish these ones off.
Oh, yeah.
There are certain, I suppose there's certain physical types that I find more attractive, which actually really isn't anything to do with things like size or shape or configuration of body parts, because I'm bisexual or pansexual, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's not really about the parts. I find high contrast more attractive. So, for example, people with like dark eyes on pale skin, for some reason, like I find the color contrast more attractive. I tend to be like, if you ask me my physical type, I would say I like them all, but I especially like sort of redheads with pale skin, and I like dark hair and pale skin, and yet I have married 2 blue-eyed blondes and got engaged to a third. But also, like, my type actually tends to be as much about the way people move and talk and the way they look at me. That is a much, much bigger indicator of whether I find someone attractive than actually anything to do with like any kind of configuration physically. So much of it is in how they make me feel and how they interact with me. That's where I think sparks and chemistry come from me. Sort of the way they talk to me, the way that they kind of hold themselves and move, the way they talk and interact with other people. All of those things, which are really quite hard to quantify, are a much, much bigger influence on like what makes me find someone attractive. It doesn't actually really get nailed down to physical stuff at all. It's all about their kind of like their physicality. And there's other things as well, like voices. Some voices just do it for me, and I can't really tell you why. So that adds extra points, but it's not enough on its own. Brains and bodies and chemistry is weird. It's weird, man. Yeah, and eye contact is huge, but also I like Tan. I'm somebody who I can do eye contact, but I tend to find in casual conversation with people, I don't tend to make eye contact much. I'll make it fleetingly. I didn't realize how much I break eye contact until I realized I was autistic and I started paying much closer attention to it. But I actually really, really like eye contact when there is a certain degree of attraction or emotional intimacy developing. I think the thing is that eye contact for more than a few seconds feels very intimate, actually. I feel very exposed with eye contact. So when somebody tries to force eye contact, it's like you need enthusiastic consent. It's like sex, right? When somebody is trying to maintain eye contact with me, when I keep breaking it, that feels uncomfortable. It feels invasive. I don't like it at all. When I'm attracted to somebody, or when I feel particularly safe or comfortable with somebody, or when I'm having a moment when I'm connecting with somebody, then eye contact is electric, and I can hold it, and I love it. It's just that it feels very exposing and intimate, and if we are not in a place where that feels welcome or wanted or appropriate, then it like I break eye contact, and if somebody tries to like force it on me, it feels like it goes completely the other way, and it feels actually uncomfortable. But it can be wonderful. It's just picky about who I'll hold it with. You guys sometimes get way more eye contact from me on stream because there isn't actually another person looking the other way. But mostly, even then, you'll find I don't tend to make eye contact directly on stream. I have apparently at some point, probably very early in my life, mastered the art of looking at people without looking directly at people, unless it is very intentional. Prolonged eye contact feels like either a challenge or an invitation. And that can be really good, or it can be really uncomfortable, basically. Eyes are super interesting, aren't they, Tan? See, I love them too. But looking at people's eyes versus looking into their eyes feels very different. Very different. I think it takes more than 10 seconds to recce, but there was some interesting stuff about that, like sitting and trying to maintain eye contact with someone for like 3 minutes. I don't know that it makes you fall in love, but it does trigger certain like chemical responses in the body that makes you start to warm to that person. So the longer you spend actually looking into someone's eyes, if that isn't excruciatingly uncomfortable for you, generally speaking, the more positive you feel about that person, the more you like them. It starts to trigger some of those nice kind of chemical responses around bonding. That's what's happening with that. But oars. I'm looking at oars. I'm looking for oars. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. My brain is so winding down now. So winding down. I think also, like, I suppose when I think about some of the traits that I find more attractive in people, it's tricky because they are not the kinds of traits that you can just that people can learn to do better. Like, there's a particular kind of confidence that's really attractive, but it's super easy to go too far into like arrogance, like a certain kind of cockiness that just works but is so hard to get right. And I think those things, like, sometimes people try and like manufacture them or try and reach those things, and it's very hard to do on purpose. Wait, who's learnt to flutter? Is this bean learning to flutter his eyes? Do you know what? For years, I didn't know what people meant when they talked about fluttering their eyes. Like, and I know what it looks like in kind of like, you know, it gets represented in like cartoons and animation stuff. But I don't know that I have legit seen a person actually flutter their eyes, or maybe I just taken it too literally with my autistic brain, and I don't even know what people actually mean when they say eye fluttering, and I've been looking for something totally different. Do you mean just like being cute? I had a brother, like I have a brother like that. I have 2 older brothers. And the middle one, like, butter wouldn't melt. He just had this smile that let him get away with everything. And like, you know, kind of like eyelash fluttering. I think he just had a smile that was very, very hard not to just love him for. So he got away with shitloads. Okay, so you've been like blinking really, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that in a way that doesn't look really artificial. You flutter yours when you're shy, memes. When I'm shy, I tend to just maybe look away more. There's probably, I'm pretty sure there's certain like head movements I do when I'm feeling shy, but I can't. It's just that I don't know. You want to get one of those photos with the really close-up colours? Yeah. I find other people's eyes so much more interesting than my eyes. But I wonder how much of that is, for me at least, maybe not for everybody, like finding what you're not used to more interesting. Because I know a lot of people, you know, have said in the past they really like my eyes. And I'm like, I never liked my eyes. Like, my eyes are nowhere near interesting enough. But then I've been looking at my own eyes for almost 40 years. So maybe that's why. I love people who've got like this like really interesting like flecks in their eyes. Like hazel eyes are so interesting. so interesting because there's so many like different colors in there, and like the flecks and the things. My eyes probably don't get to see these a lot on stream. My eyes are blue, but they're on the grey side of blue. And I've got a little mote of amber in one of them. And I guess there is some like very fine variation, but not like, you know, some people have got like proper like little flecks and streaks and interesting things in their eyes. I don't have those in mine particularly. I suppose I have this kind of like this dark ring around the iris. But I always found blue eyes, at least my shade of like grey blue eyes, just kind of pale and uninteresting. But then I am someone who's attracted to high contrast, which is why I like darker eyes or darker hair often. Mine change as well, but I think it's just that my perception of them changes. Like my girlfriend in high school used to say that my eyes switched sort of like from blues to greens and greys depending on the weather. I think it's just the quality of the light must affect the way we perceive them, right? Oh man, I just abandoned anything archaeology. 10 waffles ago. Can I do... Oh, I am still one short on the silver. I just got a bloody moment of inspiration combining a frag that was already rare. And an ore frag, no less. What a waste. What a waste. Green eyes are really interesting, also really rare. But sort of like people who've got truly like green eyes and hazel eyes, maybe because they're so unusual, maybe that's why I like them, because I don't see them as much, but... No. Combining rare frags won't give you a moment of inspiration roll because it's automatic. It's not a chance roll, like having the rare one activated and combining it with another one. The rare is just going to transfer, so you don't get the moment of inspiration. So when you get the drum roll, that's you getting a moment of inspiration on top. That's not being triggered by the rare. Yeah, green, it's to do with genetics. I don't know what the ones are on hazel, but green eyes are a recessive gene, and if you look into the way genetics work, basically, for recessive genes to pass, you have to have many more of those in the chains. So say if brown eyes are a dominant gene, like if you've got one parent with green eyes and one parent with brown eyes, you get a brown gene and a green gene, and the brown wins because it's the dominant one. And I think it works that way with green. Like that's a very, very kind of like crude, rudimentary explanation, but it's that dominant genes versus recessive genes, and the ones you see the most of tend to be the dominant ones, which means if you've got any of them in the pool, they will win out over the others. But it is possible for people to carry recessive genes and pass them on even though the dominant one wins out. Is that right? It's been a while since I did this, so I'm sorry if I'm just talking out of my arse. So you can carry along those recessive genes even though they don't present in you personally. You can carry them along and pass them to your children, and if somebody else is also carrying along and passing them, like, I don't know if it's true for this for eyes, but like theoretically, so if someone has the brown eye gene and the green eye gene, they will have brown eyes. But if they also have a child with somebody else who, say, has the brown eye gene and the green eye gene, both of those people will have brown eyes, but theoretically the gene they pass on to their child, they might both pass on the green one. If neither of them pass on the brown, they both pass on the green. The child will have the two green ones, and the child can have green eyes even though neither of its parents did, but because there are green eyes further back in the family. And I don't know if it is quite that simple with eyes, but that, broadly speaking, that's how you can get genes that skip a generation even though they're recessive genes where you still have them. It's just because you also have like the brown eye gene, your eyes are therefore brown. But so green is a recessive gene, and green is particularly unusual to actually get somebody with green eyes because it's so often written out by other kinds. All of my family are blue-eyed on both sides. Going back a couple of generations, there was no way my eyes were going to be anything but blue. So you're the odd one out. Interesting. So have you got grandparents? Like, do you know which side of the family? Yeah, and Hazel. Hazel's really unusual. I like Hazel. One more high quality silver ore fragment. I'm never going to get enough zinc ones or stone shards at this rate. Fuck it, that'll do. Let's at least finish that one. What is that sound? That sounds like something being locked and unlocked. What was that? Ticky-tappy sound. Your maternal side all blue or brown, paternal all brown. And do you have brown eyes, Culver? Or did you get blue? You don't know your grandparents. Yeah. No, know the colour of their eyes anyway. You've got green. Okay. That is unusual. But that's presumably because the brown and the blue have been winning out over the green, because both of them will beat green, I think. But evidently there's a recessive gene somewhere. So would anybody like rare silver ore to, I don't know, try and imp something rare or whatever? I'm going to drop that in there. Stone shards, those look decent. Let's have those. And zinc ore. Whoa. I swear I already sorted these by colour. By colour. I swear I already sorted these. Alphabetically is what I meant. But clearly none of these are. If I close all the ones above it, I'm going to resort this and see if I can just find those last few bits. And I don't know if green and hazel, I don't know if hazel is itself a gene, or if hazel, like, if hazel is like, what's the word? There's a word for it in genetics. Yeah, that's it, a mutation. Thanks, memes. I don't know if hazel is itself a gene or if hazel is a mutation of something like the green. Mutations in genetics don't necessarily have negative connotations. It just means like a deviation from the standard. But again, it's been a long time since I had to do anything learning wise about genetics. Hello, Puddin'. You hungry? That's unfortunate. Okay, we might get the shards finished. Yeah. You found out you were colourblind and you got suspended for it. I don't even remember what phenotype is, Tantail. What's phenotype? Like, the word rings a bell, but I have no associated Wikipedia entry in my brain with a definition attached. They got fed before I started streaming. It's only been 5.5 hours. Rare stone shards, they're quality 45, which isn't awful. But if anybody would like to try and imp something that they've got rare, dropping those in there as well. Oh, the gene bit that is expressed. Okay. That's shitty, Culver. No, they do not want me to come sleep. They want me to come feed them more soup. They have gotten into bad soup habits. They were dry kibble cats all this time, and then I moved into this new flat, and it was very hot, and I was worried about the amount of liquids they were getting, and also I was trying to settle them into the flat, and you give them nice things when you're trying to settle them in, and now they have an expectation that at least twice a day, and sometimes 3 times a day, they will get cat soup. And they're being very demanding about it, and I feel like I've made a rod for my own back here. Yeah, what Tantail said. Well, it's a way of getting more water, more liquid in them, because cats do dehydrate easily, and you don't hear about it when they do. You know, dogs pant when they're too hot, and when they're dehydrated. With cats, you don't tend to see it till they're already in shutdown mode, so you've got to be extra careful to keep cats hydrated and help them stay cool, because they just don't show it outwardly in the way that we expect them to. So it was partly a vehicle for settling them into the flat, and then also partly a vehicle for getting more liquid into them, only now they've been having it for 2 months, and it is a right. And heaven forbid if they think I have forgotten that it's time for their rights. Oh, yes, Dreki. Like, some of the horrible things done to, like, any kind of deviation from the norm was treated, like, not as natural human variation, but as a problem to be solved. And thank goodness we're moving away from that, mostly. We're still doing it with a lot of things, but yeah. I also have sort of like people, older people of my acquaintance who had their left-handedness forcibly corrected. Used to get it with languages as well, particularly around the time when you were getting a lot of like wartime refugees and things, and like, you know, people not being allowed to speak their native languages, like Welsh people not being allowed to speak Welsh anymore and having to speak English in English-speaking places, and we're still really shitty about that in a lot of ways. Not all of us, but, you know. Accents, I think that you probably used to get a lot more with accents as well. People with certain regional accents are much more likely, like, you know, people will associate certain things with them anyway, or read certain things into them just because of accent and intonation, but also, you know, it wasn't that long ago that people with, like, certain regional accents in the UK were, like, having them actively schooled out of them. In certain jobs and a lot of places, yeah, as Ruffle says, still a lot of accent discrimination. Some of it conscious, a lot of it unconscious, probably as well, but definitely still there. Did we discover, was there anything to usefully do with zinc ore? I don't think there's anything you create with. Do you use zinc for white in anything? Speaks English with a German accent, German with an English accent. My sister-in-law, she's from Hong Kong, and she grew up learning English through watching a lot of American television. So even though she's never really spent any time in the States, she spent quite a lot of time living in England. She speaks English with an American accent because that's the kind of like that's what she was exposed to at the point that she was learning English in Hong Kong. And it's always slightly strange. Like, not a heavy American accent, but like, and I hear that quite a lot from people learning English as a second language. You know, so much of it actually gets influenced by like the television and the films that you watch and you're exposed to, and like the accents that you hear. Zinc lamps. Want to buy Rite of Spring. Well, that's pants quality, so we're not having that one. Oh, that's not great, but at this point I might take it. Oh, those look terrible. Oh, that's not. That's a good one. That's a good one. There's one good one in there. Nope. Nope. Ugh, ugh. What's wrong, precious? I keep sorting this I'm not imagining this right. I keep sorting this alphabetically and then coming to pet bowls where they have not sorted alphabetically, followed by ones where they have. I don't understand how that's happening. Have I broken Worm? Is this just too long a list for Worm to sort, do you think? Lots of your fellow Dutchies speak English with an American accent. So Tan, is that how much skill you've gained, or is that what your skills are now at? You do, but you wouldn't want to make brass with a rare zinc lump, because it would just waste the lump. You want something, either a creation item that's 3 parts or more, which you add a zinc lump to, rather than making it from zinc lump, if that makes sense. Or something that you might reasonably want to imp with a zinc lump. You've gained 9 points of archaeology, 9.3 points of archaeology, 9.86 of resto. Nice. Nicely done, 10. Well done. Naff, naff. Yeah, I'll take it. I need just 3 more. Just 3 more that aren't trash. Come on. Come on. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. We can do it. We can do it. See, this one hasn't sorted either. What? Super weird. Oh! There's one. How many more? 3. 3 more. Hello, Lilybug. Look at this tail. 3. All the lamps around Brambleheim are brass lamps. I think Little Venice is all bronze lamps, from memory, because I do lamp theming from deed to deed. She's just hitting me in the face with her tail because I'm not feeding her. Ow! Will you... You're lucky my camera's not pointed any lower, or you just get like a cat butt. What this? What this? I could paint with this. Look at it. How about... Ooh. Ooh. 2. 1 more. 1 more that isn't terrible. Yeah, I've broken Worm. Look at that. It's only managing to sort like a couple down at a time. Ooh. Will you stop it? Okay. That's my 11 lumps. Fuck it, let's just combine this one. Let's just do it and stop. Did anybody else? Did I miss anybody else getting moments of inspiration? Have we got any other items that we wanted to complete where people got a rare frag of something or other? 70 bowls. What do you mean so far? I think we've got to be at the point where we stop now. But out of 82, that's incredible. Yeah, look at that. 70 out of 82. Hang on. It's too late for brain to do arithmetic. But 70 times 72 is 5,040 frags. That's a lot. And Ruffle's just finishing another bowl. If anybody would like some rare ore, don't combine it into brass, it'll just waste it, but smelt it into an ore lump and either use it to imp something made of zinc, or if there is anything. Culver's also finishing another bowl, so there'll be a couple more. Let's just search by material, zinc. We're going to have to, unfortunately, the trouble with searching lumps this way is you're going to get a lot of things that are made from zinc lump, which we don't want, like all of these bits. These are all made from zinc lumps. We don't want that. We need a creation item that you can add a zinc lump to. Is it zinc that you use to make white? Or is that something? You know what, I don't remember. These are all make from lumps of zinc. We don't want those. White dye, there you go. But rare white dye doesn't do anything for you, so that's not helpful, and it's a two-part item, so it wouldn't use the rarity anyway. Are there any clothing items that you can make in white that require you adding zinc? I suppose there probably aren't. It only tends to be for the colour ones. Locks, runes. It's not going to be in any of the tools. Okay, I don't think there is. I don't think there's anything you can create that's like a 3-part plus item that uses a zinc lump. So I think all this one can be used for is if you have, for example, zinc lamps. If you have, and like zinc lamps, zinc lanterns, anything like that, you could try using that to imp one of those rare. Or you could sack it for a free refresh, which is probably what that's going to get used for. I know I've got a load more sorting out the trash from the treasure to do tomorrow. So if any of you are the kinds who might like to take trash frags home, or at least sort through the trash frags to see what you want to keep, if you fancy sticking around, my deed, until tomorrow and logging here tonight, you will get much better pick of the trash from the treasure tomorrow. There aren't many left in here that we abandoned, so if a couple of you are finishing them off, we got loads done. So when you're done with your last ones, with what's left in your bowl, just drop it back in the identify thingy up here. We're up to 72. We'll do our final count. Giving out my eggs to everybody except for Wolf. There are some trash frags, but my people's trash might be my trash might be other people's treasure, which is why we're not sacking them. We're just putting them in the cart. They do up your skill, but if you only have limited time to chip frags, and you have more frags than you can chip in that time, then something's got to give, and I prefer to prioritise what frag chipping time I do have for the frags I'm most interested in. And the others, if I have them hanging around, they're just going to make me feel bad because I'm not chipping them. Thus, they are my trash frags, but they might be somebody else's treasure frags. Somebody who has more time than they have frags to chip with that skill, whereas I have more frags than I have time. So, of people that we still have left in local, and actually we've still got quite a lot of you in local, I know you're just finishing up those last bits. How many of you want to get back to the start town? Because that will determine whether we do a shuttle run back in the boat or whether we just do a couple of summons. Also, I haven't been drinking nearly enough. Not that long, but that's because when we have event season, for example, when there's like Halloween, I actually didn't do it. I didn't do any Easter archaeology, and I don't think... I'm not convinced I did Christmas archaeology this year, which is unusual for me, but I don't think I did. But I tend to accrue quite a lot during an event archaeology sprint. So this is probably sort of you know, 2,000 or 3,000 of these probably came from Halloween last year, and I've sorted the spooky frags out separate from that, but I did quite a lot of archaeology that time. I did 2 or 3 loops of Calvert's Deed on Thor Spring, so some of these have come over from Exodus. So not that long, but I have got very high archaeology skill, and I've got very high quality tools, which means I collect more, and I collect them more reliably in a given time frame than somebody at lower skill would, or with less good tools. Just post a note. Okay, so we need to get Miawara back. We need to get Tantail back. Yeah, I know we're going to need to do summons or a ride. It's just, if there's enough people, we'll sail the Nile back. But if there's people who mostly just need to go, like, now, or only a couple of people, it will be easier to summon Culver. Okay, so. Ruffle does also have her own Portal Priest. So, I know Taro's brought his wagon, so Taro can get himself home. Ruffle and Miawara, we need to get them back. Memes, Fairy, alright, Culver. So is it just Culver and Miawara? Ruffle, have you got a Portal Ping Priest who can step across to release to do a summon? You could summon one, I could summon the other. If not, I can eat some gems. Fairy came over here in her cart, so she's a Releasian, she can ride home. Not saying we have to do it just this second, I just want to make sure that... Figure out how we're going to do it. Finished your bowl. Well done. You're going to summon yourself. Okay. Okay. Are there any last bits that I said I would do before we finish? For those of you that need to go back, have a look in the snowmobile out back, because there's some rares in there I don't want. If you've got a use for them, you can take them. Likewise, like, there are some trash frags there if you want to have a very quick look. I see that a lot of the trash frags have already gone. We've got a whole load of unidentified ones here that are just really low quality. So there might be statue frags in there, but they are going to be very, very low quality statue frags. But if you don't have any frags to identify and you would like some, by all means, grab a pet bowl or 2 of these, because I'm not going to do anything with them, and it's free skill and maybe some pretty good frags in there, because they were still dug up by me. So specifically, we're looking at the pet bowls that say trash frags, so if you would like to take one of those, please do. I'm going to be generating a whole lot more trash frags from these when I sort all of this stuff out tomorrow. No, don't worry about that, Ruffle. I can eat a gem. Let's not use karma where we don't have to. Means, is your foe priest already at a portal? Don't want anybody running to a portal. It doesn't have to. It's just figured we might as well make use of any Portal Ping priests we've got. You'll have a nose at what's left when... yeah. So you're going to stick around and go tomorrow, Madoon. Let me... Where's Aramis? How's he doing? Aramis is almost back up to full. So Aramis can pop a gem, summon one, and then pop another gem to summon the other. She's almost a portal. Okay, so Memes could do the other one. Fairy's going to stick around too. We'll do a little bit of... I'll do a bit of cleanup and sorting tomorrow for anybody that wants to, like, hang around and look up, but also you are very welcome to just log here because it is late. Especially for you, Fairy. I know you had a nap. Go on, Fairy, what time is it now where you are? It's going to be early. Aramis is just tinking up that very last bit. 11 a.m. Oh, Fairy! I have so messed up your sleep patterns, like, this past week and a half. Don't forget, I'm not streaming next Saturday. I'm away. I know Madoon's dropped off another thing for the camp, for the glamp camp that we're building at Independence. My brain is moving like treacle now. In the boat, which I will remember to pick up. I'll try and do a couple of nudges just in the coterie Discord as well over the next week or so. But if you want to create something, but for example you're an NFI toon and you don't have the means, just let us know. Like, come and join the coterie Discord if you're not already in there. Ruffles still pinned that message, and just pops the thing, and we'll arrange for somebody to come with like an almost finished archaeology item or something for you that you can create. A pile of eggs. Is that all my chickens laying, Ruffle? Okay, so Memes has got somebody. Memes has got somebody who's almost ready to summon, and Aramis is now full of favour and ready to summon. So, Culver and Miawara, are you both ready to go? Is there anything else that you want to do here before you go? Or are either of you still doing some last chipping? You've got 6 frags left. Okay, Miawara, I'll summon you now, and when Memes has just popped through, so whenever Culver's ready, Memes, perhaps you could summon Culver. So I'm just kicking off a summon soul for Miawara at Sloping Sands. Culver's just finishing some last bits. I don't know, I've never tested it to time out. I think it does time out. Do you want me to cancel the summon? Like, are there still some last couple of bits that you want to do? Because I can cancel it at any point. But as Bun said, if once the summon window pops up for you, you pick up or drop an item, then it will cancel it. So you want to make sure that you've dropped your bowls, dropped your bowls, eaten anything you want. If you had like rare frags, or if you want to pick up any trash frags, grab those before we kick the summon off, so we don't accidentally cancel it. I mean, we can get you back there tomorrow. It doesn't have to be like you don't have to go home now. It's just I'm probably not going to be back in Worm for like maybe 12 hours. So you might prefer to get summoned back now if it's that, or stick around for a while. You've got your jam beans. Don't worry about it. Okay. Right, have you picked up anything that you need to? You've gotten everything. Right, okay. Summoning coming for you, Miawara. Thank you, Miawara, and everybody here who hasn't already left. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful frag chipping. I have been far less productive trying to do all the things around this that I intended to, but I always knew that was going to be the case. Okay, here's summon. Farewell, Miawara. Memes, how are you doing? So how have you got, how much favour has your priest got at the moment? Okay, no worries. I can, how much favour have you got on that priest currently? What are you sat on? Are they empty? It's alright, I can give Memes a gem. Okay. Right, so Memesy's here. You save Everin and you can summon yourself back, Ruffle. And as soon as I find wherever Memes has gone, I can see her in local. I will, there we go. I'll give Memes a gem, because you've got slightly more favour than me, so you might as well try that one. I don't know if it's full. I wish gems told you how full of favour they were. That would be a really nice quality of life improvement for me. Eat that and see if that fills you up. it'll drop you to something like 99, not to 100. But don't start summoning yet, because Culver's not quite ready. Yes, but you may not have filled the whole gem. So if you've got, say you've got a ruby that's 50 quality, but you only have 30 favour at the point that you fill it, that will be a 50 quality gem that only has 60 qualities worth of favour in it, and you can't tell except by eating it. So yeah, if you're being quite careful about it and you're only ever filling the whole gem, you know exactly how much it's got. But if you are, for example, doing this in the background where you maybe queue up 3 vessel actions on gems, you might come back to find that you have vesseled 2 different gems, but obviously you can't have filled them both fully unless they're both lower quality gems. So sometimes I end up with gems that, like, I filled 1 gem fully, but I've got maybe 30 favour left and she's gone and part filled another. I am not careful. You don't owe me a gem, memes. That's totally fine. Just hang around for a minute. Culver will let us know when she's ready, and then you can summon Culver over. So that's everybody that needs one, right? Except for Ruffle, who will summon herself. And memes, are you hanging around here till tomorrow morning? I thought you were summoning yourself, Ruffle. That was the whole point. Anyway, memes has just had a gem, so she should be full now. Oh, sorry, memes, why can't you summon? Did I mess something up there? Yeah, I can give you another, if not. Hey, well done, Culver. That's Culver's stool done. Oh, memes. Okay. Okay, thanks, Ruffle. I see everyone's just popped through a portal. Yeah, you do. How far off are you, memes? Sounds like we need to get you to an Impalong and do some sermoning. No, Culver, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine as is, thank you. And we can imp it up the last, but I can imp that up quite fast. Ruffle, just before you type in Culver and hit enter, Culver, have you picked up or dropped anything that you need to, like, dropped any blast balls of frags? Are there any that you want to pick up from trash frags and stuff before we kick it off? Kick off the summon?
Goodbye.
Don't worry about it, memes. I can revessel more gems. It's not a problem, honestly. Okay, so Culver's done picking up and dropping stuff. Can do summon whenever. 75 full pet bowls out of 82. That is a grand total. It's a really nice round number as well. That is precisely 5,400 frags. How about that? Oh, yes, total score. You're quite right. Because competitive. Okay. Now, they won't be perfectly in order because there's different wood types here. So I just need to... I mean, bloody hell, Ruffle. Okay, final scores. So we got 3 for Culver. We got 4, 5, 6, 7 for Fairy. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 6, 6. Are there any other ones down here? 6 for Massa. Ah, where's Massa on my sheet? There's Massa. 6 for Massa. We got memes, 3, 4, and any down here. 5, 6 on memes. Love an excuse to hang out with a giant chicken. Me too. We've got 5 from Tarot. We got what? So that memes. Wait, hang on. How did I get to Tarot? I didn't scroll up far enough, did I? Hang on. We did memes. Miawara, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7 from Miawara. That's good going. Have we still got you in chat? Pasnos, do you know what your skill gain was? Because I know you were starting quite low. Yeah, that is Madoon. That is a lot. Moomin. 5. 5. Okay, 5 for... no, there's 2 more there. 5, 6, 7 for Moomin. Leaving her till last, because I can feel her quivering over there. You got 36 archaeology and 40 restoration. Nice. Nice. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wolfmeyer got 13. Didn't call him Sir Chips a lot for nothing. And Tan. Have we got where's Tan? We haven't done Tan. So we got 2 Tan. 2 from Tan. Oh, that's everybody, isn't it? I know, Fairy. Wolf works so fast. Don't know that I see anybody else here. Oh, I suppose we could do Ruffle. We could do Ruffle. Ruffle's got 14 just in that stack. Yeah. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Crikey. 19. Ruffle, you overachiever. That's amazing. I mean, Ruffle took an early lead as well. I think Ruffle was the first one to drop one in there. That 104 Blessings of the Dark stone chisel doesn't hurt either. That'll be going very fast. Ruffle, what's your archaeology skill? I know it's high. That will be helping as well. But a lot of the frags that you were chipping were quite damaged frags, so that will have upped the difficulty. Like, it's not... One of the reasons you couldn't do this as like a really competitive thing is because you just can't balance the difficulty properly. You gain 0.01 up to 87.9. Nice. She is Wonder Woman. But very well done to everybody who did any frag chipping. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. There's only a few left to do now. And I need to just sort them all, and tuck them away, and do some combining because I'm not going to be able to sort all of those into my containers. I'm going to have to do some combining as I go, but first things first, I will try and sort the rest of the trash out tomorrow so that any of you that are still hanging around Indeed can have a rummage before you go. Oh, you gained more. That was just the last tick. Do you know how much you've gained across today? For anybody unfamiliar with this, the first time you open your skill window, assuming you haven't logged out of Worm, when you open it up, any skills that you've gained will be highlighted in green, and it will show you the change if you hover over those. And obviously it resets when you log, but it'll only highlight them green for a short time. You can see mine are now fading out. But if you then gain skill again, it will highlight them in green again. So you can go there and you can actually see how much you've gained. You don't have to go trawling back through skill logs as long as you do it before you log out. Your skill gain in archaeology went from 6 to 22, restoration from 2 to 26. Excellent, well done. Well done, Culver. The difficulty is partly based on the type of frag, but I don't mean as in more difficulty in terms of more skill gain, but what I mean is the more damaged a frag is, the more likely it is you will fail at the action, because the QL, oh god, what's the word for it? The effective QL is lower, so it takes longer if you are failing a lot of your actions. But you're right, the difficulty of frag is actually determined by the type of frag it is, and for anybody who is newish to archaeology, I've got them here in a handy thing, so you can actually see what the difference is. So if you also don't have as much time to chip frags as you have frags to chip, and you're trying to focus on skill gain, armor, statues, tools, weapons, those are all high difficulty frags. Containers, wood, containers will be pottery items mostly. Containers wood. There's a couple of exceptions now, like for example, wagons are strictly speaking a wooden frag, but I think they might count as a high difficulty one, I'm not sure. But so yeah, containers, wood, ores, lumps, shards, bricks, all of those kinds of things, those are all low difficulty frags. But that said, any frag is more skill gain than no frags. So, and where you've got ones that you chip them all down and they don't show a type, they're just showing the metal brush but still saying unidentified fragment, those could be anything. They're like, well, not quite anything, but there might still be things like weapon and tool heads in there, I think. But a lot of them will be things like shards and bricks and stuff like that. Tan, 9.48 points of archaeology, 10.03 points of restoration. Ooh, sorry. Also some body control, mind, logic, and stone chisel. 0.19 body control. Ruffle. That's amazing. Fairy, 1.75 in archaeology, 1.48 in restoration. You're up in the on fairy. What are your skills on fairy? Bit below 70.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye, Tan. 10. Okay, Ruffle, you're going back to the portal now. 10. Are we summoning you back to portal, or are you staying here? Sorry, I can't remember what we said. I know I was checking in with people. But if we missed you, we can also do you a summon. You're going to stay here. Okay. Well, if we need to get you a summon back, like tomorrow or something, I'm sure we can arrange something to get you back another time. Those of you that are staying, there might still be a bed free in the guest house, but if you would like somewhere to sleep and get your sleep bonus back, guest house is just over here. There are 2 beds there, but I can also set up access to the stable where there's a bed upstairs, or to other buildings if you would like a bed to log out in. Just let me know. And I didn't have to sail the Nile back to the start town, which is nice. Fairy, you don't need to do that. You don't need to finish those last ones. I mean, you're welcome to if you would like to. Fairy, you're sleeping here tonight as well. Okay, so tell you what. Yeah, there are meditation rugs here as well, which you're very welcome to use. Down here, down by the docks, this is my warehouse docks. It is where, like, all of my furniture lives when I'm not using it, and also other stuff. But if I set permissions for this building, may enter for all friends and for the Alliance, that should mean that any of you can go and use the beds in here, and there are several. I'll just show you where, for those of you that are left, that are still behind. There might still be a bed in the guest house, but just in case there isn't, there's loads of beds up here. This is where I put my alts to sleep before they do their animal husbandry grind. So if you've been using your sleep bonus, and you could do with getting some back, you just want to go round the side here, next to the beginning of the sheep pen. You just want to go up this little bridge to the first floor, where it says furniture storage. And in here there is indeed a lot of furniture, but there are also a number of beds all along the walls, so you can go and log out in any of those to at least get some sleep bonus back while you sleep. There's also some big fancy beds over here. More beds than you can shake a stick at. Yeah, you just thought you'd move so stream wasn't staring at you. Fair tan. Also, watch out for the sly scorpions. There's a sly scorpion stone here, and they're bloody everywhere. So if you're squishy, you're safe inside in the upper village. This is a secure perimeter. But if you come out of here, just don't AFK down on the road here or something. There are quite a lot of scorps about. But you're safe in the buildings, and you're safe in this upper ring. And if you do get into trouble down here, there is a guard tower within range up to about where that meditation rug is. And you can just run this side of the portcullis. If you happen to encounter a troll, they will not be able to follow you through the portcullises. Do not worry. You've left your armour and weapon on just in case. Thank you, Fairy. Happily, although like the pressure on the side of my head's been hurting a little bit, it hasn't flared up very badly at all, other than a couple of like moments of like, oof. So I think I got off pretty lightly. Thank you again for everybody who came to watch, to lurk, to actively come and do some chipping in-game. You're saving my mental health by just clearing out a whole load of those things that have been weighing on me for a bit, but also I'm glad that we got some nice skill and stuff along the way. Thank you all so much for your time and your skill, as always. Oh, that pile of eggs. Yeah. I'm glad to see they've still got food in their bowls, though. I topped their bowls up properly, because I didn't want them to starve while we were chipping over here. Mimas is staying to do more frags, and then we'll karma home. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of mobs up near the Titch Memorial. By the way, if anybody would like to see the Titch Memorial, it is literally just behind Bramblehime. Yeah, and soon it'll be Halloween and I can go collecting again, and before then I should really finish chipping all those spooky frags that I've got in LMCs. So we're currently here, if you're not sure where you are on the map. Bramblehime is here, and the Titch Memorial is at Clearwater Spring. It is just head east, straight out of here and up the hill. You probably want to go out the north side of the deed, but Titch was one of the developers in Worm, and she was responsible for a number of things, including highways, the fishing system, the cooking system, and those little Titch statues that you will have seen that you can make from archaeology up at Titch's Memorial. There is a colossus-sized one of those off the side of the mountain, but there's also like a very special little area set up with all kinds of bells and whistles added as a bit of a memorial for Titch. This was her home on release. Just back here behind Bramblehome. So if you're hanging about and you fancy being a little bit of a tourist, that's a good place to go look. Yeah, go ahead. Go nab a bed. Right, okay. Cooldown screen. Rockcliffe Museum Gala is coming up in a few weeks. 4 weeks. But in 2 weeks, we're going to go and build a new glamping display at the museum. We're not going to be showing it off on that stream because there's loads of stuff that Nirav is still working on, but I will also be back there streaming when the gala rolls around. So I'll get to show it off properly then, and I'm sure that some other people will be streaming there as well. So I won't see you all next weekend. I'm glad you all had fun. Thank you all for the company. Obviously, I'll see you in the Discord, and in Worm in between, I'll see some of you who are hanging around on my detail tomorrow. And I will see you on stream again in 2 weeks when we will be over on Independence. Good night, my lovelies. Thank you so much, Madoon, for your affinity boozening of people. Good night, everybody. Take care. And if you're on my side of the world, go and get some sleep. Talk soon. Bye.